In other words, even if the experts in Dongfeng Yongping and platoon secretly protect Dongfeng Yuner, the strength of the experts arranged is the peak of the training period. At this time, there was a sudden change in the Blood Devil secret territory, and he didn't know whether the person who secretly protected Dongfeng Yuner could cope with it, so he didn't dare to stay on the first floor of the Blood Devil secret territory and began to speed up to the second floor. Blood Demon Secret. Liyun sect has owned the secret place of Blood Devil for more than thousands of years, and has opened it more than thousands of times. Each opening process is very smooth, which leads to the contempt of the opening process of the sect. Especially this time, only the first 3 layers of the Blood Demon secret realm are opened. The disciples who enter the secret realm have the strongest strength, which is only the cultivation of half-step Kihai period. Therefore, the sect only arranged a hall leader with the peak cultivation of Kihai period and 7 core disciples at the beginning of Kihai period to be responsible for the opening of the secret realm. However, what the top leaders of the sect never thought of was that there were unexpected changes in the secret realm of the Blood Devil without any mistakes after thousands of times of opening, which made the top leaders of the sect a little unprepared. Just a minute after the changes in the secret place, one person after another appeared in the sky over the secret place. And every person who appears in the sky of the secret territory, just after appearing, the momentum inadvertently emitted by his body will make the mountain tremble in front of him. When an old man dressed in a red blood robe with a cold temperament appeared in the sky of the secret place, looking at the Wu Hall leader and others standing at his feet, one of them flashed in front of him. Before he could react, he grabbed his neck with one hand and directly lifted him up, and then asked angrily, "Tell me what happened in the secret territory. Did my disciples enter the secret territory?" Although the Lord of Wu Hall has reached the peak of cultivation in the period of Qi Si, he still can't use his mind to convey information. At this time, he is strangled by the old man in blood robe and can't speak at all. However, he dared not move casually, because the man who pinched his neck was a perverse, moody and murderous devil. If he is angered by the disturbance and kills himself in a moment of anger, the sect will not blame him, let alone investigate his responsibility. Who makes his strength reach an unimaginable level. Old Fiercehead, you pinch his neck and ask him how to answer your question. Just when the Lord of Wu Hall felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to breathe and didn't know what to do, a kind old man in white robes suddenly appeared over the secret territory. After the white-robed old man appeared, he just looked at it and began to advise the blood-robed old man. The white-robed old man's advice made the blood-robed old man snort coldly, and then directly threw the Lord of Wu Hall to the ground. When the old man in the blood robe started, he had imprisoned the real yuan of Wu Hall leader with the real yuan, so he couldn't use a little real yuan at this time. Therefore, when he was thrown out by the old man in the blood robe, he couldn't control his body and directly fell to the ground. Liadu, since the accident has happened, all we can do is wait and wait for someone's final decision, so you don't worry to let him talk first and wait until everyone arrives. Otherwise, he will waste more words and we have to listen again. When the blood-robed old man returned to the void, the white-robed old man wielded a gentle force to release the imprisonment of the Lord of Wu Hall. "Thank you, old Su." After the imprisonment was lifted, Hall leader Wu quickly got up to thank him. Facing the advice of the white-robed old man, the blood-robed old man snorted coldly. Although I was dissatisfied for a long time, I didn't object. Just after the old man in red robe and the old man in white robe reached an agreement, another person appeared in the void above the secret realm. The appearance of this person made many experts who had arrived in the secret place in advance choose to keep silent. Several masters even instinctively stepped back and muttered, "Jiao and Jun, Jiao Devil." "Oh, Xiao Jiao, you're here too." However, the old man in white robe and the old man in red robe were very calm about the sudden response of Jiao and Jun, and the old man in white robe also took the initiative to say hello. "Yes." Facing the greetings from the old man in white robe, Jiao and Jun just nodded coldly, and then looked directly at the place where there had been a gap in front of the secret place. "Xiao Jiao, don't waste your energy. Since the passage disappeared, your mind can't penetrate the barrier and check the situation in the secret territory." Seeing Jiao and Jun's intention to use his mind to break through the barrier of the secret place, the white-robed old man kindly reminded him. However, Jiao and Jun ignored the white-robed old man's kind reminder and still used his huge mind to attack the secret barrier invisible to the naked eye. Younger martial brother, with your strength, you can't break the barrier in front of you for the time being. You'd better stop. When Zhao Enjun used his mind to attack the barrier of the secret place, a voice of self-anger suddenly came from the void. With the emergence of this voice, many experts who had originally stood over the secret territory bent over and saluted with fists. I've seen the Lord. The Lord Wu and others standing in front of the entrance of the secret place knelt down on one knee and saluted with extraordinary respect. Subordinates, please see the Lord. Only Zhao Enjun didn't salute, but he took back his mind that he was attacking the barrier of the secret place. I have known the changes in the Blood Devil's secret territory. The secret of this matter can't be revealed. You go back separately. The empty voice ordered faintly after the people saluted. Yes, Lord. Yes, my subordinates. As the voice in the void disappeared, more than a dozen experts of Liyun's sect disappeared over the secret place one after another. Only Zhao Enjun glanced at the secret place in the void, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. In the Blood Devil's secret territory. Because there was a map presented by Zhao Enjun in his mind, it didn't take Chu Zhongshan long to release his repressive strength, so he rushed to the channel leading to the second floor smoothly. At this time, there was no Blood Devil in front of the channel leading to the second floor of the secret place, because there were dozens of disciples in the body training period standing in front of the channel. Younger martial brother, be polite. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was leading to the second floor of the passage, one of the disciples whose cultivation reached the peak of the 7th floor of the cultivation period greeted with a smile. Elder martial brother, you are polite. Chu Zhongshan also replied. Looking at the smiling disciples in front of him, Chu Zhongshan raised a doubt in his heart. Instead of entering the second floor to hunt Jiupin blood demons, these dozens of middle and high-level disciples gathered in front of the channels on the first and second floors to investigate what they wanted to do. Younger martial brother, do you want to enter the second layer of the secret territory to hunt and kill 9 blood demons? After greeting each other, the disciple at the peak of the 7th floor asked. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan didn't say much, just looked at each other and saw what the other party would say next. Younger martial brother, you also know that there are a large number of blood demons on the first floor of the blood demon secret territory. The deeper they go, the stronger their strength is. In order to clear the passage to the second floor and ensure the safety of younger martial brothers, dozens of our martial brothers spent a lot of spiritual power and made great efforts to clean up the blood demons within hundreds of meters around the passage. So, if you want to enter the second floor, should you give your senior brothers some hard work? With the friction between thumb and middle finger, the disciple at the peak of the 7th floor in the physical training period signaled that Chu Zhongshan must pay some substantial price if he wants to enter the second floor smoothly. Oh, then I don't know how much hard I should pay you to enter the second floor of the secret place. Occupying the intersection leading to the second floor and robbing the wealth of the fellow disciples is the same as a robber. Chu Zhongshan is angry at this time. What's more, there have been unknown changes in the secret territory. Now he is eager to enter the second floor to find Dongfeng Yuner and protect her safety. He is unwilling to create complications. Otherwise, he would have slapped him in the face and talked nonsense with him based on his character. Younger martial brother is a 6-story high-level cultivation in the period of physical cultivation. He has high strength. He will certainly harvest a lot of 9-grade blood crystals after entering the second layer of the secret territory. When the secret territory is closed, younger martial brother will certainly be able to exchange a lot of sect contribution points. First, praise Chu Zhongshan, the disciple at the peak of the 7th floor during the physical training period, and then say the cost of entering the second floor. So, younger martial brother, now you only need to pay 20 sect contribution points to enter the second floor. At the same time, the disciples at the peak of the 7th floor during the physical training period also know that in order to enter the secret territory of blood demons and hunt blood demons, many disciples have consumed a large number of sect contribution points recently to improve their strength and equipment, so the number of contribution points on them will certainly not be many. Worried that Chu Zhongshan didn't have 20 points of contribution, he said the second solution. Of course, it's not a short time for younger martial brother to enter the Blood Devil's secret territory. He has hunted and killed many 10 blood demons. There must be many 10 blood crystals in his hand. According to the exchange rate of blood crystals for sect contribution points, younger martial brother only needs to bring out 2010 blood crystals, which can also enter the second floor. Are you finished? The request put forward by the other party made Chu Zhongshan sneer. At the same time, the inner anger has burned to the top and may erupt at any time. Although the sects in his identity token contribute more than 20 points, and the number of blood crystals in his storage bag exceeds 2,000, these things belong to him, and he earns them bit by bit through his own hands. The other party wants him to hand over these things honestly with only 1 or 2 threatening words. How can Chu Zhongshan agree? Oh. It seems that younger martial brother is not going to enter the second floor. Chu Zhongshan's ironic sneer made the other party realize that the younger martial brother in front of him didn't intend to hand over his contribution points or blood crystals, so his attitude changed directly, and his original smiling face was directly gloomy. A group of sinister villains like robbers make a living by robbing the wealth of their fellow disciples. Your life is also a waste of the aura between heaven and earth. I'll send you to heaven. Since you don't intend to hand over your contribution points and blood crystals, you must rely on your own spirit knife if you want to enter the second layer. What's more, the contribution points of sects are precious wealth. If a disciple in the training period without foundation wants to earn 20 contribution points of sects, it will take at least 1 to 2 years, and I don't know how long it will take to practice. In a simple sentence, it is necessary to deprive others of their efforts for 2 or 3 years. In Chu Zhongshan's view, they are even too much than robbers. It's not too much to call them vampires. Of course, Chu Zhongshan is neither a great Xia acting for heaven nor a kind man. No matter how much the other party does, he won't do anything if he doesn't provoke himself. However, the target of their extortion is themselves. I'm sorry. I want to export my evil spirit and act on behalf of heaven. You dare? Seeing Chu Zhongshan take out the spirit knife from the storage bag, the other party suddenly changed his face. Originally, he thought that Chu Zhongshan didn't have enough contribution points and blood crystals. He would surely take the lead to return and continue to hunt 10 blood demons on the first floor and collect enough blood crystals, so he relaxed his vigilance. However, what he never thought of was that Chu Zhongshan, who was on the 6th floor of the body refining period, dared to take the initiative. Die. The bad behavior of the other party has angered Chu Zhongshan, so he did not show mercy. Directly use the strength of 7 layers, and add attribute strength to the knife technique. It's a move of scorching sun. In the frightened eyes of the other party, cut him in half directly, and then take away the storage bag on the other party. Chu Zhongshan is only the cultivation achievement of the 6th floor during the physical training period. In the eyes of the disciples guarding the passage to the 2nd floor, sending a disciple at the peak of the 7th floor during the physical training period is enough to easily deal with Chu Zhongshan, so they didn't pay attention to what happened here. However, when they heard the angry shouts of their companions, they turned to wait and see the picture of Chu Zhongshan cutting his companions in half. Boy, you want to die. Among the disciples guarding the 2nd floor passage, there were several companions who had a good relationship with the killed disciples. Seeing that their companions were split in 2, they immediately roared angrily. You can't live because you've done evil. Hang the storage bag around your waist and stretch out your hand to play the blade. Chu Zhongshan said with righteous spirit. Just when the angry disciples were going to kill Chu Zhongshan and avenge their dead companions, one of the disciples in the crowd reached the half-step chi transformation period. It was obvious that these disciples with heads stretched out their hands to stop them and looked at Chu Zhongshan carefully. There seems to be only a small gap between the 6-story high stage and the 7-story peak stage, but the strength gap between the two is very huge. After all, the 7th floor of the body training period is already a high level of the body training period, and its strength is at least 5 to 10 times that of the 6th floor of the body training period. Therefore, even if Chu Zhongshan stealthily attacks while his companions are not paying attention, it is difficult to kill with one shot, unless Chu Zhongshan is a genius whose strength can surpass his own 2 small realms. It was precisely because he had doubts that he deliberately observed Chu Zhongshan, his clothes and appearance. The more he observed him, the more he felt that Chu Zhongshan looked familiar, especially when he saw the spirit knife in his hand. A person flashed in his mind. Then he hurriedly greeted with enthusiasm, "It's junior brother Chu. It's really a flood that washed the Dragon King Temple. A family doesn't know a family." Seeing the half-step qi-changing expert who ran away from the crowd, Chu Zhongshan temporarily suppressed the impulse of his hand and asked coldly, "First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My surname is Zhao, my single name is Yang. I come from the kingdom of Zhao, an affiliated kingdom of the Tianlong Emperor." Chu Zhongshan's cold attitude didn't make Zhao Yang angry. He still introduced himself enthusiastically. "Oh." Hearing Zhao Yang's self-introduction, Chu Zhongshan nodded and showed an expression of enlightenment on his face. The Tianlong dynasty ranks the top 3 among more than a dozen imperial dynasties in the southern region and is in charge of more than a dozen subordinate kingdoms. Zhao was the top 5 of the more than a dozen kingdoms under the control of the emperor. Chu Zhongshan knew the state of Zhao because he had helped Chu Tianyun deal with family affairs for some time. He had seen information about the state of Zhao and knew that the state of Zhao was the most loyal subsidiary of the Tianlong Emperor. The state of Qi is also a subsidiary of the Tianlong imperial dynasty, so he was right when he said that the flood flushed the Dragon King Temple and the family didn't know each other. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan finally remembered and knew himself, Zhao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he was able to recognize Chu Zhongshan was that in front of the Blood Devil's secret realm, Chu Zhongshan's appearance was too shocked to attract attention. Next, the enthusiastic cry of Dongfeng Yuner and the recognition of Dongfeng Yangping made Zhao Yang deeply remember Chu Zhongshan. "Brother Chu, I'm really sorry just now. The toll should go to my own head." Zhao Yang smiled. The reason why Zhao Yang is a little humble is not that he is afraid of Chu Zhongshan. Even if Chu Zhongshan is a genius who can surpass his own realm, his strongest strength will not exceed the 10 levels of perfection in the physical training period. But he is already in the stage of half-stepping into Qi, and his weapon has reached the spirit level. It is not difficult to kill Chu Zhongshan. He chose to be patient step by step, because he was afraid of Dongfeng Yangping behind Chu Zhongshan. After all, he is the prince of King Zhao's office, and the state of Zhao is a subsidiary of the Tianlong dynasty. Dongfeng Yangping is likely to be the first successor of the Tianlong Emperor. Under this complex relationship, he doesn't want to offend Chu Zhongshan for the time being. "He, brother Zhao, since it's a misunderstanding, just untie it." Seeing Zhao Yang's initiative and forbearance, Chu Zhongshan is not a person who knows no good or evil. After the tone between them eased, he took the initiative to take back the spirit knife to show his sincerity. Although he also wants to kill these scum who are more than robbers, the overall strength of these people is not weak. Zhao Yang's cultivation is in the half-step Qi transformation period. If he wants to kill him, he must use all his strength and cards, which is very disadvantageous for him to enter the second layer of the Blood Devil's secret realm, so he is also tolerant for the time being. "Brother Chu, look at your posture just now. Are you going to enter the second floor?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan take the initiative to put away his weapons, Zhao Yang knew that he had accepted the reconciliation and that there would be no bloody conflict between the two sides for the time being, so he felt relieved and boldly walked to Chu Zhongshan and asked with a smile. "Yes." Chu Zhongshan did not mention the changes outside the secret territory but nodded. "Okay, I'll send Brother Chu to the second floor of the secret place." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't want to talk more, Zhao Yang also knew that he was not satisfied with what he and others had just done, and there were still tangles in his heart. I'm afraid he wouldn't even talk much if he didn't care about his cultivation during the half-step Qi transformation period and the special relationship between them. Similarly, Zhao Yang is unwilling to face Chu Zhongshan more. After all, Chu Zhongshan just killed one of his companions, and many people in the team still hate Chu Zhongshan. If it weren't for their own face, they would have killed Chu Zhongshan, so he also wanted to send Chu Zhongshan away. "Brother Zhao, before I leave, I want to give you a word. People are doing it and heaven is watching. If you do something too much, God will not see it." Standing in front of the passage leading to the second floor, Chu Zhongshan suddenly left a sentence before leaving. Later, he ignored Zhao Yang's reaction and directly used the medium-level body method and martial arts to enter the second layer of the secret territory. Damn it! If Chu Zhongshan left before entering the channel, Zhao Yang was angry. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't entered the second floor of the secret place, he would certainly teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson and let him know that he can eat indiscriminately, but he can't talk nonsense. If he talks nonsense, he is likely to die. "Boss, if you let him go like this, the little soldier will die in vain." Just after Chu Zhongshan rushed into the passage, a disciple who just took the lead in cursing Chu Zhongshan and planned to do it said angrily, "Let him go, hi. forcibly suppress the inner anger, Zhao Yang said in a gloomy tone. On the contrary, those who offend me Zheyang never have good fruit to eat. Those who dare to kill my Zheyang brothers, I will let him know what life is better than death. Speaking of this, Zhao Yang turned his head and looked at his companion not far away, and then said in a low voice, "Although the strength of the surname Chu is not high, the forces behind him are in some trouble. It's not easy to kill him in front of everyone. Otherwise, how can I let him go? The time for the Blood Devil secret place to open is 15 days, and there are still 14 days before it is closed. There is still plenty of time. Zio Qi, after we collect enough blood crystals and contribution points, we will quietly kill the 10 people who joined later, and then enter the second floor to find a chance to kill the one surnamed Chu and avenge the soldiers." It's still the boss. The disciple, known as Zio Qi, couldn't help but extend his thumb in praise after hearing the boss's plot. The passage between each floor of the Blood Devil secret place was not very long. Only 10 seconds later, Chu Zhongshan rushed out of the passage and entered the second floor of the secret place. Compared with the environment on the first floor of the Blood Devil secret place, the environment on the second floor has little change. The only difference is that the sky on the second floor is more bright red, the ground is more blood red, and the smell of blood in the air is stronger. Dongfeng Yuner is a cultivation achievement at the beginning of the third level of the body cultivation period. Since Dongfeng Yangping let her enter the secret territory to practice, she will certainly not let her hunt and kill blood demons more powerful than her, so her activity area should be within the range of 9-grade low-level blood demons. Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to go deep, but took the position where he was standing as the center and looked into the range of hundreds of miles. 9-grade low-level blood demons, whose strength is equivalent to the strength of the early stage of human martial arts cultivation. In addition to the ability of blood demons to create illusion, Chu Zhongshan dare not overtrust and suppress his strength at the 3-level peak of cultivation. With the increase of attribute strength, the combat effectiveness is equivalent to the 4-level peak in the body training period. Even if you encounter 9 low-level and top blood demons, you can solve them within 3 moves. Compared with the 10 blood demons that can be seen everywhere in the first layer of the blood demon secret territory, the number of blood demons in the second layer of the secret territory is obviously much less. After walking for nearly 3 minutes, the genius in Chu met the first blood demon with a low level of 9 grades. Although the strength of the 9 blood demons is far more than that of the 10 blood demons, when facing the Chu Zhongshan, its resistance ability is similar to that of the 10 blood demons. With only one move of the Scorching Sun with additional attribute power, it can easily kill it, adding a 9 blood crystal to the Chu Zhongshan's storage bag. While looking for the figure of Dongfeng Yuner, while killing the 9 blood demons encountered, Chu Zhongshan began to search for Dongfeng Yuner. 1 day later, Chu Zhongshan returned to the mouth of the second floor again, looking a little gloomy. With the medium-level body method and the martial skill of startling the wind leg, the search has been completed within hundreds of miles from his standing position in 1 day and 1 night. Except for nearly 1,000 Jiupin low-level blood demons, there was not only no shadow of Dongfeng Yuner, but also no shadow of other fellow disciples. This strange phenomenon made him suspect that after the Blood Devil secret place was opened, there must have been changes on the second floor. At this time, Chu Zhongshan blamed himself for trusting Dongfeng Yangping too much and believing that he can protect Dongfeng Yuner. If we can negotiate with Dongfeng Yuner in advance and leave a signal that we can contact each other, maybe he will have found her at this time. However, this is not the time to blame yourself, but to try our best to find Dongfeng Yuner. Since there is no area of Jiupin low-level blood devil, then continue to go deep. Chu Zhongshan doesn't believe that he can't find Dongfeng Yuner's figure in the second floor of the whole secret territory. In the following 3 days, he showed his high-level body method and martial skill Lei Feng Leg, and began to wander in all the blood demons' grade haunting areas on the second floor of the blood demons' secret territory. I don't know how many blood demons with uncertain grades were encountered during this period. All these blood demons with uncertain grades turned into blood crystals in his storage bag. At this time, he didn't know how many Jiupin blood demons he had killed. He only knew that the number of blood crystals in the storage bag prepared in advance could almost fill a large bag. Seeing thousands or even tens of thousands of 9-grade high-level blood demons gathered together, Chu Zhongshan temporarily retreated a distance before they found themselves. Because the place where tens of thousands of 9-grade high-level blood demons gather in front of us is the entrance to the 3rd floor of the secret place. In 3 days, with the cooperation of Huang Pin's high-level body method and martial arts skill Lei Feng Leg, Chu Zhongshan dare not say that he has searched the 2nd floor of the whole secret territory, but most areas have been searched carefully. There is still no trace of Dongfeng Yuner, nor even other martial artists. It seems that he is alone on the 2nd floor of the whole secret territory. At this time, Chu Zhongshan had to consider his own situation when considering Dongfeng Yuner's safety. The special environment in the Blood Devil's secret territory was already very bad, which made him feel very depressed all the time, as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Dongfeng Yuner, who doesn't know where he is, worries him. The lonely environment made him upset. The long time killing put him on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, he would not rush to the 3rd layer of the secret territory recklessly. If the passage to the 3rd floor was not occupied by many high-level blood demons, I'm afraid he had rushed in at this time, and is likely to encounter the 8th-grade blood demons. After taking a deep breath of the bloody air in the secret place, Chu Zhongshan felt a tumbling in his stomach and felt like vomiting. Although the feeling of vomiting was uncomfortable, Chu Zhongshan, who was on the verge of collapse, woke up temporarily and immediately suppressed the impulse of riot. After calming down, Chu Zhongshan thought that he had just almost attacked the channel on the 3rd floor of the secret place. He thought that there were tens of thousands of blood demons in front of the channel on the 3rd floor, which was equivalent to the peak of the body training period. He was shocked. Even though his real strength has reached the half-step chi transformation stage, in the face of the siege of tens of thousands of blood demons, equivalent to the peak of the body refining stage, the final result must be the devoured bones. It seems that I overestimate the state of mind cultivation. With the current state of mind cultivation, I really shouldn't break through the 6th layer of the body training period so early. However, since the breakthrough has been made, it is useless to regret, and the environment can easily solve this hidden danger. Temporarily give up the plan of looking for Dongfeng Yuner. Chu Zhongshan shows Lei Feng's legs and returns to the low-level area of the Blood Devil on the 2nd floor of the secret territory. The reason why Chu Zhongshan returned was not that he completely gave up looking for Dongfeng Yuner, but that he planned to find a safe place to refine some blood crystals and improve his state of mind. The improvement of mood cultivation can not only improve his strength, but also let him calmly analyze the current difficulties and make effective arrangements. He searched most areas on the 2nd floor of the whole secret place. He knew that there were many blood demons in those places. The number of blood demons in those places was small. Those places were dangerous, and those places were safe. At this time, the goal of his return is to find Dongfeng Yuner on the 1st day and find a good hiding place in advance when he is calm, so as to prevent a temporary hiding place in case of changes in the secret place. Ignoring the Jiupin blood demons encountered along the way, Chu Zhongshan rushed back to the area of Jiupin low-level blood demons and came to a slightly raised hill. At the bottom of the hillside, there is a hole about 1 meter high and half meter wide, which is covered with some weeds. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the existence of the hole at all. This hillside was discovered by accident when he was looking for Dongfeng Yuner on the 1st day. When the cave was discovered, it was because there lived a 9-rank low blood devil in the cave. The 9-rank blood devil just came out of the cave and was met by Chu Zhongshan. More importantly, this 9-grade low-level blood demon is somewhat different from other blood demons. Although the strength of Jiupin blood demons is equivalent to the cultivation accomplishments of human martial artists during the body training period, their minds are not very mature. Some are similar to those wild animals that are not yet intelligent. They just look for prey to satisfy their hunger and kill their companions to improve their strength. However, the 9-grade low-level blood devil he met had the mind of an adult human, because when he saw Chu Zhongshan for the first time, his eyes showed an extremely complex look, and his first reaction was to turn and run away directly, which surprised him at that time. If it wasn't for his eagerness to find Dongfeng Yuner, he even wanted to catch the blood devil and study it carefully to see what changes had happened to it, leading it to have the wisdom of adult humans. Before entering the mouth of the cave, Chu Zhongshan first observed the surroundings. When he found that there were neither human warriors nor blood demons around, he bent over and entered the mouth of the cave. At the same time, use the spiritual power to vibrate the small soil slope, so that the soil on the small soil slope slides and covers the hole. Because the height of blood demons is much shorter than that of human beings, the cave they live in is very small, which can barely make Chu Zhongshan stand in the cave. The environment of cave is very simple, that is, there are no daily necessities and no decorations. Fortunately, the environment of the cave is still relatively clean. Entering the cave is not to enjoy, but to absorb the energy in the blood crystal and improve the state of mind on the verge of collapse. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan didn't care about the simple environment of the cave. Sitting on the ground with bent knees, Chu Zhongshan took out 10 blood crystals and 10 blood crystals from the storage bag. The shape of the blood crystal is somewhat similar to the hexagonal gem that he took on the girl's hand before crossing. It emits red light and looks very beautiful and charming. The only disadvantage is that the blood crystal is too small. The blood crystal of 10 blood demons is only the size of rice grains, and the blood crystal of 9 blood demons is only the size of soybeans. First, take out hundreds of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones from the storage bag and stack them around. Then pinch a blood crystal of 10-grade blood devil. The sky in the middle of Chu calms the chi and regulates the spirit. Run the Taekshuan Heart Sutra skill and start to absorb the energy in the blood crystal. The strength of 10 blood demons is equivalent to the cultivation of human martial arts in the chi refining period. The energy contained in the blood crystal is very rare. In just 3 seconds, the blood crystals the size of rice grains turned into powder and fell from the gap between his fingers. After absorbing the energy from the 10 blood crystals, Chu Zhongshan did not replace the blood crystals, but closed his eyes and felt the energy absorbed by the blood crystals just now. The energy contained in Shippen blood crystal is very little and soon disappeared after entering the body. However, through careful feeling, Chu Zhongshan found that the special energy in blood crystal can wash the mind, remove the impurities in the mind, and enhance the strength of the mind, which is the so-called state of mind cultivation. In addition to improving his state of mind cultivation, Chu Zhongshan vaguely felt that there seemed to be a special energy in the blood crystal, but this special energy was too scarce, and he completely disappeared before he came and felt it. Chu Zhongshan didn't find that special energy, because he had enough blood crystals in his hand for him to absorb and continue to feel, so after opening his eyes, he directly held the remaining 9-10 product blood crystals in the palm of his hand and continued to absorb the energy in the blood crystals. More than 20 seconds later, 9-10 blood crystals turned into powder. Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes at once and showed a trace of ecstasy on his face. The energy contained in the 10 blood crystals is scarce, but the combined energy of the 9 blood crystals is enough for him to experience and feel carefully. By absorbing the energy in the 9 blood crystals in one breath, Chu Zhongshan has deeply realized how the energy in the blood crystals can wash the mind and improve the state of mind. 10 blood crystals are equivalent to 1/10 of the efficacy of Jiu Pinling tea he once drank. At this time, through experience and feeling, I also have a slightly vague feeling about the level of mental cultivation. 110 blood crystals can almost improve the state of mind cultivation in a small state, and 1010 blood crystals can improve the state of mind cultivation in a small state. The number of 10 blood crystals in his storage bag is nearly 10,000, which is enough for him to improve his state of mind and cultivation in all levels during his physical training period. In addition to the improvement of mood cultivation, what surprised Chu Zhongshan most was that another special energy contained in the blood crystal was aimed at the blood in the body. Force a drop of blood from your finger and put it in front of your eyes for careful observation. Although this drop of blood looks similar to what we saw a few days ago, if we observe it carefully, we can still tell that the color of purple has deepened a little. Chu Zhongshan felt deeply about the power of purple blood. Where he is now, he can have the strength to surpass his 4 small realms. In addition to raising his potential to the limit every time he breaks through the realm, it also has a lot to do with the purple blood in his body. The more purple in the blood, the stronger his strength. If the concentration of purple blood exceeds 3 layers, it is likely to continue to improve the combat power of a small realm. It can not only improve the state of mind cultivation, but also refine the purity of blood. Chu Zhongshan regretted that he had promised to give it to Zhang Xing Zujing. However, since the promise has been made, Chu Zhongshan is not that kind of treacherous villain. He will certainly abide by his promise. Since we should abide by the promise and have enough blood crystals to provide mood cultivation and blood purification, there is only one way, that is to hunt a large number of blood demons, take their blood crystals, and increase their own storage. Therefore, his next action is to continue to search the clues of Dongfeng Yuner, hunt and kill all the blood demons he meets, and take the blood crystals between his forehead. The opening time of the Blood Devil secret place is 15 days. At this time, there are still 10 days left in the past 5 days, which is enough for him to go out and continue to find Dongfeng Yuner and hunt a large number of blood demons. However, considering the changes in the Blood Devil secret realm, Chu Zhongshan did not dare to delay too much. He directly took 300 Jiupin blood crystals and began to absorb the energy in Jiupin blood crystals to improve his state of mind. Compared with the 10 blood crystals with scarce energy, the energy contained in the 9 blood crystals is at least 5 to 10 times that of the 10 blood crystals. It takes nearly 30 seconds to absorb 1 Jiupin blood crystal, and a total of 300 Jiupin blood crystals take nearly 15 minutes. Under the washing of the special energy contained in 300 Jiupin blood crystals, his state of mind cultivation reached the 6th-level peak in the body training period, and his state of mind cultivation exceeded his own level for the first time. At the same time, with the purification of the special energy of 300 Jiupin blood crystals, the blood purple concentration in his body has been close to 2.5 layers, which has fully improved the strength of a small stage in a small realm. Although the effect of blood crystal was very strong, Chu Zhongshan did not continue to absorb the energy of blood crystal, because he was worried that there would be unexpected changes in the blood demon's secret realm, so he ended his cultivation and got up to leave the cave. After walking out of the cave, Chu Zhongshan began to look for places he had not searched according to the map in his mind. Those places either have a large number of blood demons, or the super sixth sense gives him a warning of danger. At this time, the state of mind cultivation has exceeded its own state, so there is no need to worry about the means of blood demons attacking the soul. Moreover, compared with the 3rd layer of the secret realm, those places that send out warnings are at least safer. If there is still no clue of Dongfeng Yuner in these places, he will break into the 3rd layer of the secret place anyway, find ways to find Dongfeng Yangping and others, and then we will work together to find Dongfeng Yuner. If he can have the original means now, he doesn't have to be so troublesome at this time. He can easily determine the position of Dongfeng Yuner by consuming some spirit stones. At the same time, it is easy to reach her through the transmission array. However, he just fantasized and knew that this was an impossible dream, because the energy in the blood crystal can not only improve the state of mind cultivation, but also strengthen the blood energy. When Chu Zhongshan searched the places that had not been searched, he encountered the 9 grade blood demons, no matter what level they were, all cut under the knife and happily put away the blood crystal. Half a day later, Chu Zhongshan came to a valley with a large number of blood demons. At this time, thousands of blood demons in the middle level of 9 grades and tens of thousands of blood demons in the lower level of 9 grades gathered in the valley. At the beginning, Chu Zhongshan once ventured into this place when he found it, but what he didn't expect was that he was usually a solitary blood devil who would attack him and let him escape after being slightly injured. Fortunately, for some reason, the blood devil in the valley could not easily leave the valley, which enabled him to escape at last. Because of this, Chu Zhongshan immediately turned away without worry as long as he found that the number of blood demons gathered exceeded 1,000 in the subsequent search. The improvement of mood cultivation allows him to give full play to his full strength unscrupulously. The special energy contained in blood crystal makes him greedy. The safety of Dongfeng Yuner made him overcome his fear. At this time, he rushed to the valley without fear. Of course, being fearless doesn't mean he has no mind. Thousands of 9th grade middle-level blood demons and tens of thousands of 9th grade lower-level blood demons dare not face them directly, even experts in the Qi transformation period. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan showed Lei Feng's legs, drifted away from the periphery of the valley, and killed those blood demons who were temporarily separated from the team. Display all the strength and the martial arts skills containing attribute strength. Each move and saber technique can take away at least 2 or 3 9-level blood demons, and the number of blood crystals in his storage bag will increase a little. Using the wandering fighting method, in just half an hour, at least more than 100 9th grade middle-level blood demons and more than 700 9th grade lower-level blood demons were killed by him. The number of blood crystals stacked in the storage bag has thickened a lot. In the middle of the valley, there were more than a dozen blood demons, whose strength reached the top of the 9th grade middle level. Seeing that the number of the same kind was decreasing, they immediately slapped their chest angrily. Among the more than 10 top blood demons in the middle level of 9 grades, one blood demon is different. Because other blood demons were stimulated by Chu Zhongshan into madness, but it was very calm and could restrain the blood demons around him. Under its restraint and command, the top blood demons in the middle level of 9 grades, with hundreds of blood demons in the middle level of 9 grades and more than 1,000 blood demons in the lower level of 9 grades, temporarily left the valley and rushed to the middle heaven of Chu. Chu Zhongshan didn't expect that the blood devil should leave the valley voluntarily, but he didn't panic and fear. With an extraordinary speed, he temporarily opened the distance from the valley to prevent himself from being besieged by the blood devil who rushed out of the valley. Then, with the speed far exceeding that of the blood devil, he used the group offensive saber technique and began to harvest the lives of the 9-grade blood devil who rushed out of the valley. If these blood demons still stay in the valley, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to do his best when wandering in order to avoid entering the valley by mistake and falling into the encirclement of blood demons. At this time, thousands of blood demons who rushed out of the valley were like sheep separated from sheep. They were killed and harvested at will. In just 20 minutes, with the speed of Lei Feng's legs, more than 1,000 blood demons who rushed out of the valley were killed by him, and the number of blood crystals in the storage bag increased a lot. However, more than 1,009 grade blood demons killed them and consumed a lot of spiritual power in the middle of Chu. Therefore, he did not continue to provoke the blood demons in the valley for the time being, but took out the elixir and spirit stone to supplement the spiritual power and began to restore the consumed spiritual power. When the spiritual power was fully restored, he repeated his old skill and continued to weaken the number of blood demons in the valley by using the method just now. After Chu Zhongshan killed nearly 1,000 blood demons in the same way, the special blood demon in the valley sent 5 9-grade middle-level top blood demons at one go, and led more than 3,000 blood demons to leave the valley and kill Chu Zhongshan. Seeing more than 3,000 blood demons rushing out of the valley, Chu Zhongshan was not afraid, and his face even showed a trace of joy. If this batch of blood demons can be eliminated, the number of blood demons in the valley will be only half. At that time, when he wandered around the edge of the valley, he could be more confident and dare to challenge the blood demons in the valley, and he could try to attack the valley to see what the secret was in the valley, so that the 9 blood demons who would never gather together could gather together. 10 blood demons are a group of wild animals that have no reason at all. Although 9 blood demons have a certain reason, they still don't get rid of the restrictions of wild animals and have very little wisdom. Chu Zhongshan used speed to kill the blood demons at the edge of the team, which not only didn't make them feel a little threat, but even made them more angry. More than 100 angry blood demons finally couldn't stand the provocation of Chu Zhongshan, so they left the team and rushed to Chu Zhongshan desperately. Faced with hundreds of blood demons rushing over, Chu Zhongshan didn't choose to avoid or defend. Instead, he held a spirit knife and leaned forward. If it is the siege of thousands of blood demons, considering the consumption of spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan will never face it. And hundreds of 9-grade blood demons consume too much spiritual power. He won't be afraid at all. The flames of war raging across the length and breadth of the region. Take millet from the fire. Chu Zhongshan is like a cold-blooded butcher, trying his best to harvest the prey he is about to kill. In just 3 minutes, hundreds of 9-grade middle-level blood demons were killed by him one by one, put away the blood crystals that fell on the ground, and Chu Zhongshan began to walk again with a spirit knife. 20 minutes later, more than 3,000 blood demons rushed out of the valley. Except for a dozen scared blood demons killed by Chu Zhongshan, all the remaining blood demons were killed by him after they fled back to the valley. At this time, the number of blood demons who died in his hands had exceeded 6,000, but there were still 6,000 or 7,000 blood demons in the valley, so Chu Zhongshan did not impulsively impact the valley, but looked coldly at the dozen blood demons who fled into the valley. Looking at more than a dozen blood demons who fled into the valley, the special blood demon in the valley jumped directly into the air, rushed to the more than a dozen blood demons, and then stretched out his thin fingers and ruthlessly inserted them into their skulls. And the face of the most powerful blood devil action, fled into the valley. Dozen of blood devil dare not resist, honestly climb on the ground, let the leader do whatever he likes. The time was not long, only 3 seconds. The 2 blood demons, which were still plump, instantly shrunk to the size of a baby. The original bright red body has turned dark gray. He threw the baby-like blood devil on the ground, and the blood devil leader looked at Chu Zhongshan with a ferocious smile, a demonstration-like move. Chu Zhongshan ignored this. Like the blood demons below the 8th grade, they are a group of irrational beasts. If you can't stand their provocation, what's the difference between yourself and the beast? When wielding the Thunder Windleg, Chu Zhongshan plans to repeat the old technique and continue to weaken the number of 9 blood demons in the valley. However, just before he rushed to the edge of the valley, the strongest and distinctive blood devil just now sent out bursts of howls. With the howling, thousands of blood demons scattered around the valley left their places and began to gather in the center of the valley. Soon, 6,000 or 7,000 blood demons gathered together and surrounded the leader of the strongest blood demon in the middle. Looking at Chu Zhongshan standing at the edge of the valley, the blood devil leader gathered in the center gave a sneer, as if laughing at Chu Zhongshan's timidity and dare not rush into the valley alone. Looking at the blood devil leader surrounded in the center, Chu Zhongshan frowned, because he found that this blood devil was different from other blood demons. It had high wisdom, knew how to protect itself and how to provoke opponents. The ridicule of his opponent didn't make Chu Zhongshan angry. He carefully observed the blood demons gathered together and thought about how to attack him next. None of the 6,000 or 7,000 blood demons in front of him is his opponent. As long as they don't fall into their encirclement, there is no problem in security. Since the opponent plans to defuse his own war of annihilation by means of one-move defense and counterattack, he can't continue to use the war of annihilation. Point kill. After thinking about it, Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to solve the current problem. While he was deep in thought, an idea flashed through his mind when he saw the blood devil just thrown to the ground by the blood devil leader without any opinion. If you break through the 7th layer of Qi refining period, you can release your spiritual power. However, the power of the spiritual power away from the body gradually weakens, which is far less powerful than that attached to the weapon. Therefore, martial artists in the Qi refining period and body refining period rarely use the move of releasing the spiritual power. One of the saber techniques he mastered was called point killing, which was to gather the spiritual power by using the saber technique and stimulate it in a way of high-speed rotation, which was similar to the pistol used by humans before he crossed. But the difference between psychic power and pistol is, pistols use powerful impact to push bullets to attack each other at high speed. After leaving the body, without the input of the source of power, the power will gradually weaken. If you exert point killing with all your strength, the spiritual power leaving the body can maintain the power of the top 10 levels of the body training period within 10 meters. Maintain the power of the 9-layer peak in the training period within 20 meters. Maintain the power of the 8-layer peak in the training period within 30 meters. As the saying goes, shoot a horse before shooting a man, and catch a king before catching a thief. The 6,000 or 7,000 blood demons in the valley gathered together because of the leader of the blood demons. If you can kill the leader of the blood devil under the headless dragon may be in chaos. At that time, you can safely and boldly harvest the life of the blood devil and increase the storage of blood crystals. However, the blood demon leader is the top strength of the middle level of the 9th grade, which is equivalent to the 6th level peak of the human warrior in the body training period. However, from its high wisdom, its strength is likely to reach the 7-level peak in the body training period. In order to ensure one-shot death, Chu Zhongshan's point killing power must be guaranteed to be at the peak of the 8th floor during the body training period. In other words, his attack range must be within 30 meters from the blood demon leader. Looking at the blood devil leader surrounded in the center, Chu Zhongshan calculated the distance and found that the distance to the center was more than 30 meters from the outermost blood devil. In other words, if he wants to ensure one-shot death, he must look directly at the blood demons in front of him and kill these blood demons to advance the distance of the blood demon leader. The consequences of doing so are actually similar to the positive impact on the blood devil. If he can't guarantee to kill the leader of the blood devil, he will be surrounded by 6,000 or 7,000 blood demons. He is not sure whether he can finally escape his life. However, in order to thoroughly find out the secrets in the valley and find the clues of Dongfeng Yuner, he must take a risk, even if he pays his life for it. Taking out the qi tonifying pill and spirit stone from the storage bag, Chu Zhongshan ignored the blood demons in the valley, directly bent his knees and sat on the ground, and began to recover the spirit power just consumed. For Chu Zhongshan's rude behavior, the blood devil in the valley did not choose to attack under the suppression of the leader, but looked at Chu Zhongshan coldly. With the dual assistance of the upper-level Jiupin Buki pill and the 7th-level middle-level Lingxi, 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan has recovered the consumed Lingli. But at this time, he felt the spiritual power in the elixir field churning, and there was a strong hunger and thirst inside his body. The sudden abnormal appearance of the body made Chu Zhongshan happy because it was a sign of the rupture of the bottle path and the improvement of the realm. Originally, he thought it would take him some time to break through the 6th-level peak of the cultivation period, but he didn't expect that with the improvement of mood cultivation and the continuous killing after entering the secret realm, he reached the point of breakthrough in advance. The blood demons in the valley will not rush out for the time being, and the blood demons in their places will not come to the valley, so Chu Zhongshan assured himself and boldly chose to break through on the spot. Because it was only a small stage breakthrough in the small realm, his cultivation successfully broke through the 6th-level peak in the body training period only 3 minutes later. However, the trend after the breakthrough did not stop, but continued to improve. Soon he felt the bottleneck of the 7th layer in the body training period. The tumbling spirit power in the elixir field, the boiling blood in the blood vessels, and the combined attack of mood power made the cultivation quickly reach the top of the 6th layer peak in the body training period. However, under the incomparable bottleneck resistance, the triple combination of spirit power, blood and heart power did not break the bottleneck, so that he did not successfully break through the 7-layer peak in the body training period. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan not only did not feel sorry, but even had a trace of relaxation and joy in his heart. Because his cultivation and accumulation are not enough to break through the 7 layers of the body training period. If he breaks through rashly, it will affect his foundation. However, his state of mind cultivation only reaches the peak of the 6th level in the body training period. If he rashly breaks through the 7th level in the body training period, and his state of mind cultivation cannot keep up with the state, in the special environment of the blood devil's secret place, he will not only not enhance his strength, but even put him in danger. Although he didn't break through the 7th layer of the physical training period, he has touched the bottleneck and tried to break through. Next, he just needs to continue to absorb spiritual power, improve various potentials, increase his accumulation, and break through the state of mind cultivation. It's not difficult to break through the 7th layer of the physical training period. If he was not in the blood devil's secret realm at this time, but in his number 9 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan was sure to break through the 7th floor of the body refining period within 10 days. When the opponent broke through the peak of the 6th floor of the body training period, the momentum on his body changed the face of the leader of the blood devil, but he felt that the opponent's strength did not break through the middle level of the 9th grade. His face immediately returned to normal and still suppressed the blood demons around him, so that they did not rush out of the valley. However, as Chu Zhongshan took out the pill and spirit stone and continued to improve his strength, a provocative move made the blood demon leader unable to suppress the riots of the surrounding blood demons. After all, Jiupin blood demons are a group of wild animals without wisdom. They can restrain for a while, but they can't suppress for a long time. This is not, under its full suppression, dozens of 9-grade lower-level blood demons couldn't control their inner rage. They left the blood demons group directly, rushed out of the valley and rushed to the middle heaven of Chu sitting on the ground. Facing dozens of 9-grade lower-level blood demons, Chu Zhongshan neither got up nor opened his eyes. Just holding a spirit knife, a group of war flames soared to the sky and killed the 10 blood demons who rushed in front. Then, the knife as like as 2 peas, and the same as the same, the 13 blood devils' life was taken away. After 3 moves, more than 30 blood demons who rushed out of the valley were slaughtered. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't get up and didn't open his eyes, not only the lower-level blood devil of the 9th grade couldn't control the inner rage, but also the middle-level blood devil of the 9th grade began to riot in the valley. Seeing that he could not suppress the explosion of the blood devil around him, the blood devil leader immediately gave a howl and pointed at Chu Zhongshan outside the valley with one hand. Then, 6 or 7,000 blood demons howled and rushed to the middle heaven of Chu. When 6 or 7,000 blood demons rushed out of the gathering area and out of the valley, the blood demon leader did not follow other blood demons to rush to the central sky of Chu, but slowly retreated. After retreating to a certain distance, he turned directly and rushed into an underground hole in the deepest part of the valley. When the leader of the blood devil howled, Chu Zhongshan had opened his eyes and saw its action of instructing many blood demons to surround and kill themselves. Facing the blood devil who rushed to kill, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to continue to support Da and stood up from the ground. Although his cultivation reached the peak of the 6th level in the physical training period, his overall strength did not improve much, and the spiritual power in the Danshan could not support him to kill so many blood demons. What's more, when the blood devil leader retreated secretly and rushed into the cave at the bottom of the valley, he also saw clearly. He immediately knew the reason why many blood demons gathered in the valley. I'm afraid the cave hidden a treasure that can improve the strength of the blood devil leader. In order to avoid being besieged by 6 or 7,000 blood demons, and to prevent the blood demon leader from getting the treasure, Chu Zhongshan lifted the spirit power inserted on the ground, used Lei Feng's legs, cooperated with the sword technique, and rushed into the valley. In the scorching sun, he killed the blood demons in front of him, ignored the falling blood crystals, rushed forward for more than 10 meters with an arrow step, and killed the blood demons who were about to come up. One move was like a raging fire, killing more than a dozen blood demons coming up from the front, and also ignoring the falling blood crystals. At this time, except that there is no use of potential, basically all strength has been used. Chu Zhongshan, with full fire, was like a derailed train, which ran through the encirclement of the blood devil and into the valley. Seeing that it was less than 10 meters away from the underground hole, Chu Zhongshan suddenly stopped his legs and killed more than a dozen blood demons in front of him. Then, without hesitation, he rushed into the underground hole. Chu Zhongshan, who rushed into the cave, thought that the cave was low on the ground and would be very dark, dry and wet. However, when he really rushed into the cave, he unexpectedly found that what he rushed into was not a cave at all, but a bottomless passage. There are no lighting facilities around the channel, but it is very bright, as if the channel itself is a treasure that can emit light. At this time, the whole passage is very quiet, so quiet that Chu Zhongshan can hear his own heartbeat. Outside the passage, more than 6,000 blood demons rushed around the entrance and howled one after another, but none of them dared to rush in. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the blood devil outside the channel, Chu Zhongshan felt something bad when he thought that the blood devil leader rushed into the channel without hesitation just now. I'm afraid the blood devil leader who rushed into the channel is not only an ordinary blood devil, but also a blood devil on the 2nd floor of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan didn't consider whether there was any danger in the depths of the channel. He used the medium-level body method and the martial arts of startling the wind leg to move quickly towards the channel. I don't know how long the channel research competition is. Anyway, 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan still didn't feel the end. After careful calculation, he tried his best to show his startling legs. The speed reached nearly 100 kilometers per hour. In 10 minutes, that is, 15 kilometers, nearly 30 miles. There is no end to such a long distance. Is the end of the passage on the 1st floor of the secret territory or outside the secret territory? The confused Chu Zhongshan gradually slowed down and considered whether he should return the same way to avoid the danger he couldn't cope with. At this time, Chu Zhongshan vaguely heard a trace of movement in front of him, a trace of the sound of stepping on the ground issued by fast running. It's normal to think that the blood devil leader just entered the channel 1 minute earlier than himself. According to the competition of speed, it's normal to catch up with him at this time. Now that the blood devil leader has been found, Chu Zhongshan can't let him go, so he suppresses his inner hesitation, directly increases the speed and rushes towards the blood devil leader quickly. A minute later, Chu Zhongshan, who cast Lei Feng's legs, could see the figure of the Blood Devil leader clearly. The Blood Devil leader's original straight body was slightly forward at this time. Forced to rush into the channel, he didn't dare to breathe. It must consume a lot of physical strength and other strength at this time. Beat a drowning dog. Seeing the Blood Devil leader who consumed too much physical strength and strength, Chu Zhongshan had no mercy and pursued the Blood Devil leader at an increased speed. Less than 10 meters away from the Blood Devil leader, Chu Zhongshan jumped directly into the air, took millet from the fire and took the other party's head. The Blood Demon leader, who consumed a lot of physical strength and magic, not only slowed down a lot, but also weakened his perception. Chu Zhongshan didn't notice when he caught up with him. The Blood Devil leader didn't feel it until Chu Zhongshan showed his saber technique and felt the power of the saber technique. Turning his head and looking at the knife point closer and closer to himself, the Blood Demon leader knew he could not resist or avoid, and shouted directly, "Human warrior, if you want to get the treasure, you can't kill me." Although the tip of the knife was only 1 centimeter away from the nose of the Blood Devil leader, it suddenly stopped, but the attribute power attached to the tip of the knife attacked the Blood Devil leader along the tip of the knife and directly blew his nose. Ah! After the nose was blown off by the attribute power on the blade tip, the Blood Demon leader howled bitterly, but he didn't dare to move. Because the spirit knife of Chu Zhongshan didn't take back, and the tip of the knife still pointed to itself, a trend that could advance with each passing day. Originally, Chu Zhongshan decided to kill the Blood Devil leader with a knife no matter how he begged for mercy, but when the Blood Devil leader shouted out human language, he forcibly stopped attacking the knife. In order to ensure enough benefits in the Blood Demon secret place, Chu Zhongshan specially learned a lot of information about the Blood Demon secret place from Zhao and Jun. Among them, there is a detailed introduction about blood demons. Blood demons are still the most obscene force in heaven and earth, resulting in their grade. Even if they reach the 6th grade spirit period, they can't have human wisdom like humans and exotic animals, and speak human language. The 9-grade middle-level Blood Devil in front of him not only has the wisdom that is not inferior to that of adult humans, but also can speak human language very smoothly. How can he not be shocked, and how can he continue to do it? Unfortunately, due to his all-out attack just now, even if he forcibly took back the sword skill, the attribute power contained in the spiritual power was beyond his control, resulting in the attribute power of the blade tip directly smashing its nose. "Who are you? Why do you have such high wisdom and can speak human language?" Although its nose was smashed by the attribute power on the tip of the knife, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel the slightest embarrassment. At the same time, he didn't take back his spiritual power and asked with murderous spirit, "I'm a blood devil. I'm a blood devil from the 6th layer of the secret land. I have the wisdom of adult humans since I was born and am proficient in human language." Chu Zhongshan was full of murderous threats, which made the Blood Demon leader endure the pain of losing his nose and tell his detailed origin and why he was so special. Ligan sect has owned the Blood Devil secret place for thousands of years. I don't know how many peerless strong men and great energy have entered the secret place. They have never found that there is a 6th layer in the secret place. The answer of the Blood Devil leader made Chu Zhongshan tremble in his heart. Because he thought of a problem, that is, the great changes before the secret place may have a lot to do with the 6th floor of the Blood Demon secret place that has never appeared. Dongfeng Yuner may have accidentally entered the 6th floor of the secret land. In fact, not only Dongfeng Yuner entered the 6th floor, but also those disciples who were brought into the 2nd floor of the secret realm by the experts in the Qi transformation period. I'm afraid they all accidentally entered the 6th. Otherwise, he could not have searched most areas and found no trace of any disciples. As for whether Dongfeng Yuner was killed by the Blood Devil, Chu Zhongshan believed that the Blood Devil in the secret territory could not do this for the time being. Because Dongfeng Yuner not only has the card left by the strong man of the Tianlong Emperor to protect her life, but also has the jade pendant given before entering the secret territory, which is enough to ensure her life safety. What's more, Zhao and Jun's power to stay in the jade pendant has reached the peak of the divine soul period. If the jade pendant breaks out, as long as it is in the first 3 layers of the secret realm, he can feel the power that makes the world change color. This means was left by Huang Lao when he left his mind. Really, I was really born on the 6th floor of the secret land. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't believe his answer just now, and the tip of the knife pushed forward again, the Blood Devil leader was scared and explained quickly. Then where is the sixth floor of the Blood Devil secret place? If you want to find Dongfeng Yuner, you must know where the sixth floor of the secret place is, so his spirit knife not only didn't take back, but the tip of the knife touched its face directly. I don't know. The slightest ice on the tip of the knife made the Blood Devil leader shiver uncontrollably, and his inner fear increased a bit. However, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, he shook his head and said he didn't know. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's face gloomy, the palm of the knife holding the spirit knife trembled slightly and explained quickly. The strong will calm down. In fact, not only I don't know, but also other blood demons born on the sixth floor of the secret territory. Because 3 days after birth, we will be directly thrown out by the special consciousness contained in the sixth layer of the secret land. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's face still unchanged, the blood demon leader continued to explain. With its detailed explanation, Chu Zhongshan gradually felt the mystery of the sixth layer of the secret realm. At the same time, it also overturned the original reasoning. Dongfeng Yuner and others are not on the sixth floor of the secret land at this time. Because according to the leader of the Blood Devil, where is the sixth floor of the secret place? No Blood Devil can know whether it is 10 or 6 blood demons in the whole Blood Devil secret place, and no Blood Devil can find it. Although they were born in the sixth layer of the secret realm, since their birth, the subconscious has absorbed the unimaginable blood energy in the sixth layer of the secret realm. In particular, according to the constitution and talent at birth, the energy absorbed in 3 days can make it grow into 6 blood demons. However, the number of blood demons with this constitution and talent is very rare. Basically, in each batch of blood demons born, only 1 blood demon has this constitution and talent. The blood demons with the worst physique and talent can only absorb energy within 3 days to make them barely reach 10 blood demons. The number of blood demons with such physique and talent is the largest. 3 days later, the blood color energy of the sixth layer of the secret place will disappear automatically. These blood demons born on the sixth floor of the secret land will be thrown in different positions according to different grades. No matter whether the talent are outstanding or extremely poor, the sixth layer of the secret realm will treat the born blood demons with the same recognition. That is, they all have the wisdom of adult human warriors and the language used by human beings. I ask you, how many blood demons like you are in the whole blood demon secret territory? Chu Zhongshan asked nervously. A large number of sect disciples choose to enter the secret territory. In addition to hunting and killing blood demons, and harvesting blood crystals that can improve their state of mind and contribute to the sect, it is also because the blood demons in the secret territory of blood demons have low wisdom, only understand attacks and don't understand intrigues. Therefore, in the face of blood demons with the same strength, as long as they are not surrounded by a large number of blood demons, security is basically guaranteed. If there are a large number of blood demons with human wisdom, like the blood demon leader in front of him, who knows how to gather blood demons without wisdom and how to arrange the orderly attack of blood demons, the disciples who enter the blood demon's secret place will be in bad luck. The number should be small. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's nervous interrogation, the Blood Devil leader shook his head, and his face also showed a depressed and puzzled expression. Strong man, according to your definition of time in the human world, I should have been thrown out of the sixth floor of the secret territory for more than 6 days. In these 6 days, I have been to most areas of the second floor of the whole secret territory, but I have not met any similar animals like me. I ask you, how many blood demons of the same grade were there around you when you were thrown out of the sixth floor of the secret territory? The Blood Devil leader was full of depressed and puzzled expressions, which made Chu Zhongshan gradually realize that the change of the Blood Devil's secret place was probably very complex. If you want to find out the causes and root causes of the change, you must find out every detail. It seems that there are many, and it seems that I am the only Blood Devil. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, the blood demon leader immediately began to recall the picture when he was abandoned from the sixth floor of the secret territory. However, with its recollection, he gradually found that the original picture was constantly changing, so that he could not accurately see the original situation, and the picture in his mind gradually blurred, and soon all the memories about the sixth floor of the secret land disappeared. At the same time, it felt that its sea awareness seemed to be suddenly exploded by the chaotic picture, making it painfully fall to the ground, roll and howl. Seeing the Blood Devil leader's answer was not only very vague, but also the result of the memory was to fall to the ground and scream. I immediately knew that the 6th floor of the secret realm was probably the restricted area of the Blood Devil's secret realm, which was a secret that was absolutely not allowed to be touched and leaked. The Blood Devil leader just touched the secret of the 6th layer of the secret realm, which led to being eaten back by the power of the secret realm, making his life worse than death at this time. Looking at the Blood Devil leader who fell to the ground and howled in pain, and whose breath was getting weaker and weaker, Chu Zhongshan thought about it and cut his finger, forcing a drop of purple blood to drop on the Blood Devil, and asked quickly at the same time, "Where did the human warrior on the 2nd floor of the secret land go?" The time when the Blood Devil leader was thrown out of the 6th floor of the secret place was just the time when the Blood Devil's secret place was opened. At the same time, the place where the Blood Demon leader was thrown is the 2nd floor of the secret land. If Dongfang Yongping takes Dongfang Yuner to the 2nd floor of the secret territory, the Blood Demon leader may have seen them. As long as it is certain that they have entered the 2nd floor of the secret territory, Chu Zhongshan will continue to search the secrets of the 2nd floor. If Dongfang Yuner and others haven't entered the 2nd floor, Chu Zhongshan can either return to the 1st floor of the secret territory and find a way to leave the secret territory to rescue Jiao and Jun. Or, it is even more risky to attack the 3rd layer of the secret land and try its best to find Dongfang Yongping and others. The blood drops in Chu Zhongshan contain purple energy, which seems to be a rare tonic for the Blood Devil. After integrating his blood drops, the Blood Devil leader not only felt a lot less pain in his mind, but also gradually had strength in his body. Yes, but then they all disappeared suddenly. I don't know where they went. All those who entered the 2nd floor of the secret place suddenly disappeared. I'm afraid it was related to the changes before the secret place. Chu Zhongshan decided to stay and continue to check the secrets of the secret place and collect more high-quality blood crystals. At the same time, try to improve your accomplishments. It's best to break through the accomplishments to the 7th level of the body training period in a short time without affecting the foundation. Only by breaking through the 7th level of the cultivation period can he have a certain grasp of dealing with the lower-level blood demons of the 8th grade and have a glimmer of hope to find Oriental Yongping. I ask you, how long is this passage, and what is the end of the passage? If you want to continue searching the secrets on the 2nd floor of the secret territory, you must first find out what the secret is in front of you. This. The Blood Devil leader, who had always been very frank, was worried about the secret at the end of the passage, as if he didn't want to answer. The spirit knife that was just taken back once pointed at it, and a strong murderous spirit rose on him. At the same time, his tone was gloomy and threatening. To tell you the truth, since I can save you with blood, I can also kill you with spiritual power, and I don't believe that this channel is boundless. Even if you don't say it, I can also find the secret of the end. Speaking of this, the tip of the knife directly touched the blood crystal between his forehead, and the tone was more gloomy and threatening. Unfortunately, you must not see this scene. Because you have returned to the embrace of the Blood Devil's secret realm, your blood crystal will become a resource to enhance my strength. Take the spirit knife away, I said. Chu Zhongshan's naked threat made the Blood Devil leader feel a burst of cold heart. It remembered Chu Zhongshan's cruel means of killing his subordinates outside the channel and his ruthless expression on his face. He knew that what he had just said was not a threat. If his answer can't satisfy him, the spiritual power in his hand may be cut off directly. Therefore, for the sake of his small life, he finally tells the secret he knows truthfully. At your current speed, you can reach the end of the passage in 5 minutes at most. There is a stone chamber at the end of the passage. As for the treasures in the stone chamber, I don't know. Speaking of this, the Blood Devil leader saw that Chu Zhongshan still didn't take back the spirit knife, and knew that he was not satisfied with his answer just now. In desperation, it had to tell the final secret it knew. I really don't know the details of the stone chamber, but I can vaguely feel that there are treasures in the stone chamber to enhance my strength. Can you still walk? Take back the spirit knife, Chu Zhongshan asked coldly. Just now, the Blood Devil leader replied that Chu Zhongshan didn't believe it 100%, but he called back the steel knife because if what it just said was true, whether there were hidden mechanisms in the stone chamber with the treasure, and whether there were unknown dangers. These organs and dangers must be checked with cannon fodder. The best cannon fodder is not someone else, but the leader of the Blood Devil in front of us. You can go. Seeing Chu Zhongshan take back the spirit knife, the blood demon leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he asked if he could go, he immediately knew that he could not leave for the time being. He was both helpless and secretly happy. Helpless because in his limited experience, he has never seen such a moody person as Chu Zhongshan who turns his face faster than turning a book. If he annoys him because of a small thing in the next journey, he will be frightened and tortured again. The secret joy is because the blood just dropped on him by Chu Zhongshan not only completely restored his damaged consciousness and body, but also improved his strength. As long as he leaves the channel now and goes to the secret place full of blood energy outside, he will soon break through the grade and be promoted to 9-grade high-level blood devil. If it can get a drop of blood from Chu Zhongshan now, it can not only break through the grade on the spot, but also improve its own blood, paving the way for it to break through the 8th grade in the future. Get up honestly and dare not walk ahead with any dissatisfaction. It was not far from the end of the channel, and Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry. He slowly followed behind the blood devil leader, while guarding against any small movements and guarding around the channel in case of emergencies. Under the leadership of the blood devil leader, 7 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan vaguely saw a stone house built of red boulders in front of him. The strong man of mankind, the red stone house in front, is the secret room with treasures and the end of the passage. When the advancing blood devil leader could also see the red stone house, he shouted in surprise, "Don't be wordy, move on." Although the strong sixth sense didn't give any warning, Chu Zhongshan didn't take it lightly, remained vigilant, and let the blood demon leader go ahead. Chu Zhongshan was relieved that nothing had happened until he reached the front door of the red stone house. Standing in front of the red stone house and looking at the red stone door of the stone house, Chu Zhongshan frowned. Because he found that the carvings on the stone door of the stone house were very similar to those on the red copper door of the blood prison pavilion of the Chu family. The only difference is that the carvings on the stone gate are vague, and the specific shape of the carvings cannot be seen clearly. "Human strong, can we go in now?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan staring at the stone gate for a long time, the blood demon leader, who was absorbed by the treasure that can improve his strength in the secret room, couldn't help asking. Yes, although it was absorbed by the carvings on the stone gate, Chu Zhongshan Yiju kept most of his energy on the blood demon leader. After all, the blood devil is a group of inhumane beasts, which may bite back at any time. It is necessary to prevent its sneak attack. After agreeing to the request of the blood devil leader, Chu Zhongshan stepped back and motioned to open the red stone door of the secret room. In this regard, the blood demon leader has no opinion or dissatisfaction. Because even without the order of Chu Zhongshan, the reason why it broke into the cave is to enter the stone chamber and harvest the treasures that can improve its strength. The blood devil leader gently pressed the red stone gate with a pointed blood hand. He didn't see how hard it was. The red stone gate was gently pushed open. Then, a very strong but not disgusting, bloody smell came to my face. As the bloody smell entered the body along his nose, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt the blood in his blood vessels begin to boil. Even from the boiling blood, he felt that they seemed very hungry and thirsty, trying to devour the treasure with bloody smell. He forcibly suppressed the boiling blood and saw the blood demon leader enter the stone chamber unharmed. Chu Zhongshan didn't hesitate too much and rushed into the stone chamber. After entering the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan first saw a pool filled with red liquid on the east side of the stone chamber. The strong smell of blood was emitted from the pool, and the boiling blood in the body was also due to the pool of red liquid. Seeing the blood devil leader racing straight to the blood pool and a move to jump into the blood pool, Chu Zhongshan frowned slightly and shouted softly, "Step back. Strong human beings, the red liquid in the blood pool only works on our blood demons. It not only has no effect on you human warriors, but even hurts your lives." Chu Zhongshan's reprimand made the blood devil leader slightly dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to refute Chu Zhongshan, so he had to explain the role of red liquid in the blood pool. "It's not up to you to decide whether it's useful or not, so you'd better stand there honestly. Otherwise, the spirit knife in my hand doesn't have eyes." Seeing the unwilling flash in the blood devil leader's eyes, Chu Zhongshan shook the spirit knife in his hand, and the tone was extremely overbearing and threatening. "You!" The domineering behavior of Chu Zhongshan made the blood devil leader extremely angry. The angry emotion aroused the tyranny in its nature. Its red eyes looked directly at Chu Zhongshan, a posture of wanting to do something. However, seeing Chu Zhongshan shaking the spirit knife in his hand and thinking of the attribute power attached to the knife tip, the tyrannical nature suddenly dissipated. Finally, it reluctantly pointed to Chu Zhongshan and could only retreat to the back. Seeing that the Blood Devil leader was soft, Chu Zhongshan picked up his mouth slightly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. The Blood Devil with human wisdom is really terrible and difficult to deal with. He is a terrible opponent. Because of this, their bloodiness was suppressed by wisdom, which made them less vicious. In response to that sentence, there are gains and losses. Seeing from the blood pool, Chu Zhongshan carefully observed the layout in the stone chamber and found that the layout in the stone chamber was very simple. Except for a blood pool in the east and a stone bed in the west, there was only a stone table in the main hall facing the stone gate, on which a red statue was placed. When he got closer and carefully observed the appearance of the red statue, Chu Zhongshan was stunned. Because he found that the appearance and temperament of the red statue characters were somewhat similar to the statue of Chu Zimai, the ancestor of the Chu family in the central square. Especially with his hands behind his back and looking up at the sky, he showed the lawless temperament, which made them at least 8 or 9 similar. Thinking that the Blood Prison Pavilion, owned by the Chu family, is somewhat similar to this stone chamber, and thinking that the red statue in front of us is very similar to the ancestors of the Chu family, Chu Zhongshan had a strange idea in his heart. That is, the Chu family is likely to have a certain connection with the Blood Devil's secret place. But then he shook his head and denied the idea. Because the Chu family was founded less than 1,000 years ago, the Blood Devil's secret place has existed for more than thousands of years, and the gap between time nodes is too large to connect with each other. Take a deep breath. Chu Zhongshan throws out the fantastic ideas just in his mind and forcibly diverts his vision from the red statue. At this moment, he doesn't want to face the red statue and don't want to have that kind of fantastic idea. Unfortunately, in addition to the blood pool and stone bed in the whole stone chamber, only the statue in the main hall can attract his attention. In desperation, his eyes returned to the statue. Chu Zhongshan thought for a moment, then used his martial arts skills, cooperated with the spirit knife in his hand, directly knocked the blood demon leader unconscious and kicked him to the door. Then he turned around, with a spirit knife in one hand and full of vigilance, and stretched out his hand to take the red statue on the table. When his hand just touched the red statue, the whole red statue suddenly exploded and turned into a pile of red powder. Surprisingly, the exploded red powder not only didn't fall to the ground, but floated in mid-air. The red powder floating in the air directly wrapped Chu Zhongshan before he came and reacted. Then, the wrapped red powder enters the body through the hair on the body surface. At the moment when the red statue exploded, Chu Zhongshan had reacted and immediately took precautions, but what he didn't expect was that the red powder formed after the explosion of the red statue seemed to be spiritual. He easily avoided the waving spirit knife and wrapped him directly. Seeing the red powder wrapped on his body and seeping into his body through the gap between his body hair, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly patted his body with his hands and wanted to take the red powder off his body. However, just as he raised his hands, the red powder that had penetrated into his body quickly melted into his mind and began to control his mind and body, so that his hands could not fall in the air. At the same time, the red powder entering the body not only controls his mind and body, but also has penetrated into his elixir field to control the spiritual power in his elixir field. Chu Zhongshan, who was controlled by his mind and body, regretted that his intestines were green at this time. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. If you weren't too curious and didn't reach out to touch the red statue, the statue wouldn't explode automatically. If the statue does not explode automatically, there will be no red powder, and the red powder will not wrap itself or control itself as it is now. If God could give him a chance to start over again, Chu Zhongshan would certainly choose not to touch the red statue or even enter the stone chamber. However, it's too late to regret. At this time, he can only watch his sea of knowledge controlled by the red powder, his body occupied, and even he may become a puppet without his own thoughts. The only thing that puzzled him was why the strong sixth sense didn't give him any warning of danger this time. The time is not very long, only 1 or 2 minutes. The red powder wrapped on the body surface has completely penetrated into the body. At this time, from the outside, the whole person in Chu Zhongshan has turned red, which is somewhat similar to the blood devil in the blood devil's secret realm. The only difference is that the flesh and blood on his body has not disappeared, and the blood vessels are not exposed on the surface of his body for the time being. Although the consciousness is controlled by the red powder, the feeling of the body is still. The red powder, fully integrated into the body, has occupied nearly 7 layers, leaving only the blood in the blood vessels that has not penetrated. However, according to the current trend, it is only a matter of time before the red powder penetrates into the blood vessels and into the blood. Sooner or later, he will become a puppet without self-consciousness. However, just as the red powder was about to penetrate into the blood vessels and integrate into the blood, Chu Zhongshan, who was already desperate, suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. I feel that the blood in his body can not only solve the current dilemma, but also make a qualitative breakthrough in his strength. Because the blood in his body is different from ordinary martial artists. After 5 days and 5 nights of continuous purification in the blood prison pavilion, the blood has purple blood. After continuous breakthroughs in the realm and the supplement of hundreds of blood crystals, the concentration of purple blood has reached 2.5 layers. In addition to improving his strength, purple blood must have other abilities, but he hasn't found them yet. Perhaps this time's dilemma is also likely to be an opportunity to understand purple blood. For the time being, Chu Zhongshan doesn't worry about his own safety. He tries his best to feel whether the red powder will change as he felt just now. The red powder seeps into the blood along the blood vessels and cooperates with the blood quickly. The change he felt not only didn't happen, but the red powder melted into the blood faster and faster. At this time, Chu Zhongshan was completely desperate. In despair, he began to review his life and experience after crossing, and found that he had 3 regrets that had not been solved. The first regret is that before his death, his cultivation and strength did not reach that he could tear the void, roam the stars, and return to the earth to see his elderly parents. Look at their living conditions and mental state at this time. The second regret is that I didn't see Dongfeng Yun'er's last murderer before I died. I didn't determine whether she was safe now or whether I had a relationship with her before I died. The third regret is that before his death, he failed to promote the Chu family to 7, 6, 5, or even 4 noble families, becoming the top force affecting the southern region. Chu Zhongshan, who had thought he would die, had chosen to close his eyes and quietly wait for death. However, after all the remaining red powder was integrated into the blood, Chu Zhongshan did not feel the coming of death, and his consciousness and body were still controlled by the red powder. Beyond doubt, Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes and felt the changes of his body at once. He found that the red powder completely integrated into the blood had no movement, as if it didn't exist at all. What's going on? According to the characteristics of red powder, you should control your blood and further turn yourself into a puppet without thinking, or like a blood demon in the secret realm of blood demon. When Chu Zhongshan wondered that the red powder did not respond, the originally quiet blood seemed to be ignited and began to boil violently. The boiling blood made Chu Zhongshan feel pain all over. The feeling of pain was that he wanted to howl. However, the controlled consciousness and body made him want to howl, but he couldn't make a sound. The blood in the blood vessels boils more and more violently, and gradually a suction force is generated. The suction force passes through the body surface and begins to act on the red liquid in the blood pool in the east of the stone chamber. At first, drops of red liquid were sucked up from the blood pool. The red liquid slowly rose into Chu Zhongshan's body along the suction, then into the blood vessels, and finally into the blood. The red liquid melted into the blood vessels, is quickly transformed into a special energy, which is divided into 3 parts. Part of the energy is used to purify the purity of the blood. Part of the energy is differentiated into pure spiritual power and flows into the danshan, and the rest of the energy begins to strengthen the internal organs in the body. As the suction generated by blood boiling becomes stronger and stronger, more and more red liquid in the blood pool is absorbed. The more red liquid melted into the body, the more purple blood transformed into the blood, the more spiritual power poured into the elixir field, and the viscera were strengthened more and more powerful. 3 minutes later, the unconscious Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that a hard barrier in his mind was broken by a force. As this barrier was broken, the consciousness of being controlled by red powder gradually faded, and Chu Zhongshan began to regain control of the body. However, the retreated red powder only allows him to control 1/3 of his body, which can make him consciously run the Taikshuan Heart Sutra skill and control the change of cultivation. Although he didn't know why the red powder took the initiative to return the control of the body, Chu Zhongshan soon understood his current situation after mastering 1/3 of the control of the body. After absorbing the red liquid in the blood pool, the red powder not only makes the purple blood concentration in his body reach 31%, but also breaks through the 7 layers of cultivation. At the same time, as the suction in the blood continues to absorb the red blood in the blood pool, his cultivation is still improving rapidly. In more than 10 seconds after Chu Zhongshan used 1/3 of his control to check his own condition, he continued to absorb red liquid with the suction generated by the blood, and his cultivation has been promoted to the middle of the 7th layer of the body training period. Although I don't know what happened, Chu Zhongshan doesn't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Even for himself, it's a very difficult opportunity. Therefore, he put aside all his thoughts, quickly bent his knees and sat down, then ran the Taichuan Heart Sutra skill, began to fully absorb the spiritual power transformed by red liquid, and continued to improve his cultivation. At the same time, he consciously connected the storage bag, took out thousands of Jiupin blood crystals, and then began to fully absorb the energy in the blood crystals, improve the state of mind cultivation, and strive for the state of mind cultivation to match the state of mind. The gap between passively absorbing spiritual power and actively improving spiritual power is very obvious. After actively operating the Taichuan Heart Sutra skill to absorb the spiritual power flowing into the body, the speed of cultivation improvement has increased by at least 3 times. At the same time, when absorbing the spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that the spiritual power transformed by the red liquid was very pure and could be directly absorbed and utilized without refining at all. With his active absorption of spiritual power, he just broke through the cultivation in the middle of the 7th floor of the body training period, and soon broke through to the high level of the 7th floor of the body training period, which is only 1 step away from the peak. With his active absorption of spiritual power to improve his cultivation, the red powder, which had only handed over 1/3 of the control, gave way again, allowing him to begin to master more control of the body. Boom. However, in 5 minutes, Chu Zhongshan felt that the spiritual power in the danshan was suddenly expanded, and countless spiritual powers poured into the danshan in an instant. He knew that he had successfully entered the 7-level peak of the body refining period. In more than 10 minutes, he broke through from the peak of 6 layers in the body training period to the peak of 7 layers in the body training period. The speed of this cultivation is the fastest since he began to practice again. Moreover, the suction of red powder controlling the formation of blood still hasn't stopped, and more red liquid is absorbed into the body and transformed into different energy. The breakthrough of cultivation realm pays attention to being steady and steady. He can improve a small realm at one go. The cultivation in 3 small stages has made him worry about whether it will affect the foundation. At this time, he did not want to absorb spiritual power in order to improve his accomplishments, but wanted to quickly consolidate his accomplishments after the breakthrough, so as not to affect his solid foundation. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes and looked at the blood pool on the east side of the stone chamber. He found that the red liquefaction in the blood pool had bottomed out and was almost consumed. He was relieved. When the cultivation was promoted to the top of the 7 layers in the body training period, and it was only 1 step away from breaking through the 8 layers in the body training period, Chu Zhongshan began to consciously use the excess spiritual power to strengthen the body. However, the strength of the body is limited after all, and cannot fully absorb so much spiritual power. However, in addition to the body's ability to absorb spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan really couldn't think of anything else he could absorb excess spiritual power. When he was worried about how to deal with the excess spiritual power in his body, so that the excess spiritual power would not continue to improve his cultivation, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. That is, the spiritual knife that had been integrated into his own blood essence and spiritual power. As a spirit saber of one's own life in the future, its grade is still half spirit level at this time. It needs a lot of spirit power to upgrade. Can't the excess spirit power be used to upgrade its grade at this time? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan quickly reached out to pick up the fallen spirit knife and began to input the excess spirit power into the spirit knife. 5 minutes later, As the red liquid in the blood pool is completely consumed, the suction of the red powder to control the formation of blood also quietly stops, and the continuously transformed energy in the body also subsides. For the time being, he did not pay attention to his physical condition at this time, nor did he observe the change of the spirit knife in his hand. All the consciousness of Chu Zhongshan began to stare at the red powder that had all retreated into the blood and watch its next move. As the red blood in the blood pool was consumed, Chu Zhongshan's cultivation was raised to the refining limit. The red powder in the blood vessels gradually withdrew from the blood vessels and withdrew from the body through the pores of the body. Looking at the red powder withdrawn from the body, Chu Zhongshan found that its quantity was significantly reduced, nearly 1/3 less than when it was blown up at the beginning. Looking at the red powder withdrawn from the body, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to act rashly for the time being, and looked at its next move without blinking. The red powder from the body gradually gathered together and began to fuse with each other, and finally turned into a red jade pendant. At the moment when the jade pendant was formed, the red jade pendant turned into a red light, directly pasted on the forehead of Chu Zhongshan and completely integrated into it. The speed of the red jade pendant is so fast that, when Chu Zhongshan reacts, the red jade pendant has been completely integrated into his forehead. Thinking that there was a raised blood crystal on the forehead of the blood devil in the blood devil secret realm, Chu Zhongshan was worried that he would become like that, so he immediately raised the spirit knife and reflected his current appearance with the help of the sharp back of the knife. Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief through the appearance reflected on the sharp back of the knife, because he found that his appearance did not become a blood devil in the blood devil secret realm, not even a trace of change. Since his appearance has not changed, he doesn't have to worry about being mistaken by his fellow disciples as a blood devil in the blood devil secret realm. Since the red powder that can threaten him can be turned into a jade pendant and integrated into his body, Chu Zhongshan quickly checked his knowledge of the sea, but found nothing. Thinking of the strangeness of red powder, Chu Zhongshan knew that it was difficult to find the existence of red jade pendant with his own strength. It's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster that can't be avoided. What's more, the red powder not only wanted to control his consciousness and body at first, but also threatened him. Later, it helped him improve his strength and took the initiative to hand over the control of his body. Maybe it doesn't have any malice to itself, and even can help itself in the next secret realm experience, and Chu Zhongshan comforts himself. Unable to find out the whereabouts of the red jade pendant, Chu Zhongshan didn't bother to check it. At this time, he began to check the changes of his own strength after the breakthrough, and by checking and feeling, the joy on his face could not be suppressed at all. He himself has the strength to surpass his 4 small realms. With the cultivation breaking through the 7 peaks in the body cultivation period, his own strength has reached the top in the half-step chi transformation period. If his martial arts skills are combined with the increase of attribute strength, his strength has exceeded the half-step gasification period and barely reached the initial stage of the first layer of the gasification period, but he is certainly not the opponent of the first layer of the gasification period. Because in addition to the advantages of weapons and martial arts, the power they use is not spiritual power, but genuine, which is 1 level higher than spiritual power. As for the power of genuine, Chu Zhongshan has experienced the increase of attribute power in advance. He knows that the power of genuine attribute is far from comparable to that of spiritual power. The red powder combines the suction formed by the blood in the body and absorbs all the red liquid in the blood pool. In addition to making a qualitative breakthrough in his cultivation, the red liquid has a greater transformation of purple blood in his body. At this time, the concentration of purple blood in his blood had reached 35%. 20.5% of purple blood can improve his strength and combat effectiveness in 1.5 small realms, and 30.5% of purple blood can at least improve his strength in 2 small realms. In other words, with the increase of purple blood attribute strength, his strength can basically be the same as that of the experts at the first level of chi transformation period. If you add the cooperation of potential, maybe he can defeat the master of level 1 in the chi transformation period at the peak of level 7 in the body training period. If he can really do this step, it can't be said that he has broken the record of Liuyun's sect for many years, but at least he can really enter the eyes of the top level of Liuyun's sect, which will be unimaginable help for his future practice. Because the cultivation after the breakthrough was consolidated with the help of the excess spiritual power in the body just now, Chu Zhongshan did not need to continue to absorb the spiritual qi to consolidate the cultivation at this time, so he could directly give play to the combat power of the 7-level peak during the body training period. Although he just absorbed Jiupin blood crystal with all his strength, his state of mind cultivation was barely raised to the middle of the 7th floor of the body refining period, and there was still a distance from the peak state. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan didn't get up and leave, but continued to absorb the remaining Jiupin blood crystal, continued to improve his state of mind cultivation, and strive for the state of mind cultivation to be equal to the state of mind cultivation. No way. What about the liquid in the blood pool? Just when Chu Zhongshan gradually raised his state of mind cultivation to the peak of the 7th floor of the body refining period, the blood demon leader, stunned by him, with his spirit knife, woke up. The first reaction of the awakened blood devil leader was to look at Chu Zhongshan. After seeing Chu Zhongshan sitting on the ground with his knees bent to absorb the energy of blood crystals, the second reaction was to look at the blood pool on the east side of the stone chamber. However, just after it saw the complete disappearance of the red liquid in the blood pool, its face showed a look of shock, and shouted in an incredible voice. "Shut up!" the blood devil leader shouted loudly, which woke Chu Zhongshan from his practice. At this time, his state of mind cultivation was barely raised to the peak of the 7th level during the physical training period. When he wanted to continue to improve, he knew that he could not continue to improve his state of mind cultivation after seeing the awakened blood demon leader. After all, he can't practice at ease with a threat that may bite back at any time. "Strong man, do you know where the energy in the blood pool has gone?" Chu Zhongshan's reprimand didn't make the blood devil leader quiet. It pointed to the blood pool and asked Chu Zhongshan urgently. As a blood demon with adult human wisdom, the main purpose of the blood demon leader to suppress the blood of the blood demon and tolerate the persecution of Chu Zhongshan everywhere is the red liquid in the blood pool of the stone chamber. Because the red liquid can not only promote its grade to the high level of 9 grades, but also the final card that it can turn over from Chu Zhongshan's hands, it will be so panicked in the face of the loss of the final card. "If I say the energy in the blood pool is absorbed by me, do you believe it?" Chu Zhongshan didn't want to pay attention to the questioning of the blood devil leader, but when he saw his panic, he thought that he could have the current change, which had a lot to do with it, so he couldn't bear to tell the truth. "Impossible. The red liquid in the blood pool is a very special and domineering blood energy. Only our blood demons can absorb it, if human warriors absorb it." At this point, the blood devil leader suddenly couldn't say any more. Because he found that Chu Zhongshan, which was originally only the 6th-level peak in the body training period, was already the 7-level peak in the body training period, which was equivalent to the 9-level high level in the blood demon level. In the whole stone chamber, there is no other explanation except that the red liquid in the blood pool can make him ascend in such a short time. Is what the strong man in front of us just said true? Why? Although he doesn't believe that Chu Zhongshan can absorb the red liquid in the blood pool to improve his cultivation, from his heart, nearly 9 layers believe that the energy in the blood pool is absorbed by him. However, it is clear that only the blood devil can absorb the energy. Why can the strong man in front of him absorb it? So he asked 2 reasons. Chu Zhongshan couldn't answer it. He just shrugged his shoulders, a gesture that I could absorb, and then walked away from the stone chamber with a spirit knife. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who left without any explanation, the blood demon leader took an unwilling look at the dried blood pool and left the stone chamber with his legs. "Blood devil, this red stone room is the real end of the passage." After leaving the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan looked at the endless void behind the stone chamber and asked reluctantly. The strength and mystery of the red liquid and red statue in the stone chamber made him feel that the end of the channel was not what he saw with the naked eye. Perhaps there was a shocking secret hidden in the place invisible to the naked eye. I don't know, but as a blood demon born in the secret land, I feel that the stone house is the end of the passage. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's unwilling interrogation, the blood demon leader looked at Chu Zhongshan and replied. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, Chu Zhongshan was worried and uncertain. Just take one step as the void, and you can know whether the void really hides the amazing secret as he imagined, but taking this step can also bury him in the void. After all, he is not the cultivation of Kihai period, and he can't swim in the sky with his own strength. The strange change of the red statue made Chu Zhongshan cautious and afraid to take risks at this time, so after thinking again and again, he finally decided to return the same way. It's not that he didn't have the courage to enter the void, but that he found his 3 regrets when facing the situation of death in the stone chamber. Before the 3 regrets were reached, he couldn't die, maybe not easily. Go back, turning his head, Chu Zhongshan ordered the blood demon leader. Nodded, the blood devil leader looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complex look, and then turned around and left along the channel. Finally, he turned his head and looked at the endless void. When Chu Zhongshan was about to turn and walk away, the red jade pendant originally integrated into his forehead suddenly exuded red, and once controlled his consciousness and body, allowing him to step into the void. Just after he stepped into the void, the power of Yupe to control consciousness and body quickly disappeared, allowing Chu Zhongshan to master consciousness and body again, but he had entered the void at this time, and it was impossible to think of returning again. Chu Zhongshan, who stepped into the void, thought he would be affected by gravity. His body fell violently and finally fell into meat pie. However, when he stood upright in the void, he found himself standing on the ground. Although the Blood Devil leader was shocked that Chu Zhongshan could stand in the void without falling, his action at this time was not to come forward to help Chu Zhongshan, but to turn around and escape along the channel. Chu Zhongshan's horror and insidiousness have been deeply experienced. I thought I could never escape the control of Chu Zhongshan, and the moment when the secret place was closed was when I returned to the embrace of the secret place. However, it never thought that Chu Zhongshan would venture into the void behind the stone chamber, which gave it a chance to escape. Although it did not know why Chu Zhongshan, who had originally planned to leave, suddenly entered the void, but now the opportunity was rare, so it did not hesitate at all and directly accelerated to escape. The Blood Devil leader fled without hesitation. Standing in the void, Chu Zhongshan saw it clearly. Although he also wanted to chase the past and solve a hidden danger in the blood secret realm, he was helpless to find that he couldn't stand back and could only move on. Considering that he finally found the passage under the leadership of the blood demon leader and found the stone chamber where the treasures were stored, he finally robbed its opportunity, and letting it die is also regarded as paying for the edge of guiding the way. Since we can't return the same way, Chu Zhongshan can only accept the reality. At the same time, I thought that it was with the help of the red jade pendant that I finally broke through the 7-level peak of the body training period. Maybe its current actions and guidance will bring me a greater opportunity. Given enough confidence, Chu Zhongshan began to step into the void. Walking in the emptiness of nothing, Chu Zhongshan feels like the fairy flying in the clouds in the mythological TV series he saw before crossing, a leisurely and complacent picture. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he took the 9th step, the emptiness that had nothing changed the field in an instant. Bloody day, crimson ground. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Chu Zhongshan felt as if he was returning to the 1st or 2nd floor of the Blood Devil's secret realm. However, he knew very well that the place he entered at this moment was neither the 1st nor the 2nd level of the secret realm. Because in the space in front of us, not only the color of heaven and earth is more gorgeous, but the concentration of blood energy in the air is at least 10 times higher than that on the 2nd floor of the secret place. Holding back the bloody smell, Chu Zhongshan began to look carefully at the secret place in front of him. Deeper he felt, the more he felt that the secret place he was in was probably the 3rd level of the Blood Devil secret place. That is, the level of internal disciples experience. As for whether it is the 3rd level of the secret place, you can know your current environment as long as you test the blood demon level you encounter next. After breaking through the peak of the 7 levels in the body cultivation period, Chu Zhongshan has the strength to challenge the strange in the Qi transformation period. Therefore, even if he may be in the 3rd level of the secret realm, he is not afraid at all. Of course, the premise is that he does not enter the depths of the secret realm. Compared with the blood demons that can be seen everywhere on the 1st floor of the blood demon secret realm, the blood demons can be found on the 2nd floor of the secret realm deliberately. Now the number of blood demons in his environment is even rarer. After searching for nearly half an hour, he really met a blood demon. In addition to the gap in strength, there is also a very obvious sign of the blood devil level, that is, their body shape. The higher the grade, the higher the head, and the stronger the body. At this time, the blood devil he met was close to an adult human. The blood vessels exposed on the body's surface were stronger, and the blood smell on his body was stronger. Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to attack when he met the first blood devil in a strange environment. First, I observed the condition and strength of the blood devil in the distance. After determining that the blood devil in front of me is the lowest level blood devil of the 8th grade, I took out the spirit knife, cast Lei Feng's legs, cooperate with the sword dust martial arts, and directly took the head of the 8th grade blood devil. Chinese letter. The 8-level blood demons are equivalent to the experts in the qi melting period of human martial arts. Both the sensing ability and reaction ability are far more than the 9-level and 10-level blood demons. Even if Chu Zhongshan chose to sneak attack, when his spirit knife was 3 meters away from the 8th grade blood devil, the 8th grade blood devil was aware of it and made a counterattack. Disregarding the cut spirit power and the attribute power contained in the spirit power, the 8th grade blood devil stretched out a sharp claw and met the inevitable blow of the heaven in Chu with a move of life for life. Seeing that the 8th grade blood devil planned to defuse his moves with his life, Chu Zhongshan flashed a trace of ruthlessness in his heart. The attack moves and speed did not decrease, and rushed to the 8th grade blood devil. This is the second move to master the essence of his primary knife technique. It is the most powerful move in one-on-one killing, and it is also the most difficult move for the other party to defend. The blade tip containing attribute power is directly inserted into the heart of the 8th grade blood devil. The 8th grade blood devil, under the great pain, ignored the spirit knife inserted into his heart and still held out a sharp claw to his chest. Seeing that the sharp claw would touch his chest, Chu Zhongshan leaned back, stretched out his right foot and kicked the abdomen of the 8th grade blood devil. With the help of the rebound of the abdomen of the 8th grade blood devil, Chu Zhongshan retreated back and drew out the spirit knife inserted in the heart of the blood devil. The most fatal key of the 8th grade blood devil lies in the blood crystal between the forehead, but as the source of blood, the heart is also its vital place. The heart was punctured by psychic power, and the consequence was that the 8th grade blood devil howled at Chu Zhongshan and fell to the ground and died. Seeing the 8th grade blood devil lying motionless on the ground, Chu Zhongshan didn't take his blood crystal lightly, but took advantage of the characteristic of releasing spiritual power and qi to cut off his head, and bent over to take off the blood crystal in front of his forehead after confirming that he really died. Compared with the 10 blood crystals the size of rice grains and the 9 blood crystals the size of soybeans, the blood crystals of the 8 blood demons are equivalent to the size of cherries, and the internal energy is at least 10 times that of the 9 blood crystals. In other words, only this 8th grade blood crystal can improve his state of mind cultivation at a small stage in a small realm. Solemnly put away the 8th grade blood crystals. Chu Zhongshan didn't have the joy of harvesting blood crystals on his face, but only dignified and cautious. Now that he has met the 8th grade blood devil, it is certain that his current environment is basically the 3rd layer of the blood devil's secret realm, that is, the range of the 8th grade blood devil. Although it didn't seem to take much effort to kill the 8th-level blood devil just now, the process was extremely dangerous. Moreover, the 8th-level blood devil just killed was just promoted to the 8th level, and he didn't fully grasp the power after promotion, so he was killed easily. What's more, although the strength of the 8th grade blood devil is equivalent to the gasification period, it is different from the gasification period. The promotion of the 8th grade blood devil is only the improvement of strength, unlike the gasification period, which is a qualitative change. Therefore, killing the 8th grade blood devil does not reach his strength and really reaches the gasification period. At this moment, he not only converges the breath of his whole body, but also his body method martial arts are only primary martial arts, so that he can escape at any time in case of danger. After going hundreds of meters into the secret place, Chu Zhongshan suddenly stopped and quickly bent over to hide in the red grass. Because at a distance of 100 meters from him, 3 lower-level blood demons of grade 8 gathered together. With his current strength, it is difficult to deal with a lower-level blood devil of grade 8. At the same time, if he meets the upper 3, the final result must be embarrassing. Through the gap between the grass, Chu Zhongshan observed 3 Bapan lower-level blood demons and found that they were surrounded together at this time. On the land in the middle of them, there was a small tree about 20 cm high and red all over. At the top of the small red tree wrapped by 6 or 7 red leaves, there is a bright red fruit. Seeing that the fruit on the small red tree was more and more red, the Bapin lower-level blood devil, who was the tallest and strongest, suddenly shouted impatiently. With its constant tearing and howling, the other 2 8th-grade lower-level blood demons looked at each other, and then stood side by side, ready to deal with the strongest peer in front of them. Just when the 3 lower-level blood demons of the 8th grade were about to kill each other, there was a rapid breaking wind not far away. The wind breaking sound is the sound produced by friction with the air because the speed is too fast. Not long after the breaking wind sounded, a young man in dark blue and strong clothes, about 20 years old, suddenly appeared next to the 3 8th grade blood demons. Looking at the red small tree surrounded by the 3 8th grade lower-level blood demons and the red fruit at the top of the red small tree, the dark blue energetic young man showed a surprised expression on his face, couldn't control his inner excitement, and shouted out the origin of the fruit. Blood essence fruit. 100 meters away, Chu Zhongshan, hiding in the grass, only heard the breaking wind. He not only restrained his breath, but also climbed lower. He just looked at the situation ahead through the gap in the grass. With the appearance of a young man in dark blue and strong clothes in about 20 years that year, Chu Zhongshan even began to reduce his breathing and controlled his heartbeat to slow down his beating frequency. Through the gap in the grass, Chu Zhongshan generally observed the dark blue energetic young man and found that he had no impression of the young man. However, judging from his clothes of inner sect disciples, he must be an inner sect disciple of the sect and a strong expert among the inner sect disciples. Because Chu Zhongshan couldn't see through his true cultivation. After Huang Lao's special training, Chu Zhongshan, unlike other martial artists, can only see the strength of martial artists in the same realm. He can also see the specific realm for opponents who are higher than him in several small realms, or even a large realm. With Chu Zhongshan's current strength and vision, we can at least see through the real realm of martial artists, below the 3-tier peak in the Qi transformation period. However, the young man in front of him with strong blue clothes didn't let him see through. That is to say, his real state has exceeded the initial stage of Qi transformation period. At this time, seeing the sudden emergence of dark blue energetic young people made Chu Zhongshan feel a sigh of relief when he felt a pressure. Because this dark blue young man with strong clothes is the first human warrior he met after entering the 3rd floor of the secret territory. This also shows that the place where the Blood Devil secret place changes is on the 1st and 2nd layers of the secret place, but the 3rd layer is not involved, which shows that Dongfeng Yangping is still hunting blood demons in the 3rd layer of the secret place at this time. When he guessed the true cultivation of the young man in dark blue and light clothes, when he heard him shouting bleeding semen fruit, his heart, which was already close to stopping beating, was out of control and accelerated. At the same time, the steady breathing also gradually increased. After taking a few deep breaths, Chu Zhongshan suppressed his excited heart and let himself return to his previous state. When his state completely returned to normal, Chu Zhongshan horse looked at the actions of the blue young man through the gap in the grass and found that he stared at Zhu Jingyou excitedly and didn't realize his existence, which made him secretly relieved. Before entering the Blood Devil secret place, Zhao Enjun once used the power of his divine soul to input detailed information about the Blood Devil secret place to Chu Zhongshan. In addition to the introduction of the Blood Devil and the Blood Devil secret place, there are also special detailed descriptions of several treasures of the specialties in the Blood Devil secret place. 3 of them are the most precious and valuable treasures in the Blood Demon secret realm. One of the treasures is called Hongyao Stone, which is the top weapon refining material in the southern region. It is also a precious treasure that can help upgrade the life weapon. However, Hongyao Stone basically appears on the 5th floor of the secret place, and a few will appear on the 4th floor of the secret place. As for the level below the 3rd floor of the secret place, it doesn't need to be considered at all. The second treasure is a living creature called Blood Ginseng. The blood in the Blood Devil's secret realm is different from the blood ginseng outside the secret realm. The blood ginseng outside the secret realm can only supplement blood energy and enhance the purity of blood. In addition to the effects of supplementing blood energy and improving purity, the blood ginseng in the blood demon's secret territory can also independently absorb the blood color energy traveling in the air and form non-attribute blood essence through its own transformation. The non-attribute blood essence transformed by it can be directly absorbed by any warrior and become its own blood essence. You know, blood essence is the source of the three great strengths of the warrior, one of the powerful origins of the warrior, and the embodiment of the warrior's potential. A martial artist at the beginning of the training period has at most 5 or 6 drops of blood essence in his body. Each drop of blood essence represents a part of the strength of a martial artist. If the quantity of blood essence is more, then his potential is more outstanding, and his strength is stronger. For example, Chu Zhongshan, the reason why he can surpass his 4 small realms is largely due to his potential, and a large part of his potential comes from a large number of blood essence in his body. If we can have a blood ginseng that can automatically produce non-attribute blood essence, it represents infinite potential and strength. The haunting range of blood ginseng happens to be the 3rd and 4th floors of the secret territory, and it is also one of the main goals of inner disciples after entering the blood demon secret territory. In addition to blood ginseng and Hongyao stone, the 3rd treasure is the red fruit in front of us. This fruit is called blood essence fruit. It is not only a spiritual fruit that can purify blood and strengthen essence blood, but also a top treasure that can impact the bottleneck and improve the realm. If Chu Zhongshan can get the blood essence fruit and take refining at this time, he can successfully break through the 8th level of the body refining period within half an hour at most, and his cultivation can be directly promoted to the peak of the 8th level of the body refining period. More importantly, Zhu Jingyu ignores the limits of the realm. In other words, Chu Zhongshan in the state of body refining can improve the cultivation of a whole small state after taking Zujing fruit. After taking it, the master of cultivation in the qi transforming period can also improve the cultivation of a whole small realm without affecting the foundation. Because the blood demon secret territory belongs to Liyun sect alone and is not open to the outside world, the treasures in the blood demon secret territory have no grade classification, but according to the efficacy of blood essence fruit, they belong to at least the upper level 8 grades, and may even be the top spiritual fruit of 7 grades. Although very eager to get the blood essence fruit in front of him, Chu Zhongshan knows himself. Whether it's the fellow martial brother in dark blue suit or the blood devil with 3 heads and 8 grades, he can't deal with it. What he can do now is to hide it honestly and not be found by his fellow senior brothers and 3-headed 8-grade blood demons. For the sake of blood essence fruit, the 3-head 8-grade lower-level blood demons who were hostile to each other saw the sudden emergence of dark blue energetic young people, immediately ended their hostility to each other, and stood side by side, intending to deal with the powerful opponent in front of them. Forcibly removed his eyes from the blood essence fruit, the dark blue young man looked at the 3 8-grade monsters standing side by side, his mouth slightly turned, and his face showed a trace of disdain. He didn't show any martial arts, but his body shook slightly. The heads of the 3 8-grade blood demons standing side by side in front of him fell neatly from his neck and shot 3 streams of blood from the wound. Ignoring the 3 8-grade blood crystals on the blood devil's forehead, the young man in dark blue went straight to the small red tree and then looked around for a week. When he found that there were no outsiders around, he used the spirit sword in his hand to draw and wave, and the fruit on the small red tree was collected by him. Take out the jade box carved from brown jade from the void, put the blood essence fruit into the jade box, and the young man with dark blue strength turned directly and set out towards the 3 layers of the secret land. Although the young man with dark blue clothes had left the scene, Chu Zhongshan, who climbed in the grass, not only didn't get up, but more thoroughly hid his breath. After about 10 minutes, the dark blue young man who had already left suddenly appeared at the scene of picking blood essence fruit. Looked around, especially the 3 blood crystals between the forehead of the 8th-grade blood devil, and his face showed a puzzled expression. As a high-level existence in the Qi transformation period, although he could not use his mind to check the situation around him, his super cultivation made him always feel as if someone was peeping around, so he used the 3 8-grade blood crystals left to test whether there were hidden experts around. At this time, I saw the intact 8-grade blood crystals. The dark blue energetic young man thought he could make mistakes just now, so he put away 3 8-grade blood crystals and turned away from the scene directly. Looking at the dark blue energetic young man who turned and left, Chu Zhongshan didn't even dare to relax in the dark, but still hid in the grass and didn't move. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Chu Zhang genius stood up from the grass. Looking at the place where the dark blue young man left just now, the corner of his mouth picked slightly, showing a mocking look. If you want to determine whether there are people around you, it is indeed a good way to return after leaving. But the dark blue energetic young man made a big mistake. That is, he deliberately left 3 8-grade blood crystals. It may be effective for others to use the 8 blood crystals to arouse the greed of others, and to test whether there are experts hiding around, but it is undoubtedly helpful for Chu Zhongshan. Although the precious blood essence fruit and 8-grade blood crystal were taken away by the dark blue energetic youth, there is still a treasure on the scene, that is, the fruit tree bearing blood essence fruit. Although the effect of the fruit tree of Zhujing fruit is far less powerful than that of Zhujing fruit, its effect is not weaker than the red liquid in the blood pool in the stone chamber on the 2nd floor of the secret territory for Chu Zhongshan in the state of body refining. When the blood devil secret place is closed and returns to the number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak, he can absorb the energy from the blood essence fruit tree and break through the 8th layer of the body training period. Blood essence fruit needs special utensils for storage, while the fruit trees of blood essence fruit do not need them. After being uprooted, they are directly thrown into the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan changed his way forward and left the scene. One day and one night later, Chu Zhongshan had to temporarily return to his position when he first entered the secret realm. Because as he went deeper and deeper into the 3rd layer of the secret realm, the strength of the blood devil he met became stronger and stronger. An ordinary 8-grade lower-level blood devil, he tried his best and was barely able to kill after using all his cards, but he was not an opponent for the slightly stronger 8-grade lower-level blood devil. At the same time, if the opponent cannot be solved within the 3 moves, the opponent will use special skills to create a fantasy and let him fall into memory. Different from other warriors were born in the Eternal Continent and lived in the southern region. Both experience and experience are relatively simple. In addition to the memory of reality, he also has the memory before crossing, which makes him fall into a dreamland, and it is difficult to wake up in a short time. If it weren't for the red jade pendant on his forehead, he would have been killed at least 3 times. It is for this reason that he had to return temporarily to ensure his safety before considering the next action. With an unforgettable memory, Chu Zhongshan quickly returned to the place where he had just entered the 3rd floor of the secret place. Seeing the familiar scene, he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Bend your knees and sit on the ground, take out the Qi tonifying pill and spirit stone, and restore the spirit power just consumed. After the spiritual power was completely restored, Chu Zhongshan didn't get up, still sat in place and began to think about the next action. It took more than 8 days to enter the blood devil's secret place, that is, less than 7 days to close the secret place. Chu Zhongshan didn't know whether the blood devil's secret place that sent out the accident could be closed on time, but he still considered the next action according to this principle. Through a day and night's in-depth study, he has generally found out the scope of the 3rd layer of the secret territory, the lower level of the 8th grade blood devil. Compared with the 1st and 2nd floors of the secret place, the 3rd floor of the secret place has a larger area, and the number of 8-grade blood demons is more rare. As long as you stay in this area, as long as you don't encounter more than 2 8th-grade lower-level blood demons or 8th-grade lower-level peak blood demons, there is no problem in safety. Although the ultimate goal of entering the 3rd floor of the secret place is to find Dongfang Yangping and cooperate with him to search Dongfang Yun'er's whereabouts, the premise must ensure his own safety. If his life safety cannot be guaranteed, he will temporarily give up the idea of looking for Oriental Yangping. Maybe continue to check the haunting range of the lower-level blood demons of the 8th grade on the 3rd floor of the secret territory. Considering that the number of blood crystals in the storage bag is not enough, he will improve his state of mind cultivation after leaving the secret place and give a part of blood crystals to Zhang Exing. Chu Zhongshan finally decided to continue to search the haunting range of the lower-level blood demons of grade 8 and try his best to kill the lower-level blood demons of grade 8 and increase his own blood crystal storage. However, we can't search and hunt blindly. We must ensure our own safety. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to search and hunt within a radius of 500 miles from where he is standing now. After making a decision in his heart, he didn't hesitate. He directly chose the direction and began to search and hunt the lower-level blood demons. With the speed of surpassing the blood devil, he hunted and killed continuously for 2 days and 2 nights. At least 28 lower-level blood demons died under his spirit knife. At the same time, after continuous fighting with the 8th-grade blood demons and fighting with the blood demons who surpass their own strength from time to time, he can quickly improve his own strength, spiritual power, martial arts, and perception. Originally, he was able to break through the 7-layer peak of the body training period with the help of foreign objects, but his own perception is far from reaching the 7-layer peak of the body training period, let alone the 7-layer peak of the body training period. After dozens of battles of blood and flesh, his perception of the essence of life and death improved rapidly, and soon broke through the 7 layers of the body training period, the middle and later stages of the 7 layers of the body training period, and even the peak. At this time, his state perception has reached the edge of breaking through. That is, he can choose to break through the 8th floor of the body training period at this time. If he can break through the 8th floor of the physical training period, his overall strength will be improved to a higher level, which will have unimaginable benefits for the next search and hunting of blood demons, but Chu Zhongshan gave up the idea of breaking through. First, the environment is not sufficient. The red energy filled in the blood devil's secret territory is not suitable for absorption, and unsafe factors are not suitable for breakthrough. Second, worry about the unstable foundation. Since his cultivation broke through the state of body cultivation, he has improved the state very quickly. He can break through a small state in almost 7 or 8 days. In order not to affect his own foundation and want to further consolidate his foundation, he will not consider breaking through the 8th floor of the body training period until the end of the secret realm. 3 days and 3 nights later, Chu Zhongshan was 600 miles away from his original position. The reason why he was 100 miles ahead of the original set position was that during the search on the 3rd day, he found that the number of lower-level blood demons began to decrease rapidly, and it took him 3 or 4 hours to meet an 8th-level blood demon, which made him wonder whether there had been any change on the 3rd floor of the secret place. After all, when he just entered the 3rd floor of the secret place, he could meet a lower-level blood devil of 8 grades every half an hour. It was for this reason that he had to take a risk to continue to go deep into the 3rd layer of the secret realm and want to see what changes had taken place in the depths of the 3rd layer of the secret realm. The deeper into the 3rd layer of the secret realm, the stronger the grade and strength of the 8th-grade blood devil. So Chu Zhongshan just raised his body method and martial arts to the middle grade, and raised his vigilance to deal with unexpected accidents that may occur at any time. For nearly half a day, Chu Zhongshan's face became more and more confused, because he didn't find the figure of Bapan Blood Devil or any human warrior in most of the time. The pace of moving forward slowed down at one time, and specially picked up the roots that can hide at any time. Chu Zhongshan still chose to continue to go deep into the secret place. 1 day and 1 night later, Chu Zhongshan stood on a slightly raised hillside and looked at the front with a dignified look at the sky beyond the edge. At this time, he can basically confirm that there has been an accident on the 3rd floor of the secret land, and this accident is not small. Because of the search and in-depth day and night, Chu Zhongshan still didn't find any blood devil or a human warrior. Or, the blood demons and human warriors on the 3rd floor of the blood demon secret place are like the 2nd floor of the secret place, all of a sudden disappear. Or, some changes happened in the depths of the 3rd layer of the secret territory, which attracted the attention of all 8th-grade blood demons and inner disciples on the 3rd layer of the secret territory, so that they all rushed to that place at this time. Considering that he is still on the 3rd floor of the secret territory and has not disappeared, Chu Zhongshan believes that the change of the 3rd floor of the secret territory must be that he found a great treasure in the deepest place and attracted the attention of blood demons and inner disciples. It is precisely because of this treasure that the blood demons and inner disciples on the 3rd floor of the whole secret territory rushed over. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan decided to take a risk. Display the high-level body method of Huang Pin, the martial arts skill of Lei Feng Leg, and make every effort to go deep into the 3rd layer of the secret territory. Half a day later, Chu Zhongshan suddenly slowed down and hid in the gap of a red boulder. Because he was moving forward quickly, he suddenly saw 3 blood demons with grade up to 8 and high level in front of him. These 3 heads and 8 grades of high-level blood demons did not conflict, but surrounded by tacit understanding. Because in front of them, there is a young master about 20 years old, who is also staring at the 3-8 grade high-level blood demons. Through the gap between the red boulders, Chu Zhongshan looked at the young man who was being treated with the 3-head 8 grade high-level blood devil, and then a surprise flashed on his face. Because the young man against the 3 heads and 8 grades of high-level blood demons is his fellow senior brother, Yue Zhangzong, who has a good relationship. At this time, Yue Zhang's momentum is more than 3 times less powerful than that in the secret realm of Purgatory City, which means he is likely to break through. At the beginning, he was already the peak cultivation of the 6th floor in the period of transforming qi. After the breakthrough, his cultivation was already the 7th floor in the period of transforming qi. With the strength that he can surpass his own small realm, it is no wonder that he can fight against the high-level blood demons with 3 heads and 8 grades. But Chu Zhongshan wondered why Yue Zhangzong, who had always been inseparable from Dongfeng Yangping, was here alone at this time. Chu Zhongshan wanted to get up and leave the red boulder, meet Yue Zhangzong, and ask him to lead him to find Yangping in the east. But just as he got up and planned to leave the gap of the red boulder, he saw the dignified color on Yue Zhangzong's face, and his heart immediately hesitated. Although the 3-8 grade high-level blood demons in front of us are powerful, Yue Zhangzong has broken through the 7th floor of the body training period. With his own strength, he should be able to kill 3 blood demons. Moreover, even if he can't beat 3 blood demons, it's not difficult to get away at any time with his speed. Is there a stronger master or a higher-level blood devil hidden at the scene? Thinking of this, the idea of getting up and leaving immediately pressed down. Chu Zhongshan not only hid back, but also hid his body more hidden. At the same time, through the gap of the boulder, use the strong 6th sense and the naked eye to observe the surrounding, observe the hidden positions around, and look forward to finding something. Chinese letter. Seeing the opponent holding the spirit sword, he didn't take the initiative to attack. Among the 3-8 grade high-level blood demons, the one with the weakest strength but the most hot temper took the lead in attacking. Facing the attack of 8 grade high-level blood demons, Yue Zhangzong began to dodge by using his body skills, didn't attack, and his eyes kept shooting around, a vigilant move. Seeing Yue Zhangzong's move, Chu Zhongshan was more sure that there must be a master of the same school around, and there was hatred between this master and Yue Zhangzong. Otherwise, Yue Zhangzong could not risk the threat of being exposed to the illusion of blood demons at any time. Although Chu Zhongshan's 6th sense is strong, it is the advantage only when facing his own crisis. He can't find the enemies hidden around him by virtue of his 6th sense. Therefore, after observing the situation around him and finding no hidden enemies, he resolutely abandoned this action, which is a waste of energy and vision. Then consider how you can help Yue Zhangzong. Relying on his cultivation at the peak of the 7th level in the physical training period and the strength of the 1st level in the qi transformation period, he wanted to help Yue Zhangzong, which was basically a daydream, so he directly gave up the idea of using force. If he can't rely on his own strength, he can only keep the treasure, and there are only 2 treasures that can protect his life. One is the red jade pendant, obtained in the stone chamber on the 2nd floor of the secret territory. However, Chu Zhongshan doesn't know how to use the red jade pendant, because when the red jade pendant became powerful, he fell into the illusion created by the blood devil. The red jade pendant shot an energy to break the illusion and wake him up from the illusion. In addition to the red jade pendant, there is only the life-saving card presented by Zhao Enjun. At the beginning, in Purgatory City, he used it once in order to resist the power emitted by the peerless magic soldiers behind him. Before entering the secret territory, in order to ensure the safety of Dongfeng Yuner, give her one. At this time, he has only 1 jade pendant left, that is, he has only 1 chance to use it. Although I don't want to use it, compared with the clue of Dongfeng Yuner, this life-saving jade pendant is not so important. What's more, Chu Zhongshan has decided that after the blood demon's secret place is closed and returns to the hidden dragon peak, he must modify the gambling agreement with Zhao Enjun and let him add several life-saving cards to the reward. After paying attention, Chu Zhongshan directly took out the jade pendant from the inside, then walked out of the red boulder with his right hand firmly holding the jade pendant, and shouted to Yue Zhangzong, who was avoiding the attack of blood demons. Elder Martial Brother Yue, The jade pendant in my hand is presented by Zhao Injun and Zhao Changlao. The jade pendant contains a real yuan left by him. It can kill any opponent below the divine soul period, and I can stimulate it anytime and anywhere, regardless of any danger, so you can rest assured and boldly kill blood demons without fear of being plotted. It seems that the threat just now is not strong enough. Chu Zhongshan holds the jade pendant tightly, raised his right hand and said loudly, "Elder Martial Brother Yue, you don't have to worry about my safety. Because Elder Zhao still values me as a despairing disciple, he gave me 3 life-saving jade pendants at one go when entering the blood demon's secret territory, so after using this one, I still have a second chance to protect my life. You don't have to worry about my safety." Chu Zhongshan suddenly appeared from the red boulder, which startled Yue Zhangzong. He thought it was the hidden expert in his feeling, but the person who saw the appearance was their most trusted junior brother Chu Zhongshan. He immediately worried about the safety of Chu Zhongshan. However, after Chu Zhongshan raised the jade pendant in his hand and explained that the energy in the jade pendant was given by Zhao Injun, Yue Zhangzong immediately understood what Chu Zhongshan meant. The inner worry disappeared with the bluff threat of Chu Zhongshan. Don't worry about the experts hiding around. Facing the constant attack of 8-grade high-level blood demons, Yue Zhangzong immediately began to fight back. Although the grade of the 3-headed 8-grade blood demons reached a high level, they were only new to the high level. Facing the Yue Zhangzong who could surpass their own strength, they didn't hold on for long, so they were cut by the Yue Zhangzong one by one. Younger martial brother Chu, how did you enter the 3rd floor of the secret place? Put away the 3-8 blood crystals, Yue Zhangzong went straight to Chu Zhongshan and asked excitedly and incomprehensibly. Although the first 3 floors of the secret territory have no obvious restrictions on cultivation, and everyone can enter and leave the first 3 floors freely, at least hundreds or even thousands of high-grade blood demons gather at the entrance to each floor of the secret territory. If he wants to enter the channel, he must have strength beyond this level, so he is puzzled about how Chu Zhongshan entered the 3rd layer of the secret territory. Elder Martial Brother Yue, this is not the time to investigate this matter. I ask you, Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to explain the stone chamber on the 2nd floor of the secret place, let alone mention that he entered the 3rd floor of the secret place through red jade pendant and void. What's more, he needs to find Dongfeng Yangping at this time, and then cooperate with him to find Dongfeng Yuner, so he directly changes the topic and leads the topic to Dongfeng Yuniang. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't want to explain how he entered the 3rd floor of the secret place, Yue Zhangzong was interested and didn't continue to interrogate. But after hearing Chu Zhongshan mention Dongfeng Yangping, Yue Zhangzong immediately showed a nervous look on his face. Junior brother Chu, come with me quickly. He's seriously injured. He stretched out his hand and took Chu Zhongshan's arm. Yue Zhangzong took him and ran quickly to the depth of the 3rd floor of the secret land. Elder Martial Brother Yue, how did Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng get seriously injured? What happened to you? Hearing that Yue Zhangzong mentioned that Dongfeng Yangping was seriously injured, and the tension on his face showed that his injury was very serious, Chu Zhongshan was very puzzled. Dongfeng Yangping is a cultivation during the half-step Qihai period. Among the inner disciples, the strength is definitely the top part. In the 3rd layer of the Blood Devil secret realm, the highest grade is no more than 8 high-level top blood demons, whose strength reaches the level of 10 layers in the gasification period. With the strength of Dongfeng Yangping, it is very difficult to hurt him, let alone seriously hurt him. Unless you encounter the siege of opponents in the same realm like in Purgatory City, Junior Brother Chu, let him tell you when you see him. Yue Zhangzong is a person who is not good at words and never gossips behind his back. Chu Zhongshan also understood why he didn't explain why Dongfeng Yangping was injured, so he didn't continue to ask questions, but adjusted his speed as much as possible according to his speed. Looking at the direction that Yue Zhangzong and Chu Zhongshan left, the young master who ran out of the soil showed a trace of dignity on his face. At the same time, he murmured to himself, "Something's wrong. It seems that I have to tell Elder Martial Brother Zhu." Then, the young master who sprang out of the soil chose a road in different directions and headed for the depths of the secret place. Half an hour later, Yue Zhangzong, who was moving rapidly, suddenly stopped walking. First, he looked around and found some signs. Then he continued to move forward with Chu Zhongshan. He raised his support for 3 times. Then Yue Zhangzong brought Chu Zhongshan to a valley with excellent scenery. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. He shouted 3 times to the cuckoo in the deep valley, and Yue Zhangzong listened to the echo of the valley. After about a minute, there was a cuckoo sound of 2 long and 1 short from the deep valley. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng and others are in the valley at this time. Follow me in. After receiving the echo from the valley, Yue Zhangzong immediately relaxed his nervous look, and then pulled Chu Zhongshan into the valley. After entering the valley, Chu Zhongshan found that the shape of the valley was similar to the one he broke into on the 2nd floor of the secret territory. At this time, he began to doubt whether there was a passage in the valley and a stone chamber at the end of the passage. Led by Yue Zhangzong, Chu Zhongshan soon came to a temporary tent deep in the valley. Zhang Yanan and more than a dozen children of the Tianlong Emperor are guarding in front of the tent. However, what attracted Chu Zhongshan's attention most at this time was not Zhang Yanan and others, nor who was in the tent, but Dongfeng Yuner, who stood on the west side of the tent and looked worried. Yuner. Chu Zhongshan couldn't believe it was true. Since he learned of the changes in the Blood Devil secret place, he began to try his best to find the figure of Dongfeng Yuner. Therefore, he not only searched most of the area on the 2nd floor of the secret place, but even ventured into the 3rd floor of the secret place in order to ensure her safety. At this moment, seeing her standing there intact, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to believe that he found her so easily. Hearing the cry of familiar people, Dongfeng Yuner immediately raised his head and looked at his Chu Zhongshan with joy when he saw that he rushed into the valley. Dongfeng Yuner's beautiful eyes also showed an expression of disbelief. Brother Chu, is that you? Is it really you? 3 or 2 steps to Dongfeng Yuner's side, reached out and grabbed her slender jade hand. Chu Zhongshan felt the temperature from her hand and finally determined that Dongfeng Yuner in front of him was true, that is to say, his efforts were not in vain. At this moment, although he wanted to take her into his arms, considering that there were people around him and he didn't really clarify the relationship with Dongfeng Yuner, he resisted the impulse to take her into his arms and asked with concern. Yuner, why are you here? Are you hurt? This is the 3rd floor of the secret realm. The blood demons entering and leaving are all 8th-grade blood demons equivalent to the realm of Qi melting period. Dongfeng Yuner has a 3rd floor of body refining period. Girls who rarely experience the tempering of blood and fire appear here. It's strange that Chu Zhongshan doesn't feel strange. It's Chu Zhongshan, younger Marshal Brother Chu. Dongfeng Yuner didn't come and tell Chu Zhongshan why she was at this time. Dongfeng Yangping's tired voice came from the tent. If you return to Elder Marshal Brother, it is Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to delay Dongfeng Yangping's call and responded directly. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, please come in. With Chu Zhongshan's affirmation, the voice of Dongfeng Yangping in the tent suddenly became much lighter and immediately let Chu Zhongshan enter the tent. Reaching out and patting the back of Dongfeng Yuner's hand, he motioned for her to wait for a while. Chu Zhongshan stepped into the tent. After entering the tent, Chu Zhongshan was immediately startled by the state of Dongfeng Yangping. At this time, Dongfeng Yangping's face is pale and his breath is messy. It is possible to lose his breath as he goes along. Elder Marshal Brother, what's the matter with you? Chu Zhongshan was frightened by the state of Dongfeng Yangping at this time and hurried forward a few steps, looking concerned. Alas, it's hard to say. After motioning Chu Zhongshan to bend his knees and sit cross, Dongfeng Yangping sighed, showing bitterness and deep helplessness on his face. Elder Marshal Brother, tell me what happened, who hurt you and who can hurt you? The state of Dongfeng Yangping at this time had to make Chu Zhongshan feel very confused. You know, Dongfeng Yangping is a half-step cultivation in the Sea of Qi, and he himself is a genius who has surpassed his own realm. In the Blood Devil's secret place, maybe the same senior brother beat him, but I'm afraid it's very difficult to beat him to such a serious injury. Even under siege, it is difficult to do this. Attacked by a sinister villain behind, hearing Chu Zhongshan interrogating the source of his injury, Dongfeng Yangping said, gnashing his teeth. Then, Dongfeng Yangping briefly introduced the cause of his injury. Everyone will have several good friends in the process of growing up, and so will the arrogant Dongfeng Yangping. In the years of Lian Sek's practice, in addition to his brothers and sisters of the same family, he also made several good friends. One of them, Zhu Yan from the Ming dynasty, is his closest friend and a good brother who is regarded by him as a friend of life and death. Zhu Yan, you are the 6th prince of the Ming dynasty. You have the cultivation talent of the first class 5 grades and the cultivation during the half-step Qihai period. You are the same age as Dongfeng Yangping. Although the two men came from different imperial dynasties, there was no boundary between the two imperial dynasties, separated by one imperial dynasty and dozens of kingdoms. Without the involvement of national interests and similar temperament, they soon became good friends who talked about everything. In the following years of practice and training, the two people competed with each other, cooperated with each other, honed each other, and soon formed a strong friendship. In several dangerous situations, the two became good brothers of life and death. On the third day after entering the third floor of the Blood Devil's secret place, the two met unexpectedly. In order to sweep away the 8 blood demons in the secret place more quickly and find the treasures in the secret place, the two people formed an alliance with each other and began to sweep the third layer of the secret place. Both of them are half-step Qi cultivation accomplishments, and there are dozens of Qi melting helpers under their hands, so they run across the third floor of the whole secret territory at an overwhelming speed. In addition to the large number of 8-grade blood demons and the dangerous restricted area marked on the map, they are almost allowed to sweep through the third floor of the whole secret territory. As the third floor of the whole secret place was swept by two people, they could not leave the blood demon's secret place in a short time, so they discussed to break through a restricted area marked on the map. Because only in the restricted area marked on the map can the top treasures appear. With strong self-sustaining strength, no one in the third floor of the Blood Devil's secret place could threaten them. The two finally decided to break into a restricted area together. It is precisely because he broke into this restricted area that Zhu Yan, who has been hiding his true essence, finally revealed his sinister and cunning nature. After breaking into the restricted area, they accidentally found a treasure that can change their fate, and blood ginseng, which is also known as one of the 3 strange treasures in the Blood Devil's secret place. Blood ginseng can absorb the blood color energy free in the air, and then convert it into non-attribute blood essence to improve the potential and strength of martial artists. It is definitely the top treasure of auxiliary cultivation in the world. The blood ginseng strain they found was more than 5,000 years old. The essence blood transformed by 5,000 years of blood ginseng can not only improve the potential and strength of those who cultivate martial arts in the Qihai period, but also have a strong auxiliary for the peerless strong in the early stage of the divine soul period. So for them in the half-step Qi stage, the 5,000-year-old blood ginseng is a fairy fate that can change their fate and help them realize the counter-attack of life. If you have the blood essence transformed from 5,000 blood ginseng, you can not only improve their potential and strength in a shorter time, but also help them break through the gas C period earlier, achieve the existence of top experts in the southern region, and become the core disciple of Ligun sect with the help of the blood essence transformed from blood ginseng. However, the blood ginseng in the blood secret realm belongs to living creatures. Since they break through the soil and sprout, they can freely leave the living environment and find a place with sufficient blood color and energy to improve their grade. The 5,000 blood ginseng not only has higher wisdom, but also has an amazing speed. Therefore, when discovering the blood ginseng and determining its specific year, Dongfeng Yangping's first idea is to join hands with Zhu Yan to take the blood ginseng, and then share the blood essence transformed by the blood ginseng. Although the efficacy will be greatly reduced if 2 people share one blood ginseng, Dongfeng Yangping is willing to share it with his brother. Considering the amazing speed of 5,000 blood ginseng, Dongfeng Yangping tried his best to stop the escape of blood ginseng and reminded Zhu Yan to come forward and catch it. However, what Dongfeng Yangping never thought of was that he assured his brother of giving his back, but the brother overcame him at the critical moment. Because Zhu Yan suddenly attacked his back with all his strength under the pretext of attacking blood ginseng, which hurt him badly in an instant. At the same time, seeing that Dongfeng Yangping did not die immediately after being injured, Zhu Yan tried his best to attack Dongfeng Yangping while using Zhenyuan to prevent blood ginseng from escaping. He was absolutely unable to let him leave the restricted area alive. Because Dongfeng Yangping broke through the half-step gas C period earlier than Zhu Yan, and experienced the secret realm of Purgatory City and the experience left in the cave, his strength was stronger than Zhu Yan. This is also the reason why he suffered heavy losses, but did not die under Zhu Yan's full sneak attack. Being attacked behind the back by a good brother who is a friend of life and death, Dongfeng Yongping is more angry than sad. It is precisely because, stimulated by anger, he broke out unimaginable combat effectiveness after heavy damage, not only defeated Zhu Yan in one fell swoop, but also successfully fled the restricted area. However, the outbreak of anger actually overdrew his potential and seriously affected his original solid foundation. Originally, Dongfeng Yongping planned to end his training in the Blood Devil's secret place and choose to practice in isolation, so as to break through the gas sea period and become the core disciple of the sect at one stroke. However, the heavy damage suffered this time and overdrawn a lot of potential not only made him unable to break through the gas sea period in a short time, but even the reverse bite of overdrawn potential made his cultivation in the gas sea period fall at this time. Chu Zhongshan is also very angry about Zhu Yan's sneak attack behind his back, but what he needs to consider now is how to safely stick to the moment when the secret territory is closed. He secretly attacked his life and death friends behind his back. If this matter is spread, Zhu Yan's reputation in Liyun's sect will completely stink on the street in the future, and may even affect his position in the sect and the imperial dynasty. Therefore, in any case, he can't let Dongfeng Yongping leave the Blood Demon's secret place alive. No matter what rumors there are outside, as long as Dongfeng Yongping dies in the Blood Devil's secret land, he will not be afraid of these rumors, and even use these rumors to improve his position in the sect and the imperial dynasty. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan felt very headache. After meeting Yue Zhongzong, Chu Zhongshan felt very relaxed, because no matter what happened next, there was the strongest Dongfeng Yongping to solve it. He just needed to stand behind him and watch the change. Unexpectedly, when he found Dongfeng Yongping and took over more thorny trouble, he had to find a way to deal with Zhu Yan's threat. Dongfeng Yongping suffered heavy losses. None of them is Zhu Yan's opponent. In order to make Zhu Yan unable to deal with himself and others for the time being, he must find a way to find some trouble for Zhu Yan. Elder Martial Brother, did Zhu Yan finally get the blood ginseng? Shaking his head, Dongfeng Yongping said with regret. I don't know. After I overdraw my potential and broke out my strongest strength, I just wanted to escape the restricted area and didn't care if he finally got blood ginseng. Elder Martial Brother, you're wrong. You finally overdraw your potential to escape the restricted area after Zhu Yan got the blood ginseng, in order to avoid Zhu Yan killing people. The uncertain tone of Dongfeng Yongping made Chu Zhongshan frown uncontrollably. Then his attitude was correct and his tone was positive. Younger Martial Brother Chu, what do you mean? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's tone was very positive that Zhu Yan got the blood ginseng, Dongfeng Yongping asked in a puzzled way. Elder Martial Brother, don't worry for the time being. Reaching out to Dongfeng Yongping not to ask, Chu Zhongshan turned his head and shouted outside the tent. Elder Martial Brother Zhang, please come in. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng has something important to tell you. Elder Martial Brother, what can I do for you? Zhang Yanan walked into the tent and looked at Dongfeng Yongping with concern. Especially when I saw his pale face and depressed breath, there was a trace of tension in his expression. Younger Martial Brother Zhang, sit down. Shook his head, Dongfeng Yongping signaled that he was all right, and then invited him to bend his knees and sit down. However, Chu Zhongshan suddenly stopped Zhang Yanan from sitting down and directly said, Elder Martial Brother Zhang, I'll trouble you to do something next. Looking back and forth at the East Yongping and Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Yanan showed a puzzled expression on his face. He didn't know whether he listened to the arrangement of Dongfeng Yongping or Chu Zhongshan. After all, these two people are people he admires and fully believes in. Listen to younger Martial Brother Chu's arrangement. Dongfeng Yongping didn't know what Chu Zhongshan was going to do, but considering his mysterious performance in the secret realm of Purgatory City, knowing that he had some unknown secrets, he motioned Zhang Yanan to obey his orders temporarily. Younger Martial Brother Chu, please speak. After getting the consent of Dongfeng Yongping, Zhang Yanan's eyes fell on Chu Zhongshan and waited for orders. Elder Martial Brother Zhang, you have excellent eloquence and are good at making friends, so next, you leave the valley temporarily and go out to find your acquaintance. But the fellow Martial brothers with ordinary relationship privately tell them a secret. That is, Zhu Yan got a blood ginseng in the restricted area of the Blood Demon's secret territory. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan suddenly closed his eyes, and the 5 fingers of his left hand jumped up and down, with a thoughtful expression. After pondering for more than a minute, Chu Zhongshan reopened his eyes and said with a playful tone, Elder Martial Brother Zhang, when telling them the blood ginseng obtained by Zhu Yan, we must explain in detail the specific year of the blood ginseng and the role of the blood ginseng in the gas transformation period and the gas C period. At the same time, we should also show implicitly that although senior brother Dongfeng was seriously injured, he also suffered some injuries under the desperate counterattack. Now he can only play his strength of 7 or 8 layers. Younger martial brother Zhang, just do as younger martial brother Chu just said. The order of Chu Zhongshan just now let Dongfeng Yongping know what he meant soon. Chu Zhongshan wanted to take advantage of people's greed for blood ginseng to provoke some trouble for Zhu Yan, so that he could not look for the opportunity and time to kill himself for the time being. More importantly, Dongfeng Yongping knows that at least 8 of the inner disciples who entered the blood demon's secret realm have reached the stage of half-step Qi. If the 6 masters knew that the 5,000-year-old blood ginseng was in Zhu Yan's hands, and Zhu Yan was injured and could not give full play to his strength, they would surely rob the blood ginseng. If Zhu Yan is unlucky, he may even lose his life because of blood ginseng. In this regard, Dongfeng Yongping had to lament Chu Zhongshan's shrewdness. He could detect the threat in such a short time and find a solution immediately. Zhang Yanan is a smart man. He is a smart man who can see through a little. He also figured out the mystery and turned away excitedly. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, with your current injury, how long will it take you to fully recover? The method just now can only be delayed for a period of time, and there may be many changes in the process. The best way to completely solve the threat brought by Zhu Yan is to restore the full strength of Dongfeng Yongping. As long as Dongfeng Yongping recovers its full strength, Zhu Yan cannot become a threat, and even has the opportunity to compete for blood ginseng. Zhu Yan hit my heart and lungs with one slap. In order to get out of the restricted area, I overdraw too much potential. It is difficult to recover in a short time, unless there are more than 7 top healing pills at this time. Thinking of his injury and his overdraft potential, Dongfeng Yongping, who had just raised his spirit, was depressed in an instant. Top healing pill with more than 7 grades. Chu Zhongshan began to check the collection in his storage bag. It's a pity that he is only a cultivation during the training period. The healing pill in the storage bag has the highest grade, but only the top 9. The healing pill of the top-level Jiupin can't play any role for Dongfeng Yongping. Check all the items in the storage bag, specially used to store the treasures. Chu Zhongshan finally found that he had nothing to do with Dongfeng Yongping's injury. Just as his consciousness was about to leave the storage bag, he accidentally found a small red tree that he randomly threw at the corner of the storage bag, and an idea flashed in his mind. The reason why Dongfeng Yongping was unable to quickly recover from the injury was that, in addition to the cardiopulmonary injury, he overdraw too much potential, resulting in his inability to use his true yuan to recover from the cardiopulmonary injury. As long as he can repair his overdraft potential, he can make use of his true yuan and his own 8 healing pills to quickly recover his injury. The blood essence fruit tree in his hand just has this effect. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan directly took out the small red tree in the storage bag, handed it to Dongfeng Yongping and said, "Senior brother Dongfeng, can you see if this fruit tree can recover your injury?" Dongfeng Yongping clearly saw Chu Zhongshan's move to check the storage bag. Although he was very moved by this, he didn't hold much hope. Because he knows too much about his current injury, ordinary healing pills are useless at all. However, in Chu Zhongshan, he took out the small red tree and felt the energy for blood essence contained in the small red tree. Dongfeng Yongping opened his eyes and showed an incredible expression on his face. "Elder martial brother, wake up." Seeing the stagnant Dongfeng Yongping, Chu Zhongshan didn't know whether the blood essence fruit tree in his hand could help him, so he shook the blood essence fruit tree in his hand and reminded him to wake up quickly. "Younger martial brother Chu, where did you find this fruit tree?" Reaching for the blood essence fruit tree, Dongfeng Yuner looked at Chu Zhongshan and asked, "This fruit tree is..." Then Chu Zhongshan introduced in detail how he found the blood essence fruit tree, how the dark blue youth took the blood essence fruit, and how he tried to test himself with 3 8-grade blood crystals. "Younger martial brother Chu, please give me a detailed description of the man who took the fruit of blood essence." Hearing Chu Zhongshan's story about his acquisition of the fruit tree of blood essence, Dongfeng Yongping is more interested in the person who took the fruit of blood essence, or the fruit of blood essence in that person's hand. The man is about 20 years old, wearing dark blue clothes, and there is a black pox the size of a grain of rice on his right face. Oh, it's him. With Chu Zhongshan's detailed introduction of the appearance of the dark blue energetic young man, a person's shadow flashed in Dongfeng Yangping's mind, and finally decided that it was him. Elder Martial Brother, who is that man? Seeing Dongfeng Yangping's suddenly enlightened appearance, Chu Zhongshan knew that he already knew who took the blood essence fruit, so he immediately asked, "If you want to know who that person is, you don't want to rob the blood essence fruit from him. After all, he is only in the cultivation period, and the gap with each other is like heaven and earth, but Chu Zhongshan is confident to catch up with and surpass him in a short time. When his accomplishments and strength surpass him, Chu Zhongshan will certainly have a friendly duel with him to thank him for taking away his opportunity. Younger Martial Brother Chu, you don't need to know who that person is. That person is not what you can provoke now." Although he didn't know Chu Zhongshan's mind, for Chu Zhongshan's consideration, Dongfeng Yangping didn't plan to tell him who that person was. However, then he changed his attitude and asked in a flattering tone, "Senior Brother Dongfeng, I know that when your cultivation is restored, I will definitely compete for the blood essence fruit. I don't ask you to give me the robbed blood essence fruit. I only have one request, that is, I can have a look at the blood essence fruit and even touch it with my own hands to meet my wish." As long as he can prepare enough energy, as long as he can touch the blood essence fruit, he can copy the procedure of blood essence fruit in 20 or 30 seconds at most. When his cultivation in the future breaks through the Qi transformation period and reaches the 3-level peak of the Qi transformation period, he can take Zujing fruit and make himself enter the middle level of the Qi transformation period at one stroke. No problem. For Chu Zhongshan's request, Dongfeng Yangping didn't think much at all and nodded directly. Chu Zhongshan selflessly helped him several times. Dongfeng Yangping has always wanted to find a chance to repay him, but he has been suffering from no chance. At this time, don't say that he just asks to see and touch the blood essence fruit. Even if he directly asks for the blood essence fruit, Dongfeng Yangping will readily promise him. "Thank you, senior brother." Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping nodded and agreed without worry, Chu Zhongshan was delighted. If you want to rob the blood essence fruit before the blood demon secret place is closed, Dongfeng Yangping must restore his strength, so Chu Zhongshan got up and said goodbye, leaving him enough time to heal. At the same time, before leaving the tent, he looked solemn and left a word. "Elder Martial Brother, recover your cultivation as soon as possible. The Blood Devil secret place is likely to usher in an unexpected change. If you want to save your life in this change, you have only strong strength." After leaving the tent, Chu Zhongshan saw that Dongfeng Yuner had been staring at the tent. He immediately knew that she had been waiting for herself to come out of the tent. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan didn't talk to Yue Zhangzong and others and ran directly to Dongfeng Yuner. "Brother Chu, how's my brother?" Dongfeng Yuner was a little shy when she was directly held by Chu Zhongshan, but she didn't refuse Chu Zhongshan's enthusiasm. Even in her heart, she wanted Chu Zhongshan to do so. However, at this moment, the feeling of missing was implicated by family affection, which made her more worried about the safety of her brother Dongfeng Yangping. "Don't worry, I got a treasure in the Blood Devil's secret place. It's just suitable for Elder Martial Brother to heal his wounds. It's as short as half a day and as long as 1 day. Elder Martial Brother will recover his strength." The right hand gently patted the back of her hand, and Chu Zhongshan said with relief, "Really?" Dongfeng Yuner asked in surprise. "Yes," Chu Zhongshan nodded. "Great." With the affirmation of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yuner was very excited. When he was excited, he unconsciously approached Chu Zhongshan and let him further smell the body fragrance from the girl. This kind of body fragrance is a temptation that he has never smelled and can also arouse his inner desire. Fortunately, the state of mind cultivation has been in line with the state of mind cultivation and can well control his consciousness. Therefore, the newly raised desire was suppressed in an instant, so that he did not show his ugliness and attracted the attention of Dongfeng Yuner. "By the way, Yuner, you haven't told me why you followed your senior brother into the 3rd floor of the secret place." Suppressing his inner desire, Chu Zhongshan soon thought of the questions that had always existed in his heart and diverted his attention by verifying the questions. "I don't know." Shaking his head, Dongfeng Yuner began to talk about what happened after entering the secret territory. Before entering the Blood Devil's secret place, Dongfeng Yangping did a good job of protection in advance and arranged 2 experts in the half-step Qi transformation period of the royal family to protect secretly. However, considering the uncertainty in the Blood Devil's secret place, after entering the second layer of the Blood Devil's secret place, Dongfeng Yangping did not leave in a hurry, but checked the second layer of the secret place alone. When he returned, he looked worried and uncertain, and didn't ask for anyone's advice. He took all the people directly to the third floor of the secret place. Although Dongfeng Yuner once questioned him about the reason after entering the third floor of the secret place, Dongfeng Yangping didn't explain, but said, "I had my own arrangement." The explanation of Dongfeng Yuner made Chu Zhongshan feel that the powerful Dongfeng Yangping might have something happened or felt in the second layer of the secret realm, so he finally decided to take Dongfeng Yuner into the third layer. As for what he found or felt on the second floor of the secret realm, he can only wait until his cultivation is restored and interrogate him in detail. After the doubt in his heart was eliminated, Chu Zhongshan began to chat with Dongfeng Yuner with the help of a rare opportunity to be alone, chatting about their childhood and interesting things that had happened in their growth experience. Just like couples who have just fallen in love, they are keen to understand each other's past. In this state, they can't feel the passage of time at all. When Zhang Yanan happily returned to the valley and found Chu Zhongshan, the two talents ended their in-depth understanding just now. However, seeing Zhang Yanan's ambiguous expression, Dongfeng Yuner bowed his head in shame and turned around, ignoring his ridicule. "Elder martial brother Zhang, looking at your excited expression, I think things must be going well." Although Zhang Yanan destroyed the rare opportunity to be alone between the two people, Chu Zhongshan felt a little unhappy. However, considering that Zhu Yan is the biggest threat now, and he and the owner Yuner will have a long time in the future, the unhappy mood will soon disappear. Well, the news not only spread smoothly, but I even saw elder martial brother Gong take people to chase Zhu Yan and others. Zhang Yanan said excitedly what he had heard and seen. "That's good." Hearing Zhang Yanan's story, Chu Zhongshan was relieved at last. Being able to lead people to chase Zhu Yan, this inner disciple surnamed Gong is not only a cultivation in the period of half-step Qi, but also has a strong force behind him. Otherwise, he would never dare to provoke Zhu Yan easily. "Yes," he motioned Zhang Yanan to calm down. Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered the strange things that had happened on the third floor of the secret place for the most time. He thought that Zhang Yanan followed Dongfeng Yangping to sweep the third floor of the secret place. Maybe he knew what had happened and asked him for confirmation immediately. "Elder martial brother Zhang, do you know that recently, all the 8th-grade blood demons on the third floor of the secret territory have disappeared for no reason? What happened?" "Oh, that's what you're asking." Chu Zhongshan's verification didn't surprise Zhang Yanan. He immediately explained to Chu Zhongshan the reasons for the change of the third floor of the secret land. 3 days ago, Li Hui, who is known as the Flame Hand among the disciples of the inner sect, and whose cultivation reached the gasification period, accidentally broke into a valley where blood demons gathered with several younger martial brothers. When hunting the blood demons in the valley and searching the valley, I accidentally found a corner of the palace exposed on the ground in the depths of the valley. If you can find a palace in the depths of the secret land, you don't have to think too much. You know that there must be countless natural materials and earth treasures in the palace. To monopolize the treasures in the palace, Li Hui and others chose to directly attack a corner of the palace. They hoped to break a corner of the palace, enter the palace hidden underground, and remove the treasures in the palace as soon as possible. Maybe some mechanism was touched during the attack, or maybe when the palace was born, when they only attacked once, a corner of the palace shook violently, driving the palace buried underground to rise slowly, and finally the whole palace appeared completely in the valley. As the shaking caused by the appearance of the palace was too violent, it was felt hundreds of miles around the valley, which attracted the attention of many inner disciples, resulting in more and more inner disciples rushing over. This is why the figure of martial artists is rarely seen in Chu Zhongshan. The palace rising from the ground is red, and countless red liquids flow in the palace, giving people a strange feeling. However, the disciples gathered at the scene are experts in the realm of Qi melting period. They are not afraid of the strangeness of the palace. The only thing that makes them helpless is that there seems to be some array guard around the palace, so that they can't enter the palace for the time being. Faced with the palace that may hide countless strange treasures, but can't enter and rob, the arrogant inner disciples will certainly not be reconciled. They took the strongest means and began to attack the array outside the palace, hoping to break the array and enter the palace. 3 days later, they had attacked for 3 days, and the array outside the palace was still not broken. As for why the 8th-grade blood demons in the 3rd floor of the secret territory suddenly disappeared, it is because the red liquefaction in the palace can trigger the induction of blood demons after the palace just surfaced from the ground. No matter where the blood demons are, no matter the level of the blood demons, they will involuntarily close to the palace, which is why the blood demons on the 3rd floor of the secret place suddenly disappear. As Zhang Yanan talked about the attraction of red liquid to blood demons, Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered that, when he was on the 2nd floor of the secret territory, even the red liquid hidden in the underground stone chamber could still attract the attention of the leader of blood demons. What a pity. When it came to the defense array of the palace that the people couldn't break after attacking for 3 days, Zhang Yanan suddenly thought that Chu Zhongshan had a way to break the defense array of the stone gate when they faced the helpless blue stone gate in the secret place of Purgatory City. The current situation is very similar to that at the beginning, but it's a pity for him that even if Chu Zhongshan has a way to open the defense of the palace, they can't do so. Because they lack the top combat power that can frighten other disciples. If Chu Zhongshan opens the defense array of the palace, I'm afraid they can't enter the palace at all, and the final benefits will be taken away by other disciples. For Zhang Yanan's pity, Chu Zhongshan knew what was going on with a little thought, and he had the same attitude towards it. However, when Dongfeng Yangping completely recovers its strength, they will have the ability and strength to compete. Of course, Chu Zhongshan is not sure whether he can open the defense array of the palace for the time being. After all, Huang Lao, who is proficient in array, has been away for some time. He doesn't know any array knowledge. Elder Marshal Brother Zhang, don't feel sorry. Things may still turn for the better. I wanted to explain that I gave Dongfeng Yangping a healing treasure, which could restore Dongfeng Yangping's strength in a short time, and let him not give up the idea of competing for palace treasures. A strong momentum suddenly rose in the tent not far away, interrupting his explanation. Elder Marshal Brother has recovered. Feeling the strong momentum rising in the tent, Zhang Yanan widened his eyes, and his face showed incredible and surprised expression on Dongfeng Yun'er's face. Let's go. Let's congratulate Elder Marshal Brother on his recovery of strength and his return to the Blood Devil's secret territory. To the shocked Zhang Yanan and the surprised Dongfeng Yun'er, Chu Zhongshan calmly walked to the tent. As the momentum in the tent becomes stronger and stronger, the temporary tent can no longer bear the momentum. It is directly lifted by the momentum, revealing the Oriental Yangping in the tent. Dongfeng Yangping's momentum didn't last long. When everyone gathered in front of the lifted tent, he took back his momentum and looked at them with a smile. In the face of Dongfeng Yangping, whose strength was restored, everyone at the scene showed a surprised expression except Chu Zhongshan. After all, the most powerful Dongfeng Yangping is the backbone of everyone and the guarantee that everyone can traverse the 3rd layer of the secret territory. Therefore, how can people not be surprised that his strength can be fully restored? However, in the face of Dongfeng Yangping, whose strength has been restored, Chu Zhongshan always feels that there is something wrong. That is, the momentum emitted by Dongfeng Yangping just now has not reached the peak, which is only a little stronger than when he broke through the half-step gas C period in the cave, left by the peerless strongman in the secret place. Chu Zhongshan's face showed the color of doubt. Dongfeng Yangping soon found out, and soon knew that Chu Zhongshan had doubted his state at this time, so he gently shook his head at Chu Zhongshan and motioned him not to say or ask more. Elder Marshal Brother, you have really recovered your full strength. When Dongfeng Yangping regained his momentum and stood up from the ground, Zhang Yanan hurried forward a few steps and asked in surprise. Nodded, Dongfeng Yangping didn't explain too much. Great, then we will have the opportunity and ability to compete for the treasures in the Birth Palace. With the affirmative consent of Dongfeng Yangping, Zhang Yanan said excitedly. Zhang Yanan's reminder made Dongfeng Yangping also think of Chu Zhongshan's understanding of the array, and the look of expectation immediately looked at Chu Zhongshan. Elder Marshal Brother, talk while walking. Without responding to the expectation of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan motioned the people to rush to the Valley Palace first. Let's go. The sign of Chu Zhongshan let Dongfeng Yangping know that he had something to say to himself, so he motioned the people to follow behind and rush to the valley where the palace appeared. Elder Marshal Brother, how much strength can you exert? Chu Zhongshan asked in a quiet voice when he kept a certain distance from the crowd for the time being. 9th floor. He didn't hide it from Chu Zhongshan. Dongfeng Yongping told the truth. Can you defeat Zhu Yan who attacked you secretly? Chu Zhongshan is only the cultivation of the peak of the 7th layer during the physical training period, and can't distinguish the high-level strength in the Qi transformation period. Therefore, he doesn't know what degree the real combat power of Dongfeng Yongping can reach after restoring the 9th layer strength. Equal within 100 moves, defeat him within 1,000 moves. I'm afraid it's impossible to kill him. After a little consideration, Dongfeng Yongping conservatively estimated that. That's good. In other words, Dongfeng Yongping maintained the top strength of the half-step Qihai period for a long time. Chu Zhongshan was relieved. Senior brother, don't ask me if I can open the palace array for the time being. I don't know if I can open the palace without seeing the palace and feeling the array in front of the palace. Seeing the action of Dongfeng Yongping, Chu Zhongshan knew what he wanted to ask, but he had no confidence in whether he could open the palace. The reason why he doesn't tell the truth is that Chu Zhongshan believes that the palace in the valley will not appear for no reason. Perhaps its appearance has a lot to do with the change of the secret land. Maybe the changes in the secret land can open the palace. Although there are a lot of questions in his heart, Chu Zhongshan doesn't intend to interrogate Dongfeng Yongping for the time being. Instead, he wants to decide whether to ask him for confirmation when he sees the palace and determines whether there is a real relationship between the palace and the changes in the secret land. The valley where the palace was born is not far away from the valley which is in Yongping and Recuperation in the east. It is only more than 100 li. Most of the people are cultivation during the Qi transformation period. They travel very fast. In less than 3 hours, they come to the periphery of the valley. At this time, Chu Zhongshan could hear the roar from the valley. Presumably, those inner disciples still continued to attack the palace. Go in. Standing at the edge of the valley, he heard the roar from the valley. Dongfeng Yongping glanced at the sky in Chu and then whispered. Just as Chu Zhongshan stepped into the valley, the red jade pendant that had been motionless in his forehead suddenly shook slightly to give him a little meal. Then he kept calm and continued to move forward without showing any difference. At the same time, consciousness communicated with the red jade pendant and observed its changes. As he went deeper and deeper into the valley, the roar of attacking the palace became stronger, and the red jade pendant in his forehead shook more and more fiercely. Chu Zhongshan not only didn't panic about it, but even had a trace of expectation in his heart. He expected that the red jade pendant was the key to breaking the palace defense array. As he continued to go deep into the valley, Chu Zhongshan kept sending out sect disciples who entered the valley. Most of these disciples were in the cultivation of Qi transformation period, and occasionally there were external disciples in the cultivation period such as Dongfeng Yuner. Here we are. After going deep into the valley for half an hour, Dongfeng Yongping, the leader, stopped walking, looked at the front with a dignified look and said softly. Hearing the reminder of Dongfeng Yongping, Chu Zhongshan temporarily gave up colluding with the red jade pendant and then looked up. A full red palace came into his eyes. The palaces deep in the valley are not very huge. They are about 10 meters high and 30 meters wide. Among the palaces seen by Chu Zhongshan, they can only be regarded as very general. However, the whole red palace in front of him gave him unimaginable shock. Because the whole red palace in front of us is very similar to the Blood Prison Pavilion, the treasure of the Chu family, no matter the shape of the building, the protruding 4 corners above the palace, the black dragon carved on the 4 corners, and the carving on the main gate of the palace. At this moment, he even had an impulse to return to the Chu family immediately and thoroughly check the Blood Prison Pavilion. However, the strong state of mind and cultivation made him immediately suppress this impulse and continue to observe the details of the palace. With careful observation, Chu Zhongshan gradually found the difference between the palace and the Blood Prison Pavilion. That is, there is no special key opening on the main door of the palace, but a slightly concave mark. Seeing the concave mark of the red gate, Chu Zhongshan felt that the red jade pendant between his forehead could be pressed into the mark. In his opinion, the red jade pendant on his forehead may be the key to open the gate of the palace. When he noticed the concave mark of the red gate, the red jade pendant between his forehead suddenly stopped shaking, and a red energy rose from the jade pendant. The red energy quickly integrated into his mind and transformed into a message. Without immediately reading the information in his mind, Chu Zhongshan followed Dongfeng Yongping to find a place where he could pay attention to the palace at any time and prevent others from sneaking attacks. Standing beside Dongfeng Yangping, he had the energy to read the information transmitted by the red jade pendant in his mind. When he read the information in his mind, his face not only didn't relax at all, but even more dignified. Information transmitted by the red jade pendant confirmed his initial conjecture. The red jade pendant on the forehead is indeed the key to open the palace, but the palace in front of us is not left by ordinary strong people. It is still a temporary palace that has been used for cultivation beyond the period of divine soul. Even if the palace of temporary practice is stained with the breath of power, the palace will become extraordinary. If you enter the palace carelessly, you may lose your life. Wealth and wealth insurance. Chu Zhongshan was not afraid of the danger in the palace. He was even confident that he would have amazing harvest in the palace, but he was more worried about Dongfeng Yuner. If you take her into the palace, Chu Zhongshan doesn't dare to guarantee her safety, but if you leave her outside, Chu Zhongshan is more worried about those who have evil intentions. After all, after the palace is opened, many inner disciples will not be able to enter the palace. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, are you sure of the array to open the palace? After choosing the position and standing, Dongfeng Yangping, Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong began to pay attention to Chu Zhongshan and the change of expression on Chu Zhongshan's face. Because whether they can open the defense array of the palace in front of them, their hope lies in Chu Zhongshan. If Chu Zhongshan is sure to open the defense array of the palace, they will try their best to compete for the treasures in the palace. If Chu Zhongshan is not sure to open the defense array of the palace, they will leave the valley in advance and go to the periphery of the valley to find the treasures of the secret territory and specialties, instead of wasting time here. Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng, have all the 8th-grade blood demons on the 3rd floor of the secret territory been killed? Instead of answering Dongfeng Yangping's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan asked questions. Well, except for those 8th-grade blood demons who haven't arrived yet, they were absorbed by the palace, and basically all the blood demons who entered the valley were killed. Although I don't know why Chu Zhongshan asked this question, Dongfeng Yangping answered truthfully when he thought of his mysterious behavior. This is trouble. By reading the information transmitted by the red jade pendant, Chu Zhongshan learned that whether some arrays hidden in the palace can be opened, and the power after opening, are closely related to the 8th-grade blood demons in the secret territory. If the 8th-level blood demons on the 3rd floor of the secret territory are not slaughtered, the blood demons occupying most of the red energy on the 3rd floor of the secret territory will affect the power of the array in the palace. If the 8th-grade blood demons are slaughtered in large numbers, the blood energy contained in the killed blood demons will gather in the palace and become the energy after the array is opened. The more energy there is, the more powerful the array will be when it is opened. At this time, the energy stored in the array in the palace may have reached an amazing level. If the operation of the array is caused after the palace is opened, the power of the array may exceed the Sea of Qi period, and may even reach the Soul period. Faced with the array that can exert the power of the Divine Soul period, Chu Zhongshan thought twice and finally made up his mind. Looking up at Yangping in the east, Chu Zhongshan whispered, Elder Marshal Brother, I'm sure to open the defense array of the palace. Really? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's affirmative reply, Dongfeng Yangping and Zhang Yanan shouted in surprise at the same time. Yue Zhangzong, who was not good at words, also showed a surprised expression on his face. Only the imperial children of the Tianlong dynasty were very unhappy, and even looked at Chu Zhongshan with a trace of jealousy. Because they were surprised to find that since Chu Zhongshan appeared, everyone's light was covered up by him, and even Dongfeng Yangping unconsciously obeyed his orders, which made the royal children of Tianlong Emperor very dissatisfied and dissatisfied. However, Dongfeng Yangping didn't speak, Chu Zhongshan didn't make mistakes, and they didn't dare to take the initiative to find his trouble, so as not to cause contradictions in the team. However, Chu Zhongshan's next words made them find an excuse to attack him. Several arrogant royal children directly picked out and began to question Chu Zhongshan. Elder Marshal Brother, although I can open the defense array of the palace and finally open the palace, after the palace is opened, you and I can only enter and others wait outside the valley. Who do you think you are and how can you command us? We can enter and leave the palace in front of us if we want to. Can you still hinder us? One of the sons of the Tianlong Emperor, who was about 18 or 9 years old, and whose accomplishments had just broken through the first level of Qi transformation period, suddenly stood up from the crowd, pointed to Chu Zhongshan's nose and began to question fiercely. Seeing that someone in his team questioned him, Chu Zhongshan frowned with great dissatisfaction and looked at the person who questioned him. He neither refuted nor paid attention to this, but looked directly at Yangping in the east. Chu, don't be shameless. What did you mean just now? Do you look down on me and the Tianlong Emperor? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan just glanced at himself indifferently, he ignored it. The imperial children were more dissatisfied. They not only spoke impolitely, but even looked like they were about to start. Starling, what are you doing? When does brother Chu not respect you and the Tianlong Emperor? Seeing that his brother not only questioned his sweetheart, but even tried to teach him a lesson, Dongfeng Yuner was immediately unhappy. She not only stood up directly in front of Chu Zhongshan, but even angrily accused her starling. Dongfeng Shangyin, what are you doing? Just now Chu Zhongshan suggested that only the two of them could enter the palace, so that Dongfeng Yangping fell into meditation. In the secret realm of Purgatory City, the experience of the peerless strong man's cave made him know that there was a deep meaning behind everything Chu Zhongshan did. Since he does not allow others to enter the palace, it means that the palace is very dangerous. His intention is to be good for everyone. It was precisely because he was deep in thought and didn't notice that his brother not only provoked Chu Zhongshan, but even wanted to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, after waking up, he noticed this and immediately shouted at Dongfeng Shangyin. Eldest brother, surnamed Chu, is just a lowly people in the affiliated kingdom of the Tianlong Emperor. When I see us, I not only don't bend over and salute, but also give instructions everywhere. This is the basic etiquette to teach him a lesson instead of the emperor. Oriental Shangyin, shut up. Dongfeng Shangyin's angry question just now made Dongfeng Yangping suddenly change his face and yelled loudly. Chu Zhongshan is the life-saving benefactor of Dongfeng Yangping and the sweetheart of your sister Dongfeng Yuner. It's not something you can provoke or insult. Now I order you to apologize to him quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Although he also knew that the Chu family born in Chu Zhongshan was just a Bapan family in the state of Qi. The state of Qi is only a subsidiary of the Tianlong imperial dynasty. According to etiquette, Chu Zhongshan should bow to them, but Dongfeng Yangping knew that he was a proud man since the first day he knew Chu Zhongshan. Basically, it was a daydream to let him salute with himself. What's more, in the subsequent contact, he found Chu Zhongshan's outstanding talent, amazing understanding, and the speed of improving cultivation like a demon. For this kind of demon-like genius, he just wanted to make friends with him as much as possible. How can he give him a little face? What Dongfeng Yangping never thought of was that his brother not only didn't look down on Chu Zhongshan, but even began to insult him in words. While Dongfeng Yangping was angry, he quickly paid attention to Chu Zhongshan's reaction to see if he was angry. However, Chu Zhongshan's indifferent reaction made Dongfeng Yangping feel cold, because he knew that Dongfeng Shangyin's insult had completely angered him, which made Dongfeng Yangping wonder what to do next. Oh, look at your posture now. Do you want to teach me a lesson? Reaching out and pressing Dongfeng Yuner's shoulder, he gently pushed her aside. Chu Zhongshan took a step forward and looked directly at Dongfeng Shangyin. There was an indescribable smile on his face. Yes, I just want you to know that fist is the last word in the Eternal Continent, in the southern region, in Ligun sect, and in the Tianlong imperial dynasty. Only those with hard fists can make others listen to your arrangement and make you qualified to dictate. Dongfeng Yangping's rebuke made Dongfeng Shangyin realize that there must be a secret between Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping that he didn't know. But he didn't regret his initiative to stand up and provoke just now. As the prince of the Tianlong Emperor and the inner disciple of Ligun's sect in the period of transforming Qi, Dongfeng Shangyin has his own pride. Even if Dongfeng Yangping finally teaches himself a lesson, he must let Chu Zhongshan learn a lesson and let him realize the cruel reality. Well, you and I will fight each other once to see whose fist is hard. Dongfeng Shangyin's theory just now is not 100% correct, but it also represents the ideas of many people. In order to completely subdue Dongfeng Shangyin, revenge his insult just now, and really test his strength, Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to challenge him. What hee, are you going to fight me? Dongfeng Shangyin couldn't believe looking at Chu Zhongshan and doubted whether he had heard wrong just now. Although his idea is to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson and let him know the cruelty of reality, the premise is that he takes the initiative, and Chu Zhongshan is unable to resist. What he never thought of was that Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to invite the war before he taught him a lesson, which made him angry and laugh. For Chu Zhongshan's initiative to challenge Dongfeng Shangyin, not only Dongfeng Shangyin himself can't believe it, but also other people on the scene look at Chu Zhongshan inconceivably. You should know that the body refining period and qi transformation period are completely different. The power used in the realm of body refining period is spiritual power, and the power used in the realm of qi transforming period is genuine, which is at least 10 times stronger than spiritual power. At the same time, between Lingli and genuine, in addition to the changes in power, genuine also has the ability to change and increase. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan in the realm of body refining period cannot be the opponent of Dongfeng Shangyan in the realm of qi transforming period, and may even be unable to resist a move. However, only Dongfeng Yangping looked calm at the scene, did not express any opinions, and looked at Chu Zhongshan with a trace of appreciation. Although Chu Zhongshan deliberately hides his true accomplishments, he can clearly see his true accomplishments as the existence of half a step of the Sea of Qi. The 7-layer peak in the body training period is the cultivation achievement of Chu Zhongshan now. In this regard, although Dongfeng Yangping kept calm on his face, his heart fluctuated like a raging wave. You know, he didn't know Chu Zhongshan for a long time. When he first came into contact with him, he was just a 3-tier peak cultivation during the training period. Now, in less than a month, his cultivation has successively broken through the middle and high-level stages of the body training period, breaking through the 7-level peak of the body training period at one fell swoop. Compared with the demons in the sect, this amazing promotion speed is only half inferior. At this time, he dared to take the initiative to challenge the Oriental Shangyan in the first layer of the Qi transformation period, which shows that his own strength has exceeded the stage of the body refining period and entered the realm of the Qi transformation period. If he can draw with Dongfeng Shangyan in the next battle, his talent and potential are close to the demons in the sect. If he can finally defeat Dongfeng Shangyan, his talent and potential can basically be the same as several demons in the sect. He will have a great opportunity to compete for the highest position of Ligun sect in the future. If he can finally compete successfully, he will become the real overlord of the southern region, and his identity and status will far surpass that of the Tianlong Emperor. For Chu Zhongshan's active challenge, Dongfeng Yangping not only did not stop, but looked forward to it very much. Dongfeng Shangyan, do you accept the challenge of Chu Zhongshan? Brother, Starling is a master in the Qi transformation period. How can Brother Chu be his opponent? Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to challenge Dongfeng Shangyan, which made Dongfeng Yuner very anxious. However, she also knew in her heart that she must not appear to stop Chu Zhongshan and prevent him from challenging his Starling. After all, she can still remember what happened in the Trial Peak Mission Hall. She didn't want to make Chu Zhongshan unhappy and disgusted with herself because of her own ideas, so she could only turn her eyes to Dongfeng Yangping for help and hope that her brother could come forward to stop the fight between the two people. However, Dongfeng Yangping's decision made it more difficult for her to accept and directly reminded her. Waving his hand, Dongfeng Yangping motioned Dongfeng Yuner to be quiet, and then looked at Dongfeng Shangyan. Hey, since you want to be beaten, how can I not satisfy you? The head shook back and forth hard, making bursts of creak and creak. If this is about to happen, go outside the valley. In order to prevent others from discovering Chu Zhongshan's amazing talent, and to enable the two people to make full efforts, Dongfeng Yangping decided to put the playing field outside the valley. Yes. No problem. The valley diplomat can just let himself give full play to his strength, which is exactly what he wants, so he directly turns around and shows Lei Feng's legs, takes the lead in rushing out of the valley, stands on the edge of the valley, and waits for Dongfeng Yangping to choose the battle site. Well, it's right there. As an expert in the half-step Qi period, although he can't use his mind to check the situation around him, his eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary martial artists. After leaving the valley, Dongfeng Yangping soon found a slightly raised hillside and finally decided to put the battle site behind the hillside. Please, take out the psychic power from the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan reaches out to touch the psychic power and feels the power contained in the psychic power, while motioning Dongfeng Shangyan to take out the weapon. I don't need to use weapons to deal with you, a young rookie in the training period. Facing the comedy of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Shangyan didn't accept it with an open mind, but his attitude was very despised. For the contempt of Dongfeng Shangyan, Chu Zhongshan was neither angry nor happy, but looked indifferent and calm as water. The scorching sun. Just after Dongfeng Yangping announced the start of the competition, Chu Zhongshan mobilized all his strength, took the lead in launching an attack, and performed the most deliberate sword technique. Break it for me. Dongfeng Shangyan didn't pay attention to Chu Zhongshan's all-out move. He just used his 7-tier strength and used the simplest fist-breaking technique in his martial arts skills to break the spirit knife in Chu Zhongshan's hand. However, when his fist was 1 meter away from the tip of the knife, his face suddenly changed. Because he felt the attribute power that can only be exerted during the Qi transformation period on the tip of the saber technique used by Chu Zhongshan, and he has not yet fully mastered this power. Although the spirit knife of Chu Zhongshan is not a real spirit tool, in the stone chamber on the 2nd floor of the secret environment, after the red powder transformed the energy of the red liquid in the blood pool, the spirit power has been close to the top level of the semi-spirit tool. The reason why Chu Zhongshan was not promoted to a spiritual weapon was that his cultivation did not break through the Qi transformation period, and the power he mastered was still spiritual power, which could not make the spiritual power complete the qualitative change. As long as Chu Zhongshan can break through the Qi transformation period, this life spiritual power will be automatically upgraded to a low-quality spiritual weapon, and it is a high-quality, low-quality spiritual weapon. With the gift of attribute power and the cooperation of martial arts, the power of spiritual power has reached the level of spiritual weapon. Therefore, it is very dangerous for Dongfeng Shangyan to resist this move with the help of meat fist. Damn it! After measuring his fist and colliding with the attribute power of Lingdao, he must be afraid that his fist will be blown into pieces of meat. Dongfeng Shangyan cursed secretly and had to change the attack mode. He chose to step back and plan to avoid this move for the time being, and then took out his spiritual weapon to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson. Chu Zhongshan, who has rich combat experience, can't help but know his purpose when he sees that Dongfeng Shangyan temporarily changes his moves and takes the initiative to step back. If he is allowed to take out his life spirit weapon smoothly, it will be more difficult to defeat him when his strength and weapons are not dominant. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan quickly displays Lei Feng's legs, quickly approaches Dongfeng Shangyan, and then cooperates with the sword skill to keep him busy with defense, so he has no time to take out his life weapon at all. Damn it! Under the attack of Chu Zhongshan like a storm, Dongfeng Shangyan didn't say it was a hit. Even his defense was very hard, and he couldn't take out the spirit weapon at all. At this moment, he was extremely shocked by Chu Zhongshan's real strength. Even if I didn't use spirit tools, I used genuine, which is more than 10 times stronger than spirit power. Chu Zhongshan himself is only the cultivation in the period of body refining, and the power he mastered is only spiritual power, but his attack power is not weaker than that in the period of Qi melting. Otherwise, if he directly uses genuine to open his weapons, how can he allow him to constantly besiege himself? However, thinking that as a master in the Qi transformation period, he was besieged by a young rookie in the body refining period, he could only defend passively. Dongfeng Shangyan's heart raised infinite anger. After avoiding the key position of himself and bearing the attack of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Shangyan temporarily opened the distance between them. Looking at the clothes on his right shoulder, he was cut a long hole by the spirit knife of Chu Zhongshan. Dongfeng was angry and couldn't help taking a breath of air conditioning. If you weren't wearing spirit weapon level defense armor, Chu Zhongshan's knife just now would separate your right shoulder from your body. While feeling scared, Dongfeng Shangyan's inner anger has burned to the top of his head. For the outstanding performance of Chu Zhongshan just now, not only Dongfeng Shangyan was shocked, but Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan, as well as many children of the Tianlong Emperor, were stunned. In their memory, it seems that they have never seen or heard of anyone who can fight with the master of the first-level realm in the Qi transformation period in the 7th level of the body refining period, and gain the upper hand in the process of fighting. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan gave them an impressive lesson, and told them what genius is through practical actions. Take out his own life spirit sword from the storage bag. Dongfeng Shangyan looks ferocious and stares at Chu Zhongshan with a gloomy threat. Surname Chu, you have completely angered me. Hurry to kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll let you have a good taste of the experts in the realm of Qi melting period, and let you know the real difference between Qi melting period and body refining period. Chu Zhongshan didn't respond to the threat of Dongfeng Shangyan. He was still as calm as water. He looked at Dongfeng Shangyan calmly and waited for his next attack. Take me a move and ask for the money. Jump in place. Dongfeng Shangyan waves the spirit sword in his hands and displays a move of Huang Pin's high-level martial arts with genuine intention. What really shocked Chu Zhongshan was not the high-level martial arts performed by Dongfeng Shangyan, but the attribute form that can be performed by realm experts in the Qi transformation period. A ferocious evil Jiao, about 3 or 4 meters long, rose from the spirit sword he waved, gradually separated from the spirit sword and rushed to himself. When the evil Jiao completely separated from the spirit sword and Dongfeng Shangyan landed, his face was a little pale. Although the realm of Qi transformation period can display the true Yuan transformation form, the true Yuan transformation form needs a very large true Yuan. Dongfeng Shangyan is only a layer of strength in the Qi transformation period, and itself is only an ordinary talent. This move consumes at least 8 layers of true Yuan. If Zhen Yuanhua's move can't defeat Chu Zhongshan, he can only choose to admit defeat. For the first time, Chu Zhongshan felt a little nervous in the face of the true Yuan form in the Qi transformation period, but his heart was more excited and more eager. Although the lower-level blood demons of the 8 grades in the secret realm of blood demons are equivalent to the cultivation of the first level of human martial arts in the Qi melting period, their own strength has not been qualitatively improved, and they can't use spirit tools, so they can't give full play to the real power of the Qi melting period at all. At this time, in the face of the evil Jiao cast by Dongfeng Shangyan with the help of spirit tools and genuine, Chu Zhongshan is eager to really see the power of the masters in the Qi transformation period through the fight with the evil Jiao. The war is raging. Without the slightest fear, Chu Zhongshan, holding a spirit knife, directly met the incoming evil Jiao and performed a group offensive move to test its defense. After all, the body of the evil Jiao is 3 or 4 meters long. Although its huge body has brought it great strength, it also makes it have to bear more attacks. Unfortunately, Chu Zhongshan's spirit knife cut into evil Jiao's body, not only didn't cut it in half, but was even shocked by the strong real body of evil Jiao. While being shocked by Zhenyuan, the evil Jiao in the air directly waved the sharp Jiao claw and beat it to Chu Zhongshan. If you are photographed by the claws of the evil Jiao, even if you don't die, you can't run away with serious injuries. In mid-air, there was no leverage point, and he could not change the direction of his body. Chu Zhongshan looked at the approaching claws and finally decided to use the last card, a momentum that changes the color of heaven and earth and makes the wind and cloud static rises from him. And this force that can affect the majesty of heaven and earth not only makes the claws photographed by the evil Jiao slow to rest, but also makes the body that can fly in the air decline under the influence of potential. After landing safely, Chu Zhongshan suddenly stepped on the ground with his left foot. With the help of the power of stepping on the ground, he jumped up in the air and cut directly into the forehead of the evil Jiao with a move of taking a shudder from the fire. Due to the influence of the situation, although the evil Jiao in mid-air can still move, the speed of the movement is very slow. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's all-out move, he can't dodge at all and can only bear it passively. Under the influence of potential, the evil Jiao not only moved slowly, but also mobilized genuine to form defense slowly. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's all-out move, it could not mobilize most genuine to form effective defense in front of his forehead, and was directly cut into his forehead by Chu Zhongshan's spirit knife. The most critical point in the form of Zhen Yuanhua is that the spirit of Zhen Yuanhua contains a trace of consciousness of the user. It is also with the help of this trace of consciousness that the spirit objects in the form of true Yuan can attack independently. The evil Jiao's forehead was the place where the Oriental Shangyan consciousness existed. Chu Zhongshan's knife not only cut off the strong defense of the evil Jiao, but also directly cut off the residual consciousness of the Oriental Shangyan and directly broke the evil Jiao in the air. At the same time, not far from the east, Shangyan gave a scream. Because they have been shocked and unable to think and pay attention to Dongfeng Shangyan, who fell to the ground and screamed, all they can do now is to keep a dull expression and look at Chu Zhongshan foolishly. Among the people on the scene, only the strongest Dongfeng Yangping can stay awake. He looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complicated look, and suddenly appeared next to Dongfeng Shangyan. Then he took out a pill and fed it into his mouth to help him treat the damage in his mind after he had just been cut off. When the power of the pill came into play, Dongfeng Shangyan gradually returned to normal. In the eyes of Chu Zhongshan, there was no original pride, but only awe and fear. Younger martial brother Chu, you are so secretive. When Dongfeng Shangyin regained his damaged consciousness, Dongfeng Yangping looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complex look and couldn't help sighing. Chu Zhongshan didn't know what to say or how to explain the sigh of Dongfeng Yangping, because he didn't deliberately hide his power. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to hide his potential, since he showed his potential in the number 9 challenge arena of Purgatory City in full view of the public. However, later, he never had the opportunity to show it, or to show it in front of the public, which led to Dongfeng Yangping's misunderstanding that he had always hidden the potential. Younger martial brother Chu, if you want to know more about the power you just exerted, you'd better confess everything to Elder Jiao after the Blood Devil's secret place is closed. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to explain but didn't know how to explain, Dongfeng Yangping took back his sigh and told him, "Can Jiao Changlao also master this power?" The reminder of Dongfeng Yangping made Chu Zhongshan happy. Because among all the powers he has, the only one who can't figure out and know how to practice is potential. If Zhao Enjun also mastered this mysterious power, with his cultivation above the divine soul period, I'm afraid he mastered this power more deeply and understood it more thoroughly. Maybe he can get the cultivation method of potential from him. If the power of potential can continue to improve, his own strength will also increase. Younger martial brother Chu, I can only describe what you just did by scraping your eyes. Maybe in a few years your strength will surpass me. In the future, you will become a great power in the southern region. While praising Chu Zhongshan's excellence, Dongfeng Yangping also secretly congratulated himself. After learning about the ambiguous relationship between him and his sister, he not only didn't oppose, but also secretly supported. If you beat the Mandarin ducks with a stick and force them to separate, the Tianlong imperial dynasty will lose a strong future, and he will also lose a strong help. Alas, who can say what will happen in the future? Chu Zhongshan was not proud of Dongfeng Yangping's praise. If all goes well in the future practice, Chu Zhongshan is confident to reach the divine soul period and become a peerless strong man. He may even go further and become a powerful strong man in the southern region. However, the road of practice is full of uncertainty. Since he broke through the physical training period, the only 2 training experiences have fallen into life and death crises several times. Chu Zhongshan dare not guarantee that he can survive each crisis safely. At this moment, are you still dissatisfied with younger martial brother Chu? For Chu Zhongshan's arrogance and complacency, Dongfeng Yangping is more satisfied and feels that his original practice is correct. However, thinking of the dissatisfaction of many children of the royal family just now, Dongfeng Yangpington was a little angry, so his tone was very impolite to his fellow children. Younger martial brother Chu has extraordinary natural appearance and will become a great weapon in the future. How dare we be dissatisfied? Among the many royal children, one of the children whose cultivation reached the 9th floor of the Qi transformation period shook his head and denied it, and praised Chu Zhongshan from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps Chu Zhongshan's cultivation is not as good as theirs now, but having that mysterious power means that he has strong combat power that people should not underestimate in any realm in the future. He is invincible in the same realm. How can they not be convinced of such a genius? Since you all agree with younger martial brother Chu's arrangement, then next you will wait here. Seeing that his children showed their appreciation of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping, who was originally very angry, was very satisfied. Thinking of Chu Zhongshan's proposal just now, after the Oriental Yangpingju Palace was opened, the people had to withdraw from the valley, so they were too lazy to let them enter the valley. Yes, follow the arrangement of elder brother and younger martial brother Chu. Yes, follow the arrangement of elder martial brother Chu and elder martial brother Chu. For the arrangement of Dongfeng Yangping and Chu Zhongshan, the imperial sons present, as well as Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong, nodded and agreed wholeheartedly. In the valley, elder martial brother, the array of the palace at this time is the time when the defensibility is the strongest. It's not easy to open the palace at this time. According to the information transmitted by the red jade pendant, Chu Zhongshan knew that this was not the best time to open the palace, so he returned to the valley and chose a more remote location. Chu Zhongshan quietly reminded him to wait at ease. Everything is arranged by younger martial brother Chu. Elder martial brother, I just do it. Chu Zhongshan mastered the method of how to open the palace. Dongfeng Yangping would not have any opinion on when he chose to open the palace. Just standing here waiting for the best time to open the palace, Chu Zhongshan felt very bored, and he also had some questions in his heart, which needed to be verified from Dongfeng Yangping. Therefore, when waiting for the best time to open the palace, he began to verify his inner questions by chatting with each other. Elder Marshal brother, I don't know what you think about the opening of the Blood Devil's secret place this time. Weird. After thinking for a while, Dongfeng Yangping finally said the word weird. Oh, what's strange? Hearing Dongfeng Yangping's evaluation, Chu Zhongshan immediately asked. According to the information I have learned, every time the sect opens the Blood Demon's secret territory, the disciples participating in the training harvest only blood crystal at most. It is great to occasionally find some precious herbs. However, after the opening of the Blood Devil's secret place this time, not only did each layer give me a very strange feeling, but also two rare treasures, blood essence fruit and blood ginseng, which have been rare for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, appeared on the third layer of the secret place. More importantly, since the sect owned the Blood Devil's secret place for thousands of years, there has never been such an accident in the palace. Don't you think it's strange? For the opening of the Blood Demon's secret place this time, since entering the second layer of the secret place, Dongfeng Yangping felt very wrong. However, there is no way to talk about or explain this feeling. This is also the reason why he acted arbitrarily and directly brought Dongfeng Yuner and other people in the body refining period into the third layer of the secret place, regardless of the opposition of the public. Elder Marshal brother, you entered the secret place earlier. You don't know what happened before the Blood Devil's secret place was closed. Dongfeng Yangping's ambiguous explanation made Chu Zhongshan know that he didn't understand the changes before the closure of the secret territory, so he told him in detail what he knew. All the disciples were sucked into the secret territory. Hearing Chu Zhongshan mention the changes in the secret land, Dongfeng Yangping's face suddenly became dignified. However, he didn't know the real origin of the Blood Devil's secret place, and he didn't know what the change represented. What impact will it have on the disciples who enter the Blood Demon's secret place? Elder Marshal brother, the reason why I tell you this is because I suspect that the changes in the Blood Devil's secret place may be related to the palace in front of me. Therefore, after I open the palace, no matter what happens, don't panic, just ensure my safety. Chu Zhongshan solemnly told him. What will happen after opening the palace is not explained in the information transmitted by the red jade pendant, but Chu Zhongshan's strong sixth sense always feels that unexpected changes will occur after opening the palace. The changes in the secret place are likely to affect himself and his safety, so he must let Dongfeng Yangping guarantee and protect his safety. Don't worry, younger Marshal brother Chu. I haven't thanked you for saving your life, so I'm fully responsible for your safety after the palace is opened. Dongfeng Yangping almost patted his chest and promised. Even if there is an irresistible danger in the end, it is my Oriental Yangping who takes the first step. After exchanging information about each other and the promises made by Dongfeng Yangping with his life, Chu Zhongshan relieved himself and began to pay attention to the red palace in front of him. After several days of continuous attack, they still couldn't break the defense array in front of the palace. Many powerful inner gate disciples chose to leave the valley and look for opportunities outside the valley. As a result, there were only more than 300 inner gate disciples who continued to attack the palace in the valley. Among the more than 300 inner disciples, the strongest one is the three-tier peak in the Qi transformation period. It's basically a daydream to break through the defense array in front of the palace with their strength. Unfortunately, this is not the best time to open the palace at this moment. Otherwise, with the cultivation of Dongfeng Yangping during the half-step Qihai period, no one is his opponent after the opening of the palace. Chu Zhongshan can also safely search for the treasures in the palace and fully defend the dangers in the palace. After about half an hour, Chu Zhongshan, who had been paying attention to the changes of the palace, frowned slightly, then stretched out and said, "Senior brother, there will be some changes in the palace next. You don't have to panic, just wait and see." The information from the red jade pendant describes in detail some changes before and after the opening of the palace, so Chu Zhongshan knows that there will be some amazing changes before the official opening of the palace. These changes are just some changes caused by the transformation of energy by hidden arrays in the palace, not the real opening of the palace. However, the changes before the opening of the palace will certainly attract the attention of the inner disciples who left the valley and went out to look for opportunities. At that time, those high-level experts in the Qi transformation period and half-step Qi C period will certainly return to the valley, which will make it more difficult for Chu Zhongshan to search for palace treasures after the real opening of the palace. As the voice of Chu Zhongshan's advice just fell, the palace, which was as stable as Mount Tai, suddenly shook slightly. Because the bottom of the palace is connected to the earth of the valley, the slight shaking of the palace makes the land within a radius of 10 miles vibrate. Ah, the array of the palace is about to be broken. The shaking of the palace caused the ground to vibrate, which immediately made the inner disciples who were attacking the palace array aware of it. When they found out what was happening in the palace, they were pleasantly surprised and cheered. Although they are internal disciples, they are only the cultivation accomplishments at the beginning of the Qi melting period. They may be able to gain something in the scope of Blood Demon's activities at the lower level of the 8th grade on the 3rd floor of the secret territory. However, this is the area where the 8th grade high-level Blood Demons on the 3rd floor of the secret land are active. With their strength, they can't go out alone to find opportunities, so they will continue to attack the palace array. In addition to trying to break the array and enter the palace to look for treasures, they just vent their inner resentment. Yes, continue to intensify the attack, and strive to enter the palace and search for clean treasures before those high-level internal disciples come. As they stepped up their attacks, the amplitude of the palace sloshing became stronger and stronger, and the vibration of the valley ground became more violent. At this time, the vibration had spread more than 100 kilometers away. Brothers, it seems that the palace defense array hasn't lasted long. Take out our strongest means and fight for the next attack to break the palace. The more the palace shakes, the more the disciples who attack the array mistakenly believe that it will be the reason for their attack, so they attack harder at this time. Younger martial brother Chu, no problem. Seeing that the palace was shaking more and more violently in front of him, Dongfeng Yongping mistakenly thought that the palace was about to open now, and couldn't help asking Chu Zhongshan for advice. Elder martial brother, put your heart into your stomach. It's still some time before the palace opens. You don't have to worry. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan motioned Dongfeng Yongping to wait at ease. The more the palace shakes, the wider the range of ground shaking, and the more inner disciples will be disturbed. 3 minutes after the shaking of the palace, the inner disciples who went out to the valley to look for opportunities have begun to return gradually. As the palace continued to shake, more and more disciples returned to the valley. Every inner disciple who returned to the valley saw the shaking palace, and the first reaction in his mind was that the palace was about to open. All their next moves are to join the attack team and attack the array in front of the palace with all their strength, hoping that the palace will be broken immediately. As more and more inner gate disciples returned to the valley palace, Chu Zhongshan's attention was no longer on the palace, but on the inner gate disciples returning to the valley. Just after the palace shook for 5 minutes, Chu Zhongshan, who paid attention to the disciples returning to the valley, suddenly brightened his eyes and immediately reminded Dongfeng Yongping. Elder martial brother, the man who took the blood essence fruit appeared. He was deeply impressed by the dark blue young man who took the blood essence fruit, so Chu Zhongshan recognized the man at once and immediately reminded Dongfeng Yongping when he just appeared in the valley. Where is it? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Dongfeng Yongping quickly shifted his attention and began to look for the person who took the blood essence fruit. Over there, he stretched out his hand and pointed straight ahead. Chu Zhongshan quickly pointed out the direction. Junior brother Chu, you stay here for the time being. Senior brother, go and get the blood essence fruit. According to the guidance of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yongping soon saw the man who took the blood essence fruit. After confirming that the person in front of him was the same person as the one he had imagined in his mind, he was excited to leave a sentence, and then rushed directly to the dark blue young man. Chu Zhongshan smiled knowingly when he saw Dongfeng Yongping, who rushed to the dark blue and dressed as a young man. Since he robbed the blood essence fruit without worry, it means that the young people with dark blue strength are far inferior to Dongfeng Yongping in both cultivation and status. Presumably, after he took the shot himself, the blood essence fruit should be in his hand soon. The development of the matter was basically the same as what he thought. He rushed to Yongping, the owner of dark blue energetic youth. Without saying a word, he first brought him to a remote place, beat him up, and then directly asked for blood essence and fruit. Although the dark blue energetic young man denied in every way that he owned the blood essence fruit, after Dongfeng Yongping described in detail how he got the blood essence fruit, the dark blue energetic young man finally had no choice but to hand in the blood essence fruit honestly. Dongfeng Yongping, who returned to Chu Zhongshan again, didn't give the blood essence fruit to Chu Zhongshan, but explained in a low voice. Younger martial brother Chu, the young man I beat hard just now, has reached the peak of 6 levels in the Qi transformation period. Behind him stands a force whose strength is not weaker than that of the imperial dynasty. If I give you the blood essence fruit at this time, I'm afraid it will cause his misunderstanding and let him transfer his hatred to you, which is not conducive to your future practice. Therefore, after leaving the blood demon's secret place, I will personally send it to number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. Elder martial brother, bother. Chu Zhongshan agrees with the kindness of Dongfeng Yongping. Not to mention whether he offended the dark blue energetic young man, the environment at this time did not allow him to copy the procedure of blood essence fruit. Just after Dongfeng Yongping recaptured the blood essence fruit, the original shaking became more and more powerful. A palace that was about to open suddenly stopped shaking, which made many disciples who were full of expectations silly there. I thought that continuing to increase the attack could break the defense array in front of the palace and enter the palace to compete for treasures, but I didn't expect that the result of continuing to increase the attack was to restore the palace to normal. What's going on? An inner disciple who had just returned to the valley and was ready to join the attack team asked loudly when he saw the palace suddenly restored to its original state. Yes, what happened? How did the palace that had been broken quickly recover as it was? Did someone secretly use his hands and feet among the disciples who just returned? With the palace restored to its original state, hundreds of disciples at the scene began to suspect each other, began to dike each other, and opened a certain distance from each other to prevent sneak attacks from behind. Younger martial brother Chu, what's going on? Not to mention that the disciples attacking the palace were confused. Even the Lord Yongping was very confused and puzzled. Alas, elder martial brother, this is just the energy stored before the palace is opened. With a sigh, Chu Zhongshan said solemnly, the longer the palace shakes, the more energy the array stores. When the palace is really opened, the more dangerous it will be. I don't know how many inner disciples will be lost after the palace is open this time. Store energy. Dongfeng Yongping did not understand the explanation of Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial brother, don't ask more. Like the change just happened, it will take at least 2 times before the palace can really open. Chu Zhongshan couldn't explain in too much detail what happened in the palace just now, so as not to expose the secret of the red jade pendant, so he could only explain it vaguely and shut up. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's unwillingness to explain too much, Dongfeng Yongping was embarrassed to continue questioning, so when waiting for the palace to open, they fell into silence. Seeing the restored palace, many inner disciples in front of the palace gradually lost patience. One after another inner disciples planned to leave and continue to go out to look for opportunities. However, just as they turned around and planned to leave the valley, the palace, which had returned to normal, sent out a slight shaking. The feeling of shaking made the inner disciple who had planned to leave suddenly stop his legs and turn around to watch. However, this time, none of the disciples attacked the array in front of the palace. Instead, they quietly watched the changes of the palace. Like repeating the process just now, the shaking of the palace became more and more violent, and the ground vibration spread more and more widely. This time, the shaking time of the palace was nearly 10 minutes longer than the first time, and the range of ground shaking reached 500 kilometers. As a result, more and more inner disciples returned to the valley. The inner disciples who returned to the valley, this time, generally reached the high level of the gasification period, and even more than a dozen people reached the level of 10 layers of perfection in the gasification period. After more than a dozen periods of gasification, the 10-story round inner gate disciples returned to the valley, and the palace, which had been shaking violently, immediately returned to its original state. As for the abnormality of the palace, the inner disciples who had experienced it once immediately explained in detail to those senior brothers with advanced cultivation what happened in the palace. Elder martial brother, the third shaking of the palace will affect a wider range. At that time, the experts in the half-step Qi period will also gather in the valley. Seeing that among the inner disciples returning to the valley, the one with the highest strength has reached the great perfection of the 10th floor of the Qi transformation period, Chu Zhongshan understood the reason after a little thought. Faced with the palace at a loss, most of the middle and high-level disciples who have reached the qi melting stage are unwilling to waste their time here. Most of them choose to leave the valley and go out to look for opportunities. In the third layer of the secret place, only the places where the forbidden area is marked on the map can have treasures. Perhaps the deeper the secret place, it is possible to find treasures. Therefore, the higher the cultivation, the farther away from the valley. This is why, after the first change in the palace, the most powerful disciples attracted to the palace were only the 6-story peak in the Qi transformation period. According to the information sent by the red jade pendant, the third change of the palace will affect more than 1,000 kilometers. The disciples in the half-step Qihai period will feel this fluctuation and will certainly return to the valley immediately. At that time, Zhu Yan, who secretly attacked Dongfeng Yangping from behind, will certainly appear in the valley. Chu Zhongshan is worried that Dongfeng Yangping will be unable to control his inner anger, so he attacks Zhu Yan. Killing between the two will certainly consume a lot of Zhenyuan and affect the next action, so Chu Zhongshan must tell Dongfeng Yangping, "Elder martial brother, I hope you can temporarily suppress your anger when you see Zhu Yan, and take the opening of the palace and the treasures in the palace as the main goal." Younger martial brother Chu, although I am not an open-minded person in Dongfeng Yangping, I am not a person who can't tolerate gas, so you can rest assured that I will control my emotions. In fact, without the deliberate reminder of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping also noticed the continuous return of disciples in the valley. He knew that he was about to face Zhu Yan. Although his inner anger had quietly risen, he had suppressed his anger through continuous adjustment and believed that he could face Zhu Yan calmly. That's good. The guarantee of Dongfeng Yangping didn't completely reassure Chu Zhongshan, but he couldn't ask Dongfeng Yangping to obey himself in everything. The reminder just now was just to do his best. As the third shaking of the palace began, more than 1,000 inner disciples in the valley watched the palace shaking calmly and attentively. No one attacked the array in front of the palace. When the shaking of the palace spread more and more widely, and finally reached a staggering 1,000 kilometers, one after another amazing momentum began to emerge outside the valley. After each amazing momentum appeared, the inner disciples in the valley would show different faces, such as fear, shock, excitement, tension, and so on. Younger martial brother Chu, this man's name is Zhang Danfeng. His cultivation broke through the half-step gas C period a month ago. He is an expert whose strength is not inferior to mine. Pointing to the disciple who returned to the valley for the first time, Dongfeng Yangping said. After the palace was opened, the real competitor was not the inner disciples in the valley, but the experts who kept returning to the valley at this time. Therefore, Dongfeng Yangping introduced in detail the origin of each disciple who returned to the valley at this time. He hoped that Chu Zhongshan could know well and avoid these experts in the next action. Younger martial brother Chu, this man's name is Zheng Kaixin. He just broke through the cultivation of half a step in the Sea of Qi before the secret territory of Blood Demon was opened. If you fight me, he will be equal within 10 moves, lose within 100 moves, and take his life within 300 moves. Younger martial brother Chu, you must firmly remember that his name is Liu Zixin. He broke through the half-step gas C period 3 months ago, and I am far from his opponent. Because he could break through the gas C period long ago, he deliberately suppressed the breakthrough level only for the opening of the Blood Demon's secret realm. Younger martial brother Chu, this man's name is Huang Yurong. He is the only son of Huang Hengsheng, the deacon of the sect. This man is eccentric and can't be provoked easily. He broke through the half-sea of anger a month ago, and his strength is not inferior to me. Younger martial brother Chu, the man who entered the valley is Qunlong. He broke through the half-step gas C period a month ago, and his strength is slightly inferior to me. As Dongfeng Yangping introduced the half-step Qihai disciples, who kept returning to the valley, Chu Zhongshan's face became more and more dignified. Because at least 5 of the more than a dozen half-step Qihai disciples who returned to the valley are experts that Dongfeng Yangping dare not provoke. After the palace was opened, the 5 men were his biggest rivals for the treasure. More importantly, listening to the tone of Dongfeng Yangping, it seems that there is an opponent he doesn't dare to provoke in the Blood Devil's secret territory. If you count this master who hasn't appeared yet, his competitors reach 6. Who? Dongfeng Yangping, who was introducing the situation of his disciples returning to the valley, suddenly began to breathe harder, and his clear eyes gradually turned red. a gesture that was about to explode. Looking around, Chu Zhongshan found that a young man of about 20 years old and extraordinary temperament was walking into the valley with a gloomy face. The object of Dongfeng Yangping's red eyes is the young man walking into the valley. Without the introduction of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan can guess that this young man is his former life and death brother and ready-made enemy Zhu Yan. For Dongfeng Yangping, who was on the verge of outbreak, Chu Zhongshan didn't give a voice to remind him. He just stepped back a little and watched his next move. In the end, if you can't stand your inner anger and retaliate against Zhu Yan with hatred, or can you suppress your inner anger and focus on the overall situation for the time being? After a full minute, the panting Dongfeng Yangping gradually calmed down, and the red eyes became clear. Chu Zhongshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that reason finally overcame anger, but also proved that Dongfeng Yangping's tenacious mind has unimaginable benefits for him to break through a higher realm in the future. Elder martial brother, as the saying goes, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In the future, you have plenty of opportunities to get rid of that sinister villain. Standing next to Dongfeng Yang again, Chu Zhongshan comforted. Younger martial brother Chu, you're right, we still have a long time. There will be opportunities in the future. Nodded, Dongfeng Yangping forcibly took his eyes away from Zhu Yan and threw them back into the palace. Oh, isn't this elder martial brother Zhu? I didn't expect that you could escape your life or even your injury under the pursuit of elder martial brother Gong. It seems that you are sinister enough. The only regret is that those disciples who follow you and are loyal to you will never return to the sect. Just after Zhu Yan entered the valley and Dongfeng Yangping suppressed his anger, Huang Yurong, who entered the valley earlier, couldn't help but sarcasm. As the only son of the sect deacon elder, Huang Yurong's identity is higher than that of the prince born in the imperial dynasty, so he is not afraid of Zhu Yan's identity and dares to make sarcasm. Huang Yurong, what do you mean? Zhu Yan, with a gloomy face and depressed heart, asked in a loud voice, unable to suppress his anger in the face of Huang Yurong's satire. Zhu Yan was also very contradictory at that time when he secretly attacked his brothers who were friends of life and death. He didn't know whether he was right or not. However, in the face of the blood ginseng that can improve his potential and strength, greed finally defeated reason and let him finally choose to fight. If he could kill Dongfeng Yangping at that time and finally harvest blood ginseng, Zhu Yan would feel that everything he did was right and worth it. After all, the eternal continent follows the iron rule that the strong are respected and victory is king. However, the sneak attack not only failed to kill Dongfeng Yangping, but also allowed him to escape smoothly, which put a lot of pressure on Zhu Yan. After all, it's not a glorious thing to sneak attacks on brothers who are close friends of life and death. Spreading it will certainly affect their reputation. If we can do it without being aware of the ghost, it will certainly have no impact, because such things as killing people and stealing goods can be found everywhere in the eternal continent. As long as the blood devil's secret place is not closed, he has time to chase and kill Dongfeng Yangping, who has been seriously injured and is difficult to recover in a short time. He is confident that he can't leave the blood devil's secret place alive. The most important thing at present is to catch blood ginseng quickly. However, he underestimated the blood ginseng that was 5,000 years old. The speed of 5,000-year-old blood ginseng is no less than that of the master of cultivation in Qihai period. This is also the reason why Dongfeng Yangping first thought to join hands with Zhu Yan after discovering 5,000-year-old blood ginseng. With great efforts, Zhu Yan finally failed to catch the blood ginseng and let the blood ginseng escape the restricted area smoothly. Stealing chickens can't erode rice. At this time, it is a true portrayal of Zhu Yan. For a blood ginseng, he not only lost a life and death brother who could support each other on the road of cultivation, but also didn't get the opportunity to improve his potential and treasures. In addition to being depressed, what Zhu Yan wants to do most is to get rid of Dongfeng Yangping to prevent him from publicizing his sneak attack behind his back. After leaving the restricted area, it took him several days to find Dongfeng Yangping. It was getting closer and closer to the time when the blood devil's secret place was closed, and Zhu Yan began to worry. At this time, the third layer of the secret place began to rumor that he secretly attacked his life and death brothers in order to get blood ginseng, and it was rumored that he got 5,000 blood ginseng. When he heard this rumor, he almost vomited blood. Don't say he didn't get the blood ginseng. Even if he got it, It must be kept secret. How could it be leaked? He knew that this rumor must have been spread by Dongfeng Yangping. He didn't expect that Dongfeng Yangping, who saw an honest man, would make such a sinister move. At the same time, he also knew that with the spread of this rumor, the crisis was coming, so he must find Dongfeng Yangping as soon as possible and let others know that he didn't get blood ginseng with his mouth. However, he underestimated the temptation of blood ginseng, or the importance of 5,000 years of blood ginseng. Just as he took his men to find Dongfeng Yangping, the first expert attracted by blood ginseng appeared. The first expert to appear was Gong Rulin. He was the most powerful person who entered the blood demon's secret realm this time. He was the expert he didn't want to face and didn't want to face, because Gong Rulin is known as the top 10 of the inner disciples with the strongest strength. It is already the top cultivation in the gas sea period, and its real strength has reached a peak in the gas sea period. However, I don't want to face it, but I have to face it. In the face of Gong Rulin's overbearing attitude, no matter how Zhu Yan explained it, Gong Rulin didn't believe it, and even forced him to hand over his storage bag in the end. Zhu Yan will certainly not agree with this. Don't say that the storage bag represents a person's final dignity and can't be easily viewed by others. There are several things in his storage bag that must not be exposed to others. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The result of their disagreement is to start. In the face of Gong Rulin, whose real strength has reached the peak of the gas sea period, Zhu Yan can't hold on for long. If it weren't for his desperate resistance and the trap he prepared in advance, I'm afraid he wouldn't appear in the valley now. He lost the friendship between life and death, and the blood ginseng that had not been promoted was chased by Gong Rulin like a lost dog. Zhu Yan was furious at all kinds of losses. Therefore, in the face of Huang Yurong's satire, he directly questioned him angrily regardless of each other's identity. What do you mean? It's simple. Facing Zhu Yan's question, Huang Yurong took a direct step forward and continued to satirize without fear. Although Huang Yurong is not a gentleman, I will never sneak into a friend of life and death behind my back, unlike someone who sneaks into a friend of life and death for the sake of a blood ginseng. Speaking of this, Huang Yurong glanced at Dongfeng Yangping not far away and continued to satirize with disdain. Unfortunately, stealing chicken can't erode rice. Just now, Huang Yurong deliberately watched and let Zhu Yan unconsciously look down his line of sight. Then he widened his eyes, pointed to Dongfeng Yangping with one finger, and showed an incredible expression on his face. At this time, Dongfeng Yangping is obviously not like a person who has been seriously injured, both in state and in breath. However, as Zhu Yan clearly remembers, Dongfeng Yangping, who suffered his full blow, almost died on the spot. Moreover, in order to escape from his pursuit, he overdraw his potential. This kind of injury is not a top pill with more than 7 grades and cannot be recovered in such a short time. Zhu Yan, aren't you surprised to see senior brother Dongfeng jumping around? Chu Zhongshan knew that Dongfeng Yangping was suppressing his anger at this time. In order to prevent him from being stimulated by Zhu Yan, he couldn't suppress his inner anger and destroyed the next plan, so he had to stand up. What are you, dare to talk to me like this? When Dongfeng Yangping recovers from his injury, Zhu Yan dare not easily provoke him. No matter how angry he is, Zhu Yan must endure it. However, how can Zhu Yan make him look good when he dares to satirize Chu Zhongshan, a little man in the body refining period? By the words of elder martial brother Huang just now, Chu Zhongshan is also not a gentleman, but I can't do anything to sneak attacks on friends between life and death behind my back. Only inhuman livestock can do such a bad thing. He was disgusted with Zhu Yan. His vicious words just now made Chu Zhongshan scold. Boy, I think you are impatient. Chu Zhongshan dared to swear in front of him, which made Zhu Yan, who was full of anger, full of murderous spirit when he looked at Chu Zhongshan. Zhu, I'm afraid you can't kill me if you want to kill me, even though you're an expert in the halfway sea of qi. Chu Zhongshan was not afraid of Zhu Yan's murderous threat, and even continued to provoke. Little livestock, no matter who comes forward today, I can't stop my determination to kill you. Chu Zhongshan was full of insulting provocation, which made Zhu Yan unable to control his anger. He pulled out his life spirit weapon and made a gesture of killing Chu Zhongshan. Zhu Yan, if you dare to move a finger of younger martial brother Chu, today I will try my best to kill you in this valley. Seeing that Zhu Yan was about to kill Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping stepped forward and threatened with a strong murderous spirit. Facing the threat of Dongfeng Yangping's desperate posture, Zhu Yan couldn't help but retreat a few steps in panic. Elder Marshal brother, you don't need to intervene in Zhu Yan's affairs. I have my own way to solve him. Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping was close to the essence of the murderous spirit, Chu Zhongshan worried that his mind would be affected by the murderous spirit, and finally made a stupid act of overdrawing potential and killing Zhu Yan, so he quickly pulled him to his side to persuade him. Younger Marshal brother Chu, I can deal with Zhu Yan. Dongfeng Yangping, who was pulled behind him, was unwilling to retreat. Elder Marshal brother, you forgot our agreement. When he raised his eyebrows, Chu Zhongshan reminded him sternly. The move between Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping just now made more than a dozen experts in the valley feel incredible. As an expert in the half-step Qi period, the top disciples of the inner sect exist. Although they don't have a lot of contact in ordinary times, they have a certain understanding of each other. Dongfeng Yangping, who was born in the Tianlong imperial dynasty, is a person with pride in his bones. People like him rarely listen to others' opinions, let alone an external disciple who is younger than him and has only a period of physical training. At this time, the more than a dozen experts in the period of half-step Qi have firmly remembered Chu Zhongshan. Zhu Yan, believe it or not, I can easily take your life without the help of senior brother Dongfeng. When Dongfeng Yangping suppressed his anger and retreated, Chu Zhongshan faced Zhu Yan again, and his words were even more impolite. The arrogance and conceit in Chu Zhongshan's words made Zhu Yan laugh uncontrollably. While laughing wildly, he pointed to Chu Zhongshan and said sarcastically, I Zhu Yan have seen arrogant and conceited people, but I really laugh to death when I see arrogant people like you for the first time in my life. Zhu Yan, is Chu Zhongshan arrogant? Then you will see that I just want to make a bet with you on whether I can take your life with words alone. Chu Zhongshan did not refute Zhu Yan's sarcasm, but put forward a gambling agreement with a solemn face and sincere tone. Yes, I dare not. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's gambling appointment, Zhu Yan directly accepted it without considering it. Although many of the more than a dozen half-step experts on the scene can easily defeat him, no one can do it if they want to take his life in a short time. Otherwise, in the face of Gong Rulin, one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, he could not escape at last. Zhu Yan, you are the emperor's son of the Ming dynasty and an expert in the half-step Qi period. Your family capital must be rich, so the gambling agreement between you and me takes 500,007 grade medium-level spirit stones and 10,008 grade blood crystals as the gambling capital. How about it? Seeing that Zhu Yan agreed to bet, Chu Zhongshan picked up his mouth slightly and showed a smile of successful conspiracy on his face. 500,007 grade medium-level spirit stones and 10,008 grade blood crystals. Zhu Yan can take them out. Can you take out so much gambling money as a little rookie in the body refining period? Chu Zhongshan's gambling money startled Zhu Yan. The 500,007 grade medium-level spirit stone can be easily taken out by him with rich value, but the 10,008 grade blood crystal is almost his whole value. If he loses the last bet and pays 10,008 blood crystals, this time's experience of the Blood Devil's secret place can basically be said to return empty-handed. However, in the twinkling of an eye, Chu Zhongshan just put forward the gambling agreement. No matter what he thought, he could not win, so he readily agreed to the huge gambling money put forward by Chu Zhongshan. After agreeing to the gambling money, Zhu Yan was worried about whether Chu Zhongshan could come up with such a huge amount of gambling money. Younger Marshal brother Chu, there are 10,008 grade blood crystals and 300,007 grade medium-level spirit stones. In the face of Zhu Yan's query, Chu Zhongshan didn't come and answer. Dongfeng Yangping directly took out a storage bag behind him, handed it to Chu Zhongshan, and loudly introduced it. Although I don't know why Chu Zhongshan suddenly provoked a gambling appointment with Zhu Yan, I think he tried his best to squeeze his opponent's spirit stone in the cave left by the peerless strong man in order to better deal with his opponent. So Dongfeng Yangping took out all his private collections and handed them to Chu Zhongshan without hesitation. Zhu Yan, I also have gambling money. Does the gambling promise count? Holding the storage bag in his hand, Chu Zhongshan showed a provocative gesture. Gambling, how can I not accept someone's spiritual resources for nothing? Chu Zhongshan's provocation was only one reason why Zhu Yan promised to bet. What really made him decide was the storage bag in Chu Zhongshan's hand. The reason why he has 10,008 grade blood crystals in his hand is the harvest when he and Dongfeng Yangping jointly swept the third floor of the whole secret territory, so he knows the number of blood crystals Dongfeng Yangping has. If you can get the storage bag in Chu Zhongshan's hand, his loss may not be as big as expected in this blood demon's secret realm experience. The senior brothers in the valley help the junior brothers to prove the gambling agreement between Zhu Yan and me. Seeing Zhu Yan's promise of gambling, Chu Zhongshan hugged the inner disciples gathered in the valley, especially the more than a dozen experts in the period of half-step Qi Si, and sincerely begged for the way. Younger martial brother Chu, I'll be the witness of the gambling agreement between you and Zhu Yan. When the gambling agreement is divided into victory and defeat, I'll be responsible for collecting the gambling money. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's sincere request, none of the inner disciples below the Qihai period in the valley dared to answer. After all, Zhu Yan is an object that cannot be easily offended, whether it is cultivation, identity, or personality. They can't offend Zhu Yan for someone they don't know. Although the disciples in the half-step Qihai period are not afraid of Zhu Yan's identity and accomplishments, they can't provoke an opponent of the same level for the sake of an outside disciple who has no involvement and is only in the physical training period. However, Huang Yurong, who likes to be lively by nature and is also unhappy with Zhu Yan, took the initiative to stand up. He not only promised the witness of the bet, but also took the initiative to collect the gambling money, which made Chu Zhongshan feel much better about Huang Yurong at once. Thank you, Elder Martial Brother Huang. You're welcome. I'm naturally lively. I'm very interested in your gambling. How can I not participate? Facing Chu Zhongshan's sincere thanks, Huang Yurong waved his hand and didn't accept his thanks. Surname Chu, since the gambling agreement has been established, I'll see how you use words to kill me. Although Zhu Yan didn't like Huang Yurong's sarcasm after entering the valley, the gamble between him and Chu Zhongshan, perhaps with Dongfeng Yangping, must be witnessed by an expert like Huang Yurong. Otherwise, after the outcome of the bet is determined, if Chu Zhongshan cheats and kills himself in the face of Dongfeng Yangping's posture of overdraft potential, he will never get the gambling money in Chu Zhongshan's hands. No hurry, he shook his head at Zhu Yan. Chu Zhongshan indicated that he didn't have to worry, then turned around, pointed to the red palace in front of him, and said to thousands of inner disciples in front of him. Pointing to the red palace in front of you, Chu Zhongshan said loudly, "Senior brothers, the palace in front of you is called Prison Pavilion. It is a temporary palace with great ability that has exceeded the period of divine soul and has been closed for practice. Although it is only a temporary residence, the palace that has been contaminated with the breath of great energy is no longer a mortal thing, and it is not too much to call it a treasure. Moreover, some treasures used by the strong man are stored in the palace, including magic weapons, pills to improve cultivation, treasures to enhance strength, etc." Chu Zhongshan just made a loud and detailed introduction, which made all the disciples in the valley except Dongfeng Yangping stare at Chu Zhongshan with a surprised expression. For the palace in the valley, all the inner disciples have consulted all the information they can know about the Blood Devil secret place, and there is no trace of the origin of the palace at all. Chu Zhongshan knew not only the name of the palace, but also its origin and the treasures in the palace. It was strange that they didn't feel strange. Of course, some of the disciples with firm mind and profound cultivation soon recovered and looked at Chu Zhongshan with skeptical eyes. Among them was Zhu Yan. It was after his cold hum that he began to refute Chu Zhongshan's remarks just now. As for the real origin of this palace, none of the fellow disciples present knows, so no matter how you describe it, we can't confirm its authenticity. In the face of Zhu Yan's doubt and the suspicious eyes of the public, Chu Zhongshan had expected it long ago, so he didn't panic at all and explained with a smile on his face. "I know the introduction just now. The senior brothers present will certainly not believe it. Then let me continue the introduction." Also referring to the palace, Chu Zhongshan continued to introduce the situation in the palace. Everyone must have noticed the red liquid in the palace for a long time. That kind of red liquid is called magic blood. It is a treasure specially used to improve the grade of blood demons and enhance the strength of blood demons. That's why the 8-grade blood demons in the secret territory came here desperately. Their ultimate goal is the magic blood stored in the palace. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan glanced at the disciples in the valley and saw that the look of doubt in their eyes had not decreased. He knew that he must come up with a means to convince everyone next. Otherwise, some people can't allow themselves to continue fooling around. Across the eyes of all the people, they went straight to the palace before moving the spirit in the field to the 10 fingers. Chu Zhangtian 10 fingers waved with a dazzling fingering in front of the palace. With the 10 points waved by Chu Zhongshan in the array was attacked by the public for several days. Under his fingers, a small hole with a diameter of about a few centimeters was broken. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan could use fingering to open a small part of the array, the doubts in the eyes of most people at the scene gradually subsided, and they had begun to believe his words and his introduction to the palace just now. After the array breaks a small hole, Chu Zhongshan uses the information from the red jade pendant to introduce how to collect the red liquid and take out the red liquid the size of a water cup. After putting the red liquid into the pill bottle containing the pill, Chu Zhongshan returned to Dongfeng Yangping and asked the crowd in front of him. Although the 8-level blood demons in the Blood Demon Secret Territory were basically slaughtered, I think there must be fish with exposed nets. I don't know which elder martial brother on the scene has fast body method. He can catch a 8-level blood demon outside the valley to verify the red liquid in my hand and see if its effect is as I mentioned just now. I know there are several blood demons in the middle level of the 8th grade of blood demons not far from the valley. In order to know whether what Chu Zhongshan just said is true or not, Liu Zixin, who was in the period of half a step of Qi Si, took the initiative to stand up and undertake the task of capturing blood demons. Elder Martial Brother Liu, please. With both hands clasping fists, Chu Zhongshan said apologetically. Liu Zixin didn't seem to see Chu Zhongshan's apology. He directly used his body method and martial arts and disappeared into the valley in an instant. After Liu Zih left the valley, Chu Zhongshan did not continue to speak, but returned to Dongfeng Yangping and began to consider the next action. As a half-step cultivation and a master of speed, Liu Zixin took less than 5 minutes to return to the valley with an 8th-grade blood devil whose grade reached the peak of the middle level. Reaching out to knock out the 8th-grade middle-level blood devil and throwing it directly at the foot of Chu Zhongshan, Liu Zixin said coldly, "You can test the effect of the red liquid in your hand. Elder Martial Brother, help me wake up the blood devil." Seeing the 8th-grade middle-level peak blood devil under his feet, Chu Zhongshan was delighted. He opened the pill bottle containing red liquid and placed it 10 meters away from the 8th-grade middle-level blood devil, and then ordered Dongfeng Yangping. "Okay," from the storage bag, "take out a pill that emits calming qi." Dongfeng Yangping flicks his finger and shoots the pill directly at the 8th-grade blood devil. When the pill reached the top of the 8th-grade blood devil, the whole pill suddenly exploded and turned into powder and fell on the 8th-grade blood devil. After a while, the stunned Bapin middle-level blood devil woke up and saw many human experts standing around. The Bapin middle-level blood devil had no fear and patted his chest hard. A picture was about to rush to the nearest East Yangping and Chu Zhongshan. However, at this time, it seemed to suddenly feel something and cast its eyes directly on the Dan bottle, containing red liquid 10 meters away. Seeing the red liquid in the pill, the body that had rushed to Dongfeng Yangping and Chu Zhongshan stopped instantly, and then picked up the pill bottle 10 meters away at a speed that exceeded the speed of the 8th-grade blood devil. That is, without the slightest hesitation, and ignoring many human experts around, the 8th-grade middle-level blood devil poured the red liquid in the pill bottle into his mouth. As the red liquid poured into the mouth and into the abdomen, the momentum of the 8th-grade middle-level blood devil gradually began to grow stronger. It's not a long time. Originally, it was only the top grade of the middle grade of the 8th grade. It was directly promoted to the high-grade blood devil of the 8th grade. Breaking through the grade 8 blood demons, they cast their eyes on the palace in front. The red liquid in the palace, regardless of the obstacles in front of the palace, the 8th-grade high-level blood demons are like a shell directly hitting the array in front of the palace. Boom! With a deafening roar, the 8-level high-level blood demons who rushed to the palace array were directly bounced back by the palace array, and the strong rebound made the 8-level blood demons in mid-air explode directly, which turned into countless blood rain and scattered in mid-air. After the blood rain fell on the ground of the valley, it quickly penetrated into the ground and disappeared. Senior brothers, I don't know if you believe me now. Junior brother, I know the real origin of the palace in front of me. Do you believe younger martial brother I can break the array in front of me? Do you believe that younger martial brother I can open the palace and let all senior brothers enter the palace to look for treasure? After the blood rain formed by the 8th-grade high-level blood demons disappeared in the air, Chu Zhongshan took a step forward, looking indifferent, but his tone was extremely confident. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's 3 consecutive questions of disbelief, everyone at the scene was silent, but the enthusiasm in their eyes proved that they believed what Chu Zhongshan had just said. Chu, maybe you are proficient in Dan Tao and can know its efficacy in advance by observing the composition of red liquid. So what you said just now can't prove that everything you said is true. Facing Chu Zhongshan's confident appearance, Zhu Yan retorted loudly. At this moment, he can probably guess how Chu Zhongshan used words to kill himself. In any case, he can't make the people present believe, especially the more than a dozen experts in the half-step Kihai period believe that Chu Zhongshan can open the array in front of the palace and finally open the palace. Otherwise, in the face of the temptation that there may be treasures left by the powerful in the palace, these people can do anything. Elder Marshal Brother Zhu, what should I do next to prove that I can break the defense array and open the palace? In the face of Zhu Yan's refutation, Chu Zhongshan was also not nervous at all, with a faint, confident smile on his face for a long time. It's easy for us to believe you. As long as you can break the array and open the palace now, I'll admit defeat and give you the gambling money honestly. Pointing to the palace in front of him, Zhu Yan also looked confident. Fact, Chu Zhongshan's ability to temporarily tear up a small hole in the array and take out the red liquid in the palace has convinced Zhu Yan that he can open the defense array in front of the palace. However, he was worried that Chu Zhongshan would use his ability as a threat to force more than a dozen experts at the scene to deal with himself. If faced with the siege of more than a dozen and a half-step experts, he not only has no ability to fight back, but also has no chance to escape at last. He may even be buried in the valley. If Chu Zhongshan breaks the defense array and opens the palace, who cares about the gambling agreement between him and Chu Zhongshan in the face of the treasures left by the powerful in the palace? At that time, he can not only not pay gambling money, but also enter the palace to find treasure. Isn't it a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Zhu, do you think I'm stupid? In the face of Zhu Yan's request, Chu Zhongshan made no secret of his contempt, and even his tone was full of irony. At this moment, he was too lazy to continue to pay attention to Zhu Yan. He turned directly to face the people in the valley, especially more than a dozen experts in the period of half-step Qi, and sincerely asked for a way. Senior brothers, I don't know if you really believe that I can open the palace smoothly at this moment. If you believe me, please help me win Zhu Yan, and let me win the gambling appointment and gain the gambling money. If all senior brothers don't believe me, I'll give the gambling money to senior brother Zhu immediately, and leave the valley with senior brother Dongfeng to wait for the closure of the Blood Devil's secret place. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan slapped his forehead fiercely, showed a sudden understanding posture on his face and said, "By the way, the Blood Devil's secret place has been opened for 14 days, and there is less than 1 day left to close. Time is very urgent. Zhu Yan, I finally found you." Chu Zhongshan's plea just now made Zhu Yan look suddenly changed. He knew that Chu Zhongshan forced the people on the scene to deal with him with a bachelor-like attitude. If they don't deal with themselves, Chu Zhongshan would rather not open the palace. After all, his accomplishments were the lowest among the people on the scene. Even after opening the palace, he had few opportunities to obtain treasures, and he didn't lose much if he didn't open the palace. However, in the face of the opportunity that may be lost, these people on the scene will certainly not worry about their own strength and identity. Therefore, when Chu Zhongshan pleaded with everyone with full expectation, he had begun to retreat quietly and planned to leave the valley secretly. Chu Zhongshan is right in saying that it is less than a day before the Blood Devil's secret place is closed. As long as you can leave the valley and hide outside the valley for a day, who will help Chu Zhongshan ask for gambling money after the Blood Demon's secret place is closed and everyone returns to the sect. However, just as he had just stepped, opened the door and quietly left the valley, there was a sudden roar from outside the valley. The violent drinking made Zhu Yan look very pale and also attracted the attention of everyone in the valley. Zhu Yan, if you want to leave the valley, you can, but you must leave the gambling money in your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Zhongshan's plea just now put everyone in a dilemma. If you agree to Chu Zhongshan's request and force Zhu Yan to pay gambling money, if there is no treasure described by Chu Zhongshan after the palace is opened, wouldn't it be a sin for Zhu Yan and no harvest? If you don't agree with Chu Zhongshan, I'm afraid he will really leave the valley with Dongfeng Yangping and give up the treasures in the palace. Facing the unknown choice, people are in a dilemma. Therefore, no one noticed Zhu Yan's move to leave quietly. The roar outside the valley attracted everyone's attention. As a witness between the two people, Huang Yurong saw that Zhu Yan planned to leave quietly and didn't give him face as a witness, which made Huang Yurong, who has always valued face, very angry. A flash appeared beside Zhu Yan. Huang Yurong took out his life spirit weapon, a gesture of about to start, and threatened fiercely at the same time. Just when Huang Yurong threatened Zhu Yan, the owner who had just drunk outside the valley also appeared beside Zhu Yan. Elder Marshal Brother Gong. Seeing the sudden appearance of the young man, haughty Huang Yurong immediately saluted respectfully. Younger Marshal Brother Huang, he nodded to Huang Yurong. Elder Marshal Brother Gong stared at Zhu Yan with a gloomy face and made no secret of his murderous spirit. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, the young expert just appeared, is Gong Rulin. He is the top 10 expert among the internal disciples and the most powerful person in the blood demon's secret realm this time. Don't provoke him. After the elder marshal brother surnamed Gong appeared in the valley, Dongfeng Yangping hurried to Chu Zhongshan, explaining his origin and telling him with a dignified look. Elder marshal brother, if elder marshal brother Gong is the most powerful person in the blood demon's secret realm, what about the other 9 top 10 elder marshal brothers? Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. You know, the first 3 layers of the blood devil's secret realm are only opened once every 3 years. The secret realm has blood crystals to improve the state of mind cultivation, blood essence fruits to enhance the cultivation, and blood ginseng to improve the potential. These are treasures that can't be seen outside. Aren't these experts in the half-sea of Qi attracted? Younger marshal brother Chu, do you think the sect only has the secret realm of blood devil, which can improve its strength? Or do you think these disciples in the blood devil's secret realm are all the inner disciples of the sect? Chu Zhongshan's question made Dongfeng Yangping realize his real weakness. That is, he has little experience and knows too few secrets. Isn't it? At this time, the number of inner disciples gathered in the valley has exceeded 3,000. More than 3,000 young masters in the Qi transformation period are not the vast majority of inner disciples of the sect. Younger marshal brother Chu, you have entered the sect for a short time and don't know much about Li Yun sect, so you don't know very well. There are many channels for the sect to recruit disciples, not just the way to recruit disciples in the southern region every 3 years. In fact, the number of factotum disciples, external disciples, and internal disciples in the sect adds up to more than 100,000. Among them, the number of factotum disciples is the least, which is less than 20,000. Because the minimum requirement for the sect to recruit disciples is that the cultivation talent must reach more than 8 grades. It is not difficult to break through the cultivation period of 8 grades cultivation talent. Therefore, there are the largest number of external disciples in the training period of the sect, almost 60,000 to 70,000. As for the number of internal disciples, there are at least 30,000 to 50,000. Dongfeng Yangping's detailed introduction made Chu Zhongshan's tongue prick. In the twinkling of an eye, his introduction just now was also normal. The eternal continent is different from the Earth before he crossed. The Earth is seriously polluted due to the development of modern science and technology. Although the life expectancy has increased, it is only in its 70s. In the eternal continent, the environment with beautiful scenery and sufficient aura leads to a long life expectancy here. Moreover, as long as people with spiritual talent practice spiritual power, the average life expectancy on the eternal continent reaches 100 years old. If you enter the gas refining period, you will basically reach 110 years old. If you enter the cultivation period, your life will reach 130 to 150 years old. When cultivation enters the Qi transformation period, the life expectancy will reach 150 to 200 years old. Therefore, it is not surprising that there are so many internal disciples in the sect after years of accumulation. In fact, Chu Zhongshan didn't know because he joined Li Yun's sect for a short time, only 2 months ago. In these 2 months, he either closed himself to improve his accomplishments or went out to practice. He didn't really contact other disciples, let alone really understand Li Yun's sect. However, when the Blood Devil secret place was closed, the sect ratio immediately came, which was an opportunity for him to really start to understand the sect. Elder marshal brother Gong I. Seeing Gong Rulinsi's murderous spirit undisguised, Zhu Yan not only looked unusually pale but also stuttered in his voice. Zhu Yan, good means. I didn't expect that the trap you set not only made me unable to leave, but also my good brothers almost died in it. Looking at Zhu Yan in front of him, Gong Rulin said, gnashing his teeth. In the face of Zhu Yan's provocation, he was careless. I thought it was not easy to catch Zhu Yan with his half-step cultivation in the Qihai period and his peak strength in the Qihai period. Therefore, I didn't pay attention to the trap set by Zhu Yan, which led to Zhu Yan's final fall into it and let Zhu Yan escape smoothly. Elder Martial Brother Gong, you can't blame me for that. After all, you killed all my brothers and men. I had to do this in order to live. Hearing the trap set by himself, Gong Rulin lost his troops. Zhu Yan, who was afraid of death, immediately returned to normal, and his tone of voice was much smoother. You're right. Losing soldiers at a loss is the result of my palace Rulin's carelessness. I don't blame you for this, but should I hand over the blood ginseng you promised me at this time? Facing Zhu Fang's retort, Gong Rulin took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and then began to ask for blood ginseng. Elder Martial Brother Gong, I really don't have blood ginseng in my hand. Zhu Yan pulled his gloomy face and begged. At first, in order to deceive Gong Rulin into the trap he set in advance, he deliberately said that he had obtained the blood ginseng and agreed to give it to him, but what he didn't expect was that Gong Rulin escaped from the trap before closing the secret place with his own strength. At this moment, he was trapped in the valley and couldn't get away, so facing Gong Rulin asking for blood ginseng, Zhu Yan really didn't know what to give him. However, looking at the murderous spirit of Gong Rulin, he knew that if he could not give Gong Rulin a reasonable delivery, it would be difficult to do well today. Anxious, he began to look to the east Yongping, because at this time, only he can help himself prove that he has no blood ginseng in his hand, and only his confirmation can make him completely clear his suspicion. Brother Dongfeng, please help me prove that I didn't get blood ginseng when I was in the restricted area. In the face of Zhu Yan's almost pleading tone, Dongfeng Yongping just gave a cold hum and didn't intend to help him prove it. Elder Martial Brother Zhu, since you have promised Elder Martial Brother Gong, please give the blood ginseng to Elder Martial Brother Gong. At the same time, give me the gambling money I lost just now. All the Elder Martial brothers on the scene are still waiting for me to open the palace. At this time, Chu Zhongshan suddenly interposed. Originally, Gong Rulin forced Zhu Yan. Chu Zhongshan was very interested in watching it to see how Zhu Yan would be forced by Gong Rulin in the end. However, the red jade pendant on his forehead suddenly sent him a message, which clearly pointed out that the palace had changed because he had just broken the array and took out the red liquid in the palace. The palace, which originally took more than 2 hours to open, was advanced to only 10 minutes. It was precisely because of the message sent by the red jade pendant that he had to ask for gambling money and prepare to open the preparation in front of the palace. Surname Chu, there is no hatred between you and me. Why are you targeting me everywhere? Chu Zhongshan's seemingly benign reminder just now was quite insidious, which made Zhu Yan furious. Although Dongfeng Yongping didn't help him explain just now, Zhu Yan was confident that he would finally get his temporary forgiveness and finally help himself clear the suspicion. But Chu Zhongshan's sudden intervention just now completely extinguished this possibility. At this time, he wanted to cut Chu Zhongshan into 10 pieces and 8 pieces to relieve his hatred. Facing Zhu Yan's angry question, Chu Zhongshan retorted bluntly, "There must be no resentment between you and me. I just think for my senior brother from the bottom of my heart. After all, if you don't believe, you won't stand. What you promise must be done. Isn't it wrong?" Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan looked at Huang Yurong standing next to Zhu Fang and asked sincerely, "Elder Martial Brother Huang, are you wrong about what I just said? What younger Martial Brother Chu just said is very reasonable." Nodded to Chu Zhongshan, and Huang Yurong said. Chu Zhongshan's rebuttal just now not only reminds him that as a witness, it's time to ask for gambling money, but also helps Gong Rulin. How can Huang Yurong not agree and attach? Zhu Yan, I, Huang Yurong, don't have the good temper of Elder Martial Brother Gong. I can be patient again and again, so you quickly take the bleeding ginseng and give it to Elder Martial Brother Gong, and give the storage bag in your hand to younger Martial Brother Chu. The spirit weapon, long sword in his hand, pointed to Zhu Yan, and Huang Yurong made a gesture that he was about to start. In the face of Huang Yurong's posture that he was about to start, Zhu Yan was really dumb at this time. He couldn't say how hard it was to eat Copti's chinensis, but he had to find a way to solve the current dilemma. If he continues to delay, facing the threat of Gong Rulin and Huang Yurong, and the impulse of thousands of disciples on the scene to search for treasure, I'm afraid he can't be kind today. Here you are. Throw the storage bag directly to Chu Zhongshan. However, the storage bag contains all the power of Zhenyuan under Zhu Yan's anger. The original intention is to take this opportunity to frighten Chu Zhongshan and let him know that some people can't offend easily. Seeing the storage bag from the sharp shot, Chu Zhongshan stepped back. Dongfeng Yangping standing next to him took a step forward and took the storage bag from Zhu Yan with one hand. Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping took the initiative to take over the storage bag, Zhu Yan knew that his attempt to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson through the storage bag had failed. He was not disappointed. Elder Marshal Brother Gong, excuse me. Holding a fist to Gong Rulin, Zhu Yan solemnly deliberated. Outside the valley. Forced to this extent, Gong Rulin didn't pay blood ginseng. Gong Rulin speculated that Zhu Yan probably didn't get blood ginseng, and external rumors are likely to be Dongfeng Yangping's means to retaliate against Zhu Yan. Since he intends to negotiate privately, I'm afraid he wants to pay the price to his satisfaction. Although he didn't get the blood ginseng in the end, if he could harvest the treasure no less than the blood ginseng, he wouldn't go all out to pursue and kill Zhu Yan. What Gong Rulin thought, Chu Zhongshan also thought, and he thought more. If Zhu Yan intends to pay enough price in exchange for Gong Rulin's abandoning his pursuit, he is also likely to take the opportunity to make a request for Gong Rulin to kill himself after the palace is opened. After all, he is only an external disciple on the 7th floor of the physical training period. For Gong Rulin, who has really reached the Kihai period, he is just a little person he doesn't look at all. If Zhu Yan is willing to pay a price and let him destroy himself smoothly after the palace is opened, I'm afraid Gong Rulin will readily agree. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan's brain moved rapidly and began to consider how to deal with the possible danger. After watching for a week, Chu Zhongshan's eyes finally fell on Huang Yurong, and an idea flashed in his mind. He took the storage bag from Dongfeng Yangping. Chu Zhongshan put the 100,007 grade medium-level spirit stones and 5,008 grade blood crystals in the storage bag into his storage bag, and then took the storage bag to Huang Yurong. Elder Marshal Brother Huang, younger Marshal Brother, I only achieved 7 levels of cultivation during the training period. 100,007 grade medium-level spirit stones and 5,000 blood crystals are enough for me to practice for a long time, so these 200,007 grade medium-level spirit stones and 5,000 blood crystals are given to Elder Marshal Brother to thank Elder Marshal Brother Huang for his great help just now. He handed the storage bag in his hand to Huang Yurong. Chu Zhongshan pretended to be grateful and thanked him. In fact, his heart is dripping blood now. After all, with the copy and paste program, he consumes too many spiritual stones in the process of cultivation. 27,000 medium-level spiritual stones can allow him to copy many pills that can assist his cultivation. The speed of his cultivation has been very fast. The only disadvantage is that his state of mind cultivation cannot keep up with his own state. 5,008 grade blood crystals are enough for him to improve his state of mind cultivation to the Qi transformation stage, or even higher level of Qi transformation stage. However, in the face of the threat brought by Gong Rulin, these 200,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones and 5,000 pieces of 8-grade blood crystals may become an opportunity for him to finally save his life. Therefore, even if his heart was dripping blood, he had to pretend to be willing to give it to Huang Yurong in exchange for his help when he was in danger. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, this. Looking at the storage bag handed by Chu Zhongshan in front of him, and listening to his sincere thanks, Huang Yurong fell into the contradiction of whether to take it or not. The 200,007 grade medium-level spirit stone is not very attractive to him in the halfway Qi period. Because with his strength and position in the sect, it is not very difficult to get such a number of spirit stones. However, the 5,008 grade blood crystal was an irresistible temptation for him. Although the blood demons in the secret territory of blood demons are the most obscene force in heaven and earth, and blood demons will be born all the time, the blood demons born all the time are only 10 blood demons. 10 blood demons want to be promoted to 8 blood demons. I don't know how long it will take. I don't know how many 10 and 9 blood demons die on the way to promotion. The blood demon secret place is opened every 3 years, resulting in a small number of 8-grade blood demons in the 3rd layer of the secret place, which is estimated to be more than 200,000 or 300,000. This time, the number of disciples entering the third layer of the secret territory during the Qi transformation period is as many as thousands, and each person can divide up to 100 heads and 8 grades of blood. Of course, the quantity is definitely not distributed equally. The stronger the strength, the faster the speed of killing blood demons, and the more blood crystals will be harvested. And like Dongfeng Yangping and Zhu Yan, their own strength reached a half-step gas C period, with the assistance of 30 or 40 subordinates, and swept the third layer of the secret territory with the potential of alliance. The final harvest was just more than 20,000 8-grade blood crystals. For example, Huang Yurong likes to be alone and has no help from anyone around him. So far, he has only won more than 2,000 8-grade blood crystals. Therefore, he is worried and uncertain in the face of the 5,000 8-grade blood crystals given by Chu Zhongshan. If he accepts the blood crystal given by Chu Zhongshan, he will owe Chu Zhongshan a great favor. It's not easy to repay this favor, and he doesn't like to owe others. If you don't accept the blood crystal presented by Chu Zhongshan, it's impossible to harvest thousands of blood crystals in less than one day. After all, what he needs to do most at this stage is to strive to break through the gas C period in a short time, and fully improve his cultivation in the gas C period, so as to prepare for the battle of the hidden dragon list in 5 years. The success or failure of the Qianlong list is related to whether it can leave the southern region and enter the strongest force in the central region. Younger martial brother Chu, thank you. Reaching for the storage bag, Huang Yurong was not too polite, but simply said thank you. Chu Zhongshan not only didn't care about this, but was relieved. If Huang Yurong accepts the storage bag without hesitation at the beginning, it shows that he is an open-minded and selfish person. Chu Zhongshan is worried that the heavy gift he gives is likely to be meat-steamed stuffed bun beating the dog, and there will be no return. And his worried and uncertain consideration just now proves that he is a very self-disciplined person and should think twice before doing anything. Since he took the heavy gift, he owed himself a favor. When he was in danger, he would certainly help. Hugging Huang Yurong, Chu Zhongshan didn't say much, but directly returned to Dongfeng Yangping. He didn't explain the gift of Huang Yurong's spirit stone and blood crystal, and Dongfeng Yangping didn't ask much. Instead, they looked at each other and saw the trust in each other's eyes. Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin, who left the valley, didn't delay too long. Just after Chu Zhongshan returned to Dongfeng Yangping, Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin also returned to the valley again. At this time, Zhu Yan's face was calm, as if nothing had happened. But Gong Rulin's face was wearing an indisputable smile. It seemed that Zhu Yan was very satisfied with the price he paid. When the two returned to the valley, Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin did the same thing, that is, they both looked at the sky in Chu. Zhu Yan looked at Chu Zhongshan as if he saw a dead man, and Gong Rulin's eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan are undisguised contempt. Chu Tianxi didn't care about the eyes of Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin, but held the time to wait for the best time for the palace to open. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, get ready. I'll open the palace soon. When the time came to the best time to open the red jade pendant, Chu Zhongshan whispered an order, and then walked to the palace. Chu Zhongshan's unexpected move immediately attracted the attention of all the inner disciples at the scene. They either mobilized the real Yuan in the Danshan or pulled out the spirit weapon, a posture ready to fight at any time. Race straight to the palace, Chu Zhongshan did not immediately open the palace, but turned around and said to the people in front of him, "Senior brothers, next, I will break the force array and open the palace." Although Chu Zhongshan's move to the palace just now has made everyone present think that he intends to open the palace, they still have no bottom in their hearts without Chu Zhongshan's confirmation. At this moment, with his own affirmation, the people who were already ready were more nervous and looking forward to each other. "Senior brothers, before opening the palace, I want to tell you a few words." Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan looked around for a week, and his sight paused on Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin, and continued. "The means of the powerful are beyond our imagination, so you don't look at the palace in front of you, but the scope of the internal space is beyond your imagination. After the palace is opened, all senior brothers have the opportunity to enter it to look for treasure. I hope those of you who have hatred or personal resentment can put it down temporarily and resolve their contradictions after entering the palace to find the treasure. The solemn advice is not Chu Zhongshan's conscience discovery, but for the safety of everyone. After all, He didn't know these people. Their life and death had nothing to do with Chu Zhongshan. The reason for the solemn advice is that after the palace is opened, the array that has already stored enough energy will gradually open, and someone needs to consume the energy of the array so that he can better go deep into the palace and seize the most precious treasures in the palace. Younger marshal brother Chu, don't worry. Entering the palace is a top priority now. No one will delay the opportunity to enter the palace for treasure hunting because of some private grievances. Because he accepted the blood crystal presented by Chu Zhongshan, Huang Yurong's attitude towards Chu Zhongshan was many times better, and he also responded positively to Chu Zhongshan's affairs. Yes, he nodded at Huang Yurong. A special reminder flashed in his eyes. Chu Zhongshan turned around and planned to open the palace. However, before turning around, he took another deliberate look at Zhu Yan. For how to break the defense array in front of the palace, the information transmitted by the red jade pendant between the forehead has detailed instructions, so Chu Zhongshan just needs to follow the instructions in the information. Mobilize the 3 layers of spiritual power in the elixir field between the fingers, and at the same time, use the middle-level body method wind legs. Chu Zhongshan began to break the defense array according to the information transmitted by the red jade pendant. The force array of the palace is really powerful, but if there are special means to break it, it is not complicated to break it. In just 1 minute, he was attacked by the crowd for several days and could not break the defense array. Under the dazzling fingering of Chu Zhongshan, he made a broken sound. With the sound of breaking, a strong smell of blood began to permeate the whole valley. Unlike the disgusting smell of blood in the blood demon's secret realm, the smell of blood from the palace contains a trace of fragrance and gives people a kind of energetic stimulation. Seeing Chu Zhongshan simply break the force array in front of the palace, the people in the mountain have 100% trust in him. Gong Rulan's eyes were full of contempt. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's light and sudden breaking of the defense array, he couldn't help but freeze his eyes. He immediately regretted the conditions he had promised Zhu Yan. Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng, after entering the palace, there will be 5 minutes of safe time. At that time, you will do your best to take me deep into the palace without delay. Before opening the palace, Chu Zhongshan motioned Dongfeng Yangping to approach and whispered, "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, understand." Nodded, Dongfeng Yangping motioned Chu Zhongshan to rest assured. However, seeing Dongfeng Yangping with full of energy and expectation on his face, Chu Zhongshan continued to tell him uneasily, "Elder Marshal Brother, the next words are about your life and death, so I hope you can listen carefully. After entering the palace, you will certainly see the treasures that keep appearing in the palace. Each of these treasures will make you palpitate and make you unable to control your inner desire, but no matter how excited you are, you can't stop. You can't stop until I tell you to stop." "I see." Chu Zhongshan's tone is full of dignified flavor, which makes Dongfeng Yangping gradually put away his contempt. At the same time, he also makes the decision to follow the command of all actions. Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping had listened to his solemn advice just now, he immediately put down his heart, and then realized to connect the red jade pendant between his forehead. He never paid attention to Chu Zhongshan's red jade pendant. This time, under the collusion of his consciousness, he gradually reacted, and gradually withdrew from his forehead and appeared in his hand and heart. The red jade pendant, which originally gave people a kind of monster, should be the easiest to attract attention. But the red jade pendant withdrew from the extra room and didn't attract anyone's attention until it appeared in the hands of Chu Zhongshan, as if the red jade pendant didn't exist. Although Chu Zhongshan was surprised about this, he didn't go deep into it. After all, now is the most important time to open the palace, and other things can be postponed for a while. Step forward a few steps, walk to the red gate of the palace, and feel the simple and vigorous breath emanating from the red gate. Chu Zhongshan forced himself to calm down, and then put the red jade pendant in his hand into the recess on the gate. Then he hurried back and signaled Dongfeng Yangping to be ready. At this time, all the people on the scene were confused except Dongfeng Yangping consciously mobilized all genuine, because Chu Zhongshan's behavior just now was too strange. He just walked straight to the red gate and patted the gate. Can you reach out and pat the red gate, which is the way to open the palace? If the way to open the palace is so simple, the palace in front of us may not be the palace left by the powerful. Otherwise, how can the opening method be so childish? However, when Chu Zhongshan returned to Dongfeng Yangping, the motionless red gate gave a heavy roar. With the heavy roar, the two flat doors seemed to be pushed secretly and gradually opened. When the gap opened by the red gate was enough to accommodate a person to enter, the red jade pendant originally placed in the recess returned to Chu Zhongshan's hand and his forehead. At this time, Chu Zhongshan drank softly to Dongfeng Dongyangping. Action. Dongfeng Yangping, who had been ready for a long time, directly broke out all genuine, and used the body method and martial arts of the high-level peak state to rush into the red gate with Chu Zhongshan. It was not until Dongfeng Yangping rushed into the palace with Chu Zhongshan for 5 seconds that many inner disciples at the scene reacted. At this moment, no matter whether the palace in front of them was left by the powerful or ordinary strong, they used their strongest means and rushed to the palace one after another. Chu Zhongshan first told everyone not to have conflicts before entering the palace. At that time, with the active cooperation of Huang Yurong, everyone nodded and agreed. However, in the face of the temptation after the opening of the palace, Chu Zhongshan had long forgotten all his original advice and rushed to the palace. The fight and killing had begun in advance. Fortunately, the more than a dozen experts in the half-step Qi period were restrained and didn't shoot at the people around them, which made the inner disciples on the scene rush into the palace smoothly. Under the leadership of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan felt that before he blinked, he rushed into the palace smoothly. After rushing into the palace, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that the palace was not only more bloody, but also full of countless spirit trees. The grades of these spirit trees range from 10 to 5. The spirit trees with various effects are very complete. There are both spirit trees with improved cultivation and spirit trees with potential for improvement, and each spirit tree is covered with spirit fruits. Looking at the spiritual fruit that can improve his cultivation and potential in front of him, Chu Zhongshan felt his heart beating very hard. At the same time, he felt an impulse to pick it immediately. At this time, the red jade pendant between the forehead sent out a wave of energy, which calmed the restless heart of Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, countless spiritual trees and fruits in front of us suddenly become countless red energy. The strange changes just now made Chu Zhongshan soberly realize that the spirit tree just appeared in front of him was a mirage created by the palace, in order to make the martial artists who broke into the palace fall into a mirage and can't extricate themselves. Elder martial brother, calm down. Looking at Dongfeng Yangping who was trapped in a dreamland, Chu Zhongshan quickly burst into a drink and stretched out his hand to hold his arm. Who? Under the deliberate reminder of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping, who fell into a dreamland, woke up. At this time he dared not continue to pay attention to those tempting spirit trees, and forcibly suppressed his inner desire. His voice was a little hoarse and asked, "Younger martial brother, which direction are you going next?" Seeing Dongfeng Yangping, he immediately controlled his inner temptation. Chu Zhongshan was happy and immediately colluded with the red jade pendant between his forehead. Then he pointed to the north of the palace, and said in a rapid tone, "North, full speed." Suppress the surging desire in his heart. Although Dongfeng Yangping has only one thing left to think, that is to follow the command of Chu Zhongshan and move forward at full speed without paying attention to all kinds of spiritual trees and fruits planted around. Just after Dongfeng Yangping rushed into the depths of the palace with Chu Zhongshan, the first palace to enter the palace was like a forest. After seeing that all kinds of spiritual trees were planted around, he didn't think too much. He rushed directly to the spiritual trees and the spiritual fruits of 6 and 5. Those who followed Gong Rulin into the palace were more than a dozen experts in the Qi period. After seeing the spiritual fruit that can improve their cultivation in front of them, they acted the same way as Gong Rulin. That is, they rushed to the spiritual fruit without hesitation. However, Huang Yurong did not rush to the spirit tree under the effect of taking Kingson pill in advance. Instead, he kept looking around. After finding that there were no Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping among the people picking the spirit fruit, he began to deliberately pay attention to the ground. After finding a deliberately stepped footprint on the ground, Huang Yurong immediately took out several pills for calming qi and concentration from the storage bag, took them, and accelerated along the direction indicated by the footprint. Before the opening of the palace, Huang Yurong finally decided to accept the gift from Chu Zhongshan. Huang Yurong not only received a large number of spirit stones and blood crystals, but also received the quiet advice of Chu Zhongshan, telling him not to be confused by the treasures in the palace for the time being, but to follow the lines he left to find him. Because his father is the deacon elder of the sect, Huang Yurong is a cynical child among the sect disciples, but he is patient and has excellent understanding. Otherwise, it is impossible to break through the half-step Qi period at the age of 21. Chu Zhongshan has the means to open the palace and knows the detailed origin of the palace, so he will certainly know the hidden dangers in the palace in advance. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's deliberate advice, he will take it seriously and take the heart-clearing pill in advance before entering the palace. As a top half-step expert in the Gas-C period, Chu Zhongshan has a deep understanding of how fast he can barely reach Dongfeng Yangping in the early stage of the Gas-C period. According to the information transmitted by the red jade pendant, 5 minutes after the palace is officially opened, the array with infinite energy in the palace will burst out for the first time. In order to avoid being affected by the power of the array, there are several safe areas in different locations deep in the palace. According to the distance from the safe area, Chu Zhongshan was worried that he could not catch up with the first safe area and had to rely on his own strength to resist the aftershocks of the array. However, under the leadership of Dongfeng Yangping, he successfully arrived at the first safe area in the palace in less than 4 minutes. Elder Marshal brother, you can stop. The safe area is a stone chamber similar to the second floor of the secret place. When Dongfeng Yangping is 100 meters away from the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan signals him to stop temporarily. When Dongfeng Yangping let go of his arm, Chu Zhongshan took him to the stone chamber quickly, stretched out his hand, and pushed open the door of the stone chamber. He walked into the stone chamber without any hesitation. In addition to a futon for daily practice in front of the main hall facing the gate, there is nothing empty in the whole stone chamber. Pointing to the futon in front of the main hall of the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan said, "Elder Marshal brother, this futon in front of you can transform the red energy in the palace into special energy that can be absorbed by human warriors. The special energy after transformation can not only supplement the consumed true yuan, but also restore the injury you have been seriously injured, and further enhance your potential." In fact, the futon at the foot also plays a great role in Chu Zhongshan. Because the special energy after transformation can not only improve his cultivation, but also transform the purple blood in his body, but also improve his mood cultivation. With the help of the futon under his feet, he can break through the 8 layers of the body training period in a very short time and directly consolidate the cultivation after the breakthrough. However, he knew better that even if his cultivation broke through the 8th floor of the body training period, and his strength reached the 2nd floor of the Qi transformation period, it would not play a great role in the dangerous palace. It was far better to let Dongfeng Yangping completely recover from his injury. Dongfeng Yangping, who has completely recovered from his injury, should be able to reach the initial peak of the Qihai period. Even if he is not as good as Gong Rulin, he can at least delay him in a short time so that he can't easily kill himself. All right. Chu Zhongshan's solemn introduction just now brightens Dongfeng Yangping's eyes and can repair the potential after overdraft. This special energy is too precious. Although he wanted to sit down and absorb the special energy after being transformed, he suppressed the impulse and gave the opportunity to Chu Zhongshan. However, when he saw Chu Zhongshan's indisputable eyes, he gave up the ceremony and immediately sat down and began to absorb the energy transformed by the futon. With the first energy absorbed into the body after being transformed, Dongfeng Yangping showed an abnormal surprise expression on his face. Because he found that Chu Zhongshan's introduction just now was not accurate, perhaps it weakened the power of the transformed energy. After absorbing the first energy, his overdraft potential was not only fully repaired, but even his previous injuries were nourished and recovered. When a small part of the remaining energy was absorbed, he found that his cultivation was improved a little. Although he has only been promoted a little, you should know that he is the top half-step Qihai cultivation. Every improvement consumes terrible energy and takes a long time. If you put the remaining energy into daily practice, it will cost at least tens of thousands of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones and nearly a day. Facing the special energy that can improve his cultivation, the first idea in Dongfeng Yangping's mind is not to absorb it immediately, but to let Chu Zhongshan practice and let him break through his cultivation as much as possible and further improve his strength. As if he knew what Dongfeng Yangping was thinking, when he was going to give up absorbing the energy transformed by the futon, a soothing voice from Chu Zhongshan came to his ear. Senior brother Dongfeng, there are many dangers in the palace, and there is also the threat of Gong Rulin, the top 10 experts in the inner door. Only when your strength is improved can I save my life and harvest the most precious treasures in the palace. Well, you continue to absorb energy. I'll go out and observe the situation. After telling Dongfeng Yangping to continue to attract energy, Chu Zhongshan left the stone chamber, but he didn't close the door of the stone chamber. Because when the array in the palace began to become powerful, he had to hide in the stone chamber. Otherwise, he will face the afterwave of array power with his strength, and there is only one result, that is, he will be completely blown to powder. At the same time, leaving the stone chamber for observation, Chu Zhongshan expected to see a person who deliberately left clues and secretly helped him. Chu Zhongshan is not sure whether that person can control his inner desire and follow the clues he deliberately left. Standing at the door of the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan began to look at the south, his eyes full of expectation. When there were 10 seconds left before the array became powerful, Chu Zhongshan's expectation in his eyes had gradually disappeared, and he began to plan to turn around and enter the stone chamber. A sudden figure immediately absorbed his attention. When he found that the figure getting closer and closer was the person he expected, he couldn't help nodding. Elder Marshal Brother Huang. When the figure rushed to the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan greeted with a smile on his face. Younger Marshal Brother. With both hands clasping fists, Huang Yurong replied happily. Elder Marshal Brother Huang, I know you must be full of questions at this time, but I won't explain to you for the time being, because you will accompany me to see a play, and a big play you will never forget. Standing at the door, he leaned aside and flashed an empty seat. Chu Zhongshan invited Huang Yurong. Go to the theater. Although Huang Yurong's face showed a puzzled expression, he still stood beside Chu Zhongshan honestly and then looked at the south like him. Coming, there is Huang Yurong, an expert in the half-step Qi period. When the afterwave of the array sweeps over, some experts may stop it. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to enter the stone chamber for the time being and wants to feel the power of the array. Boom! Just as the voice of Chu Zhongshan fell, a deafening roar came from the palace. The whole palace trembled with the roar. Feeling the strength of this power, and looking at the place where the power broke out, Huang Yurong was full of gratitude to Chu Zhongshan at this time. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't specifically told him before the palace opened, he couldn't have taken Kingsin pill in advance to keep himself awake all the time. If you don't keep a clear mind all the time, you can't keep a clear mind in the face of the temptation of spirit tree and fruit. If it weren't for the clues deliberately left by Chu Zhongshan, he would certainly face the energy that shook the palace directly at this time. Under the explosion of this energy, Huang Yurong was not sure whether he could finally save his life. Although he wanted to thank Chu Zhongshan in words, the energy burst in the palace made him unable to pay attention to gratitude for the time being. Because with the roar, the spirit trees and fruit planted in the south of the stone chamber were suddenly swept by a powerful force. The spirit trees swept by the power turned into powder and disappeared in the palace, in the eyes of Chu Zhongshan and Huang Yurong. What a pity! Huang Yurong said sadly after the sudden explosion of power in the palace blew countless spiritual trees and fruits into powder. Elder Marshal Brother Huang, it's not a pity. Facing Huang Yurong's sigh of regret, Chu Zhongshan retorted with great certainty. Elder Marshal Brother Huang, what is the most powerful means of the Blood Devil in the Blood Devil's secret realm? It's not a pity that he didn't explain why the broken spirit fruit was blasted. Instead, Chu Zhongshan interrogated the means possessed by the Blood Devil. The strongest means of blood demons, of course, is the illusion they create, which can make people fall into the illusion and can't extricate themselves. Speaking of this, Huang Yurong said with a sudden change on his face, pointing to the spirit tree still swept by energy, and his tone was trembling. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, are the countless spiritual trees and fruits in front of you false and illusory? Elder Marshal Brother Huang, don't forget where the prison pavilion appears. It's not surprising to have the means to create a fantasy. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan confirmed his guess just now, and said the basis of the guess. Alas, if the spirit tree and fruit in front of us are false, I don't know how many fellow disciples who are trapped in it can survive under the sweep of the power just now. Recalling the power that made the whole palace tremble just now, Huang Yurong couldn't help worrying about his fellow disciples entering the palace. People's hearts are not enough. Snakes swallow elephants. Since they are controlled by greed, it's their business to live or die. Chu Zhongshan didn't feel the slightest pain about how many disciples he lost in the end. Don't say he doesn't know those people at all. Even if he knows them, there's nothing he can do. After all, in the face of spiritual fruits that can improve cultivation and potential, not everyone can control their inner desires. If he dares to stop face to face, those fellow disciples controlled by desire will treat him as an enemy. Elder Martial Brother Huang, it will take 30 seconds at most. The afterwave of the energy just erupted will hit here. With his strength, he can cope with it. So next, I hope Elder Martial Brother can stop the afterwave of power. Don't worry, younger Martial Brother Chu, I'm here. Feeling the power that will sweep over not far away, Huang Yurong assured with confidence. 30 seconds later, the aftermath of the burst of energy was punctually swept, and faced with the force sweeping over, Huang Yurong stepped forward and stood in front of Chu Zhongtian to mobilize the true yuan in the field. Then he burst into a drink and began to resist the power of sweeping. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan took out several spirit stones of different grades from the storage bag and threw them one by one outside the protective cover formed by Huang Yurong, intending to test the power of the afterwave of the array power. The 9th grade lower-level spirit stone is destroyed into powder by power in 10 seconds. The spirit stone of the lower level of the 8th grade was destroyed after the afterwave of power dissipated. After the afterwave of power dissipated, only 1/5 of the 7th-grade medium-level spirit stone was destroyed. After picking up 1/5 of the destroyed Kippen spirit stone from the ground, Chu Zhongshan felt the residual power on the spirit stone and showed a dignified color on his face. The grade and hardness of spirit stone are not much different from that of human warrior. The hardness of Jiu Pinling stone is equivalent to the body refining period. Hardness of Bapinling stone is equivalent to the gasification period. The hardness of Kippenling stone is equivalent to the gas sea period. The disciples of the inner door who entered the blood demon's secret realm not only have high cultivation, but most people have defensive spirit tools. Under the dual protection of their cultivation and spirit tools, the power loss of the array just now may not be as great as they imagined. At least a dozen or so experts who are in the air sea can be unharmed. Younger Martial Brother Chu, what's the matter? After the aftershock of the array power dissipated, Huang Yurong turned around and wanted to interrogate the next action, but found that Chu Zhongshan's face was wrong and asked with concern immediately. Elder Martial Brother Huang, I'm fine. Take the 7th-grade medium-level spirit stone back into the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan shook his head, indicating that he was okay, and then stepped into the stone chamber. That is to say, the power of the array just broke out is not as powerful as I imagined, and the illusion destroyed by the power can no longer attract the attention of those people. With the speed of those inner disciples, especially the top experts like Gong Rulin, who have reached the peak of the Kihai period, I'm afraid they will arrive here in a short time. In order to avoid meeting Gong Rulin in advance, Chu Zhongshan wants to awaken Dongfeng Yangping and leave the stone chamber quickly. After Chu Zhongshan and Huang Yurong entered the stone chamber, they found that Dongfeng Yangping, who had originally closed his eyes to improve his strength, had opened his eyes and was going to get up. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, what are your accomplishments? Huang Yurong, who walked into the stone chamber, obviously felt the huge energy in Dongfeng Yangping, and his face showed a shocked look. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, did you break through? At this time, Dongfeng Yangping restrained his breath completely. Chu Zhongshan didn't feel any change in his strength. At this time, hearing Huang Yurong's reminder, he realized it. Well, it has been upgraded to a higher level. At this time, my strength can barely fight with Gong Rulin. Although some doubts, Huang Yurong also rushed here, but Chu Zhongshan was about to have no explanation. Dongfeng Yangping did not have too many interrogations and did not hide the fact of his cultivation breakthrough. Great. After the opening of the palace, Chu Zhongshan was worried about the array of storing too much energy in the palace. His biggest worry was the palace-like forest. At this time, Dongfeng Yangping, who has made a breakthrough in cultivation, is no weaker than Gong Rulin, so Gong Rulin brings him a lot less pressure. Younger Martial Brother Chu, don't be too optimistic. I'm just equal to Gong Rulin in cultivation, but I'm definitely not his opponent after the real fight. After all, my real strength is still not as good as him. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's relieved move, Dongfeng Yangping reminded him with cold water. Elder Martial Brother, it doesn't matter. In the next trip, there are 2 stone chambers like this. At that time, Elder Martial Brother can continue to improve his strength, and he Gong Rulin will continue to face the power after the outbreak of the second array. With this elimination and another rise, senior brother Dongfeng will certainly be able to defeat Gong Rulin and officially become one of the top 10 experts. What, do you still have such a stone chamber in the next trip? Chu Zhongshan's confident description just now surprised Dongfeng Yangping and even trembled in his tone. Because of the special energy absorbed by the futon just now, Dongfeng Yangping has deeply realized the power of this energy. The transformed energy can not only repair injuries and improve accomplishments, but also further strengthen potential. Just now, he only absorbed more than 10 minutes of energy. Not only did he improve his cultivation, but also his potential was raised to a higher level. After the Blood Devil's secret realm was closed, he was 100% confident to break through the gas sea period in half a month. At the same time, after breaking through the gas sea period, he can still maintain his strength beyond 1 or 2 small realms. If he can still absorb this special energy next, he even has a feeling that he is in the palace and has great hope to break through the sea of gas period, and his strength will continue to increase. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, although the energy transformed by futon is powerful, you can't absorb too much now, otherwise your constitution will be damaged, so you and Elder Martial Brother Huang will absorb one of the energy in the next 2 stone chambers. Facing the excited question of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan not only gave him hope, but also poured a basin of cold water. With Dongfeng Yangping's talent and physique, he can fully absorb the energy transformed by the 3 stone chambers, but after the energy of the 3 stone chambers is absorbed, his cultivation will certainly break through the period of air sea. Chu Zhongshan has a feeling that breaking through the sea of qi in the palace is not a good thing, and may even cause unexpected changes. What's more, after a short time together, Chu Zhongshan found that Huang Yurong was also a deep friend, so he wanted to deepen the relationship between him and Huang Yurong with the help of the energy of a stone chamber. As a result, Huang Yurong can have a closer relationship with him and be more confident when facing Gong Rulin, which is also conducive to his practice in Ligun's sect in the future. After all, Huang Yurong's father is the deacon elder of the sect, and has no less power than the emperor of the imperial dynasty. Everything is arranged by younger martial brother Chu. Dongfeng Yangping has no dissatisfaction with the arrangement of Chu Zhongshan. He knows that the starting point of Chu Zhongshan must be for his own good. Younger martial brother Chu, do I have a chance to absorb this energy? Although I don't know what kind of energy Chu Zhongshan just mentioned in the stone chamber, it took less than 20 minutes to enter the palace. Dongfeng Yangping, who was originally in the middle reaches, was promoted to the level of Gong Rulin at one stroke. Huang Yurong didn't need to think about it, but also knew the strength and precious of that energy. Originally, he thought that the energy was either absorbed by Yangping in the east or absorbed by Zhongshan in Chu. Huang Yurong could not be in this opportunity. After all, his relationship with Chu Zhongshan was not close to the degree of comedy, but what he never thought was that Chu Zhongshan gave up the opportunity to himself, which made him grateful to Chu Zhongshan to the extent of gratitude. Well, 2 senior brothers, let's hurry and leave here. The conversation just now has wasted some time. Chu Zhongshan is worried that the powerful Gong Rulin is approaching this place, so he quickly reminds Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong to leave here. Just after Chu Zhongshan left the stone chamber with Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong, Gong Rulin, Zhu Yan, Liu Zixin, and more than a dozen experts in the period of half-step Qi Si looked at the emptiness in front of him with a gloomy face. Elder Martial Brother Gong, it seems that we have all been deceived by the illusion just now. All the spirit trees and fruit just now are fake. One of the disciples, who had a good relationship with Gong Rulin and reached the 10th floor of Qi melting period, reported to Gong Rulin Hui with a depressed face. Because just after the array erupted energy and destroyed countless spiritual trees and fruits in front of him, and he saved his life under the dual protection of his own strength and defensive spiritual tools, his first move was to check the spiritual fruits just removed and put into the storage bag. He found that the spiritual fruits put into the storage bag had disappeared, leaving only a bunch of red energy. Hearing the report from the younger martial brother, Gong Rulin hurriedly checked the situation in the storage bag. Then, his face was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out water, because he was the strongest at the scene. He was also the first person to enter the palace after Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping. At the same time, he was also the person who picked the largest number of spiritual fruits and the highest grade. At this time, looking at hundreds of red energy in the storage bag, Gong Rulin felt that he had been cheated, and this feeling of deception made him angry and an impending impulse. Elder Martial Brother Gong, there are no figures of Chu Zhongshan and Dongfang Yangping at the scene. Just when Gong Rulin couldn't contain his anger and was about to explode, but he didn't have a goal to explode, Zhu Yan suddenly chimed in. Yes, Chu Zhongshan and Dongfang Yangping were the first people to enter the palace. They didn't find their figure when picking the spiritual fruit just now. Did they decorate the illusion in front of them? At this time, a disciple who had long been unhappy with Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation reached the peak of the 9th floor of the Qi transformation period, and barely saved his life under the array energy just now, guessed with sinister intentions. Elder Martial Brother Gong, what the younger Martial Brother said just now is very reasonable. Think about it carefully. The Chu Zhongshan, who has only 7 layers of cultivation, can not only break the defense array in front of the palace, but also open the palace. Then he must know the real origin of living in the palace and even know how to use the energy in the palace. So I also doubt that the spirit tree and fruit just now are Chu Zhongshan arranged in advance. The inner disciple's sinister guess just now made Zhu Yan almost applaud with both hands to show his approval, so he quickly joined the way. Since the birth of Gong Rulin, no one has dared to deceive me. You're dead, boy surnamed Chu. The sinister intention of the inner disciple just now, and the attachment of Zhu Yan made Gong Rulin's inner anger have a goal to vent, he said with gnashing teeth. Of course, among the hundreds of disciples who survived in the array just now, not all believed the disciple's sinister guess. After all, with the cultivation of the 7th floor during the body refining period in the middle of Chu, it is impossible to make everyone fall into a dreamland. However, they didn't inform Chu Zhongshan in advance, and their hearts were full of dissatisfaction, so no one helped Chu Zhongshan speak at this time. I entered the palace at the earliest time and noticed that Chu Zhongshan and Dongfang Yangping went in that direction. Pointing to the north of the palace with his hand, Gong Rulin said, and then the whole person turned into a breeze and moved towards the north of the palace. Dongfang Yangping, who has improved his cultivation, shows his body method and martial arts faster, but considering Huang Yurong's own strength and speed, he consciously slows down and tries to keep the same speed as him. At the same time, he began to listen to what happened in the palace when he absorbed energy. After listening to Huang Yurong's introduction, Dongfang Yangping looked anxiously at Chu Zhongshan. I know, but I don't regret it, Chu Zhongshan said firmly. Just now, the power of the array was tested by spirit stones of different qualities. Chu Zhongshan knew that the power of the first wave of the array was to lose more than half of the low-level disciples who entered the palace during the Qi melting period. The remaining half of the high-level disciples in the Qi transformation period were afraid of the power of the array and found that the spiritual fruit they picked was only the change of red energy. The anger that they couldn't vent would certainly burn on themselves, but Chu Zhongshan didn't regret it, even if he stayed where he was and tried to warn those people. But in the face of spiritual fruits that can improve cultivation and potential, especially 5 and 6 spiritual fruits, I'm afraid not many people will listen to him. What's more, after the 3 energy bursts of the array, the real face of the palace was exposed. Those people were his opponents competing for treasures. He had no obligation to remind his opponents to pay attention to safety. When Dongfang Yangping took Chu Zhongshan and Huang Yurong to the next stone chamber, the space was originally blasted into void by the array energy, and some places began to shine with a trace of light. And every time a ray of light appears, through the void deep in the palace, there will be a spirit instrument. Medium-quality defense spirit weapon. Huang Yurong, who was running to the next stone chamber with all his strength, suddenly found that on the ground not far from him, there was a spirit weapon emitting dazzling light. He had a lot of knowledge and could see the purpose and grade of the spirit weapon at a glance. Fortunately, Huang Yurong comes from an extraordinary background and has a medium-grade defense spirit weapon. Although the envy was placed in front of the middle-class defense spirit weapon, it did not sink into it. Huang Yurong's exclamation just now absorbed the attention of Dongfang Yangping. He also began to subconsciously observe the surroundings and immediately saw a spirit sword with powerful spirit power on the ground not far away. The style of the sword handle like a faucet, and the gap on the blade made Dongfang Yangping cry out, Upper-level spirit weapon. Wear dragon sword. The reason why Dongfeng Yangping recognized the origin of the spiritual weapon in front of him at a glance is that the dragon-wearing sword is still the former emperor of the Tianlong Emperor. That is, the spiritual weapon used by Dongfeng Yangping's grandfather. It is not only powerful, but also a symbol of the identity of the emperor of the Tianlong Emperor. However, 50 years ago, when his grandfather took some of the strong men of the imperial dynasty to break into a secret territory, he was framed by a traitor and died unexpectedly in the secret territory. Not only did all the strong men of the imperial dynasty perish, but also the dragon-wearing sword, as an identity symbol, disappeared completely. It is precisely because of the accidental death of his grandfather and the disappearance of the dragon-wearing sword, which symbolizes his identity, that the Tianlong Emperor fell into an internal struggle for power and profit. His father, Dongfeng Xingba, was not qualified to inherit the throne. He took advantage of the opportunity of civil strife. With his strong strength and the momentum of fearing life and death, he finally killed other brothers and sat on the throne of the Tianlong Emperor. Then, in less than 50 years, the Eastern hegemony promoted the Tianlong imperial dynasty, which was originally the bottom of the imperial dynasty, to the third place, becoming a behemoth affecting the southern region. Two senior brothers, calm down and concentrate and stick to your original heart. Absorbed by the dragon-piercing sword, the speed of Dongfeng Yangping began to weaken. Of course, Chu Zhongshan, who was moving forward, found it. Because there is a red jade pendant in his mind, the illusion created in the palace has no effect on him. Therefore, in his eyes, the surrounding area is a void for a long time, and there are still countless red energy everywhere, and there are no treasures at all. Knowing that Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong were in a dreamland at this moment, he immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his body to the vocal cords and loudly reminded him, where's the middling defense spirit weapon just now?" Huang Yurong was awakened from the temptation by the reminder of the package's spiritual power. The middle-class defense spirit weapon in front of him suddenly disappeared, which made him feel very puzzled. "Elder Marshal Brother Huang, just now you fell into the illusion created by the palace. Everything you saw was false." Seeing Huang Yurong, who was still not too sober, Chu Zhongshan quickly explained. However, the voice of rapping Lingli didn't wake Dongfeng Yangping up. At this time, he not only stopped exercising his body method and martial arts, but even began to deviate from the direction of guidance. The sound of rapping Lingli couldn't wake up Dongfeng Yangping, who fell into a dreamland. Chu Zhongshan was very worried at this time. After all, Dongfeng Yangping is the guarantee of whether he can get the treasures in the palace and fright others. There can be no damage. "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, don't worry. I have a way to wake up Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng." Seeing Chu Zhongshan at a loss, Huang Yurong quickly advised him. Later, he began to use Genuine, a higher level than Lingli, and began to awaken Dongfeng Yangping, who fell into a dreamland. Genuine is a higher power than Lingli. Huang Yurong used all Genuine to remind Dongfeng Yangping. Dongfeng Yangping gradually woke up from the dreamland. Reaching out and wiping the sweat on his forehead, he couldn't help feeling scared and said, "What a terrible dreamland, which can recall the deepest memory in his heart and create a dreamland that makes people unable to wake up. It's terrible. Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng, the next dreamland is more powerful. I hope you can stick to your heart and not be tempted by foreign things." Just now, Dongfeng Yangping almost fell into a dreamland and couldn't extricate himself, which scared Chu Zhongshan into a cold sweat, so he told him in a very strict tone at this time. "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, don't worry, I remember." Recalling the dragon-wearing sword in the dreamland just now, Dongfeng Yangping was still afraid and nodded his head immediately. Then, as two peas, the east wing ping began to return to speed. Soon, a similar stone room appeared. After seeing the stone chamber in front of him, Dongfeng Yangping stopped, let go of Chu Zhongshan's arm and deliberately stepped back. "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, the stone chamber in front of you can't be made by dreamland. Once bitten by a snake, he is afraid of the well rope for 10 years. This is the psychological portrayal of Dongfeng Yangping at this time. Alas, in this regard, Chu Zhongshan can only shake his head and sigh, and then stride to the stone chamber. Seeing Chu Zhongtian as two peas in the sky, he walked up to the stone chamber. He was hurried up by Huang Yurong and the East Wing Ping. When Chu Zhongshan pushed Shaiman away and walked into the stone chamber, the East Wing Ping and Huang Yurong discovered the stone chamber, just like the stone room just entered, no matter the area or layout. "Elder Marshal Brother Huang, elder martial brother Dongfeng just fell into a dreamland, which led to his unstable state of mind. He is not suitable to continue to absorb the energy in the stone chamber and improve his cultivation, so you can absorb the energy in this stone chamber. In this regard, although Dongfeng Yangping was a little jealous, he did not raise any objection, and he was not dissatisfied with it. Younger martial brother Chu, is it suitable? In the face of Chu Zhongshan's arrangement, Huang Yurong himself is obviously worried and uncertain. He has seen the power of the energy in the stone chamber from Dongfeng Yangping. He knows that the energy in the stone chamber plays a great role in improving the strength of experts in his realm. However, since I got to know Chu Zhongshan, except for Zhu Yan, he did Chu Zhongshan a little favor and basically didn't do anything for him. And myself. He not only accepted his gambling money of 200,000 medium-level spirit stones and 5,000 8-level blood crystals, but also Chu Zhongshan told him in advance and deliberately left clues to avoid the crisis in the palace in advance. At this time, Chu Zhongshan gave himself the opportunity to improve his cultivation, which Huang Yurong felt terrified. Elder martial brother Huang, seize the time to improve your accomplishments. For Huang Yurong's hesitation, Chu Zhongshan didn't explain too much, nor did he give facts and reasonable comfort, so he directly asked him to practice. At the same time, he discussed with Dongfeng Yangping and said, "Senior brother Dongfeng, how about accompanying me outside the door to watch the scenery outside?" "Yes." Facing Chu Zhongshan's invitation, Dongfeng Yangping nodded and left the stone chamber directly, leaving enough space for Huang Yurong to absorb energy and improve his cultivation. Seeing Dongfeng Yangping and Chu Zhongshan who left the stone chamber one after another, Huang Yurong flashed a touch of emotion in his eyes, but the emotion soon became firm. Then he bent his knees and sat down and began to absorb the transformed energy in the stone chamber. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, what do you see now? Out of the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan asked, pointing to the emptiness in front of him. Nothing. The head looked back and forth several times, and Dongfeng Yangping said truthfully. So what did you see just now? Chu Zhongshan continued to ask. A top-grade spirit sword from the Tianlong Emperor. Dongfeng Yangping didn't hide his experience just now. Elder martial brother, how attractive are the treasures you see to you? Chu Zhongshan continued to ask. The illusion created by the palace just now can recall your inner memory. Without strong willpower and the help of others, it is basically impossible to break away from the illusion created by the palace. Recalling the experience of falling into a dreamland just now, Dongfeng Yangping still has lingering fear. Elder martial brother is a man of firm will. It's hard for a man of firm will like you to wake up from the illusion. Then how many other disciples who enter the palace can wake up from the illusion? The memory of Dongfeng Yangping made Chu Zhongshan sigh uncontrollably that after the palace was opened this time, the vast majority of the disciples who entered the Blood Devil secret place will be buried in the Blood Devil secret place and in this strange palace. Open thousands of times of Blood Demon secret territory, this time the loss is probably the heaviest. The sigh didn't last long. Chu Zhongshan's next tone began to become indifferent. So, elder martial brother, there's no need to worry that I will be targeted by my fellow martial brothers, because if they want to target me, they must ensure that they can survive in the palace. As Chu Zhongshan's indifferent tone had just ended, another deafening roar came from the calm palace. This time, the roar was a little lower than the first time. When the aftershock generated by the power of the palace array burst, Dongfeng Yangping automatically stood in front of him without Chu Zhongshan's warning and began to defend against the power of the impact. Chu Zhongshan was not idle. He took 3 kinds of spirit stones from the storage bag and threw them one by one outside the protective cover formed by Dongfeng Yangping. Jiupin lower-level spirit stone, swept by the afterwave of array power, was blasted into powder after holding on for 20 seconds. The lower-level spirit stone of the 8th grade is only half destroyed by the afterwave of the array power. The 7th grade medium-level spirit stone was destroyed by the afterwave of array power. Although the power of this array burst is not as strong as the first time, the effect is stronger than the first time. For the first time, although they were absorbed by countless spiritual trees and fruits, they still maintained a clear consciousness, so they could resist with all their strength when the power broke out. The second time they fell into the illusion created by the palace, their consciousness had no time to mobilize the true yuan in the danshan and form a defense around their bodies. Their bodies, like spirit stones, would be directly destroyed by the array power. the fact is the same as Chu Zhongshan guessed. Under the leadership of Gong Rulin, who led the pursuit of Chu Zhongshan, hundreds of disciples with strength above the high level of Qi melting period showed their body skills and martial arts to pursue Chu Zhongshan in the direction of leaving. In less than 3 minutes of their pursuit, a disciple who was always paying attention to the situation around him inadvertently saw a top-notch attacking spirit tool not far away, and his heart couldn't stop ecstasy. After observing the fellow disciples around him and finding that no one noticed the spirit weapon, he quietly left the team and secretly took the top attacking spirit weapon of the middle grade. When he put the top attacking spirit in the storage bag, he found that there was another defense spirit not far away. He didn't think too much about the strangeness of things and went straight to the defense spirit. Just after the first disciple left the team to collect treasures, the second disciple, the third disciple, and the fourth disciple chose to leave the team quietly and secretly collect the treasures they found. A minute later, except for more than 12.5 step masters who were still moving at full speed, the remaining disciples basically left the team and began to collect the treasures they found. At this time, the half-step Kihai period masters who were moving forward also began to notice the scattered or spiritual tools or spiritual elixirs that can improve their cultivation on the surrounding ground. Under the temptation of these treasures, more than 12 half-step Kihai period disciples fell into the illusion of palace manufacturing one after another and deviated from the established line map. Even the strongest and fastest Gong Rulin didn't escape the temptation of the treasure and began to desperately collect the spirit tools and elixirs he found. Although there is a powerful master behind him who can provide many top treasures, compared with the higher grade and more treasures in the palace, he can't control his inner desire at all. Zhu Yan was the only one who remained awake at the scene, although he also found the treasures scattered on the ground around him. The quality of these treasures was very high, but the value of these treasures was far less than the blood ginseng he had almost obtained, so he could resist the temptation created by the illusion and began to deliberately observe the actions of others. When he found that many of his classmates were running around in the void, picking up things that didn't exist at all, and his face showed an expression of ecstasy, Zhu Yan knew that these people were trapped in the illusion created by the palace. With Zhu Yan's fickle and unjust character, even if all these fellow disciples died in front of him, he would not blink, and even looked forward to this situation. Because if these people in front of him die in the dreamland, he can collect their storage bags, which is enough for him to make an unimaginable wealth and make up for the loss before he enters the palace. However, considering Chu Zhongshan, who is unpredictable in the palace, and Dongfeng Yangping, who is not weaker than him and dares to overdraw his potential and work hard with him, Zhu Yan knows he must not stand idly by. Although he can't save all the people, those 12.5 step masters must keep their lives. They are the help to deal with Dongfeng Yangping. With a decision in mind, Zhu Fang used the unique heart-clearing mantra of the Ming dynasty to awaken the consciousness of more than 12 half-step Kihai experts, such as Gong Rulin, and wake them up from the dreamland. It was he who had just awakened the masters in the period of more than 10.5 steps, and the array in the palace began to explode for the second time. In addition, the power of the second burst of the array is far less than that of the first, so the power of the second burst of the array does not pose a threat to more than 12 half-step Qi-Si experts. However, with the help of Zhu Yan, more than 12 experts in the Qi-Si stage safely resisted the power of the array. All the remaining disciples, even the disciples on the 10th floor of the Qi melting stage, ended up dead under the power of the second array. Seeing only 12 people left at the scene, Gong Rulin, who had always been very confident, showed a look of panic on his face. Although his strength is very strong, he feels that his strength may not be safe in the face of the unpredictable means in the palace. Although his strength is very strong, he is a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. He is a person who withdraws automatically in the face of difficulties, so he is determined to retreat at this time. Elder Martial Brother Gong, all of you have seen the danger in the palace. If you are alone, I'm afraid no one can guard against the danger at any time, so I suggest that we join forces temporarily to find Chu Zhongshan, who is familiar with the situation of the palace, and seize the treasure controlling the palace from him. Perhaps he thought he had just saved the people. At this time, Zhu Yan suggested as if he were a leader. For Zhu Yan's slightly excessive move at this time, everyone present did not object. After all, just now I was able to wake up from the dreamland, which was the result of Zhu Yan's help. What's more, the heart-clearing mantra possessed by Zhu Yan is also the strongest means to deal with fantasy. After the second array burst in the palace, Chu Zhongshan turned and returned to the stone chamber. At this time, Huang Yurong had opened his eyes and hung an indisputable smile on his face. Congratulations, younger martial brother Huang. His accomplishments have increased greatly and he has become one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. Returning to Dongfeng Yangping in the stone chamber, he just took a simple look at Huang Yurong and knew his cultivation at this time, so he hugged his fist and said congratulations. Thank you, elder martial brother Chu and elder martial brother Dongfeng. Huang Yurong, who has improved his accomplishments, not only has no arrogance, but has a much more modest attitude. Because by absorbing the special energy in the stone chamber just now, Huang Yurong also found the improvement of potential in the energy, which surprised him very much. Whether it is cultivation or genuine, it is very easy to improve as long as there are sufficient resources, but it is very difficult to practice according to potential. Especially after the cultivation enters the qi transformation period, it is very difficult to get the treasure to improve the potential. Every point of potential improvement is of unlimited help to the improvement of one's own strength and the assistance to enter a higher level in the future. Based on Huang Yurong's cultivation and perception at this time, he can break through the gas sea period within a month after the end of the Blood Devil's secret territory, but after breaking through the gas sea period, his strength is to surpass his own small realm at most, and he is barely regarded as a genius. After absorbing the special energy in the stone chamber, the cultivation breaks through the air sea period, and the strength is enough to improve a small realm. In other words, after breaking through the gas sea period, he can have the strength to surpass his two small realms, which is unimaginable help for the promotion of his sectarian status and the hidden dragon list 5 years later. Elder martial brother Huang, you and I don't have to be so polite. Seeing that Huang Yurong was going to continue to thank him, Chu Zhongshan waved his hand and indicated that he didn't have to continue to thank him. At the same time, he turned to Dongfeng Yangping to discuss. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, hurry to the next stone chamber. Okay. Reaching out and grasping Chu Zhongshan's arm, Dongfeng Yangping motioned to Huang Yurong, then showed his body method and martial arts skills and continued to go deep into the deepest part of the palace. Just after Chu Zhongshan was taken away from the second stone chamber by Dongfeng Yangping, Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin, who were united together, appeared in front of the first stone chamber. Facing the stone chamber suddenly appeared in front, Zhu Yan and others dared not move easily and approached the stone chamber carefully. When standing in front of the stone door of the stone chamber, Gong Rulin, the most powerful, directly opened the stone door of the stone chamber with one move. When they find that there is no danger in the stone chamber, they can carefully enter the stone chamber. After discovering the empty stone chamber, the faces of the people were very ugly. It has been some time since I entered the palace. I have basically got nothing except the useless red energy. At this time, I accidentally found a stone chamber. I thought there were at least 1 or 2 treasures in the stone chamber, but I didn't expect that the whole stone chamber was as clean as their clothes. The stone chamber has the breath of Chu Zhongshan and Oriental Yangping. Liu Zixin, who is good at tracking, found that there was nothing in the stone chamber. Instead of being as furious as Gong Rulin, he carefully felt the breath in the stone chamber. Through careful observation and discrimination, he soon found the residual breath of Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping. After all, when Chu Zhongshan confirmed that he could break the array in front of the palace, and had a way to open the palace, the thoughtful Liu Xinru had deliberately collected the breath of Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping, so that he could track 2 people at any time when entering the palace. Liu Zixin confirmed that Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping entered the stone chamber, and asked Zhu Yan to further exaggerate the threat of Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping, so as to force everyone to kill their confidence. Fellow disciples, if Dongfeng Yangping gets a treasure that can improve his cultivation and strength, it will be very difficult for us to seize the treasure from them with his personality of daring to overdraw his potential. No, there is still a person's breath in the stone chamber. Liu Zixin didn't care about Zhu Yan's threat theory just now. But after feeling the breath of Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping, He subconsciously wanted to check whether there was treasure breath in the stone chamber, but unexpectedly found another person's breath. That person seems to be Huang Yurong. Yes, the residual smell in the stone chamber is Huang Yurong. Unexpectedly, Huang Yurong also gathered with Chu Zhongshan. After carefully distinguishing the residual breath in the stone chamber, Liu Zixin carefully recalled the familiar breath of his fellow disciples. Finally, the residual breath in the stone chamber was Huang Yurong. What, Huang Yurong and Chu Zhongshan got together? When Liu Zixin confirmed that the last person left in the stone room was Huang Yurong, Zhu Yan felt very surprised. In the twinkling of an eye, before the opening of the palace, he made a gambling appointment with Chu Zhongshan. Why did Huang Yurong take the initiative to stand up as a witness and strongly ask for gambling money? Now it seems that this is a trap he and Chu Zhongshan have set up long ago, waiting for him to jump in. If Huang Yurong and Chu Zhongshan get together, things will be difficult to do. At this time, Lin Keixin, who was half in the realm of Qihai, felt very embarrassed. Because Huang Yurong is not only a half-step cultivation, but also his father is the deacon elder of the sect, who has great power in the sect. If they offend Huang Yurong, they may not have a good life in the sect in the future. Just a Huang Yurong. As long as he dares to offend me, he will kill him. The people present may have scruples about the characters behind Huang Yurong, but he doesn't care about Gong Rulin. Because his master is the elder with the most profound sectarian background and the most powerful strength. Let alone the deacon elder of the inner door, even the sect leader should give his master some thin noodles. Gong Rulin has a fearless attitude. No one dares to attach to him at the scene, so he can only choose to be silent. Younger martial brother Liu, judging from the residual breath in the stone chamber, how long have they left the stone chamber? No one dared to conform to his attitude just now, which made Gong Rulin a little unhappy, but he also knew everyone's scruples. At this time, it is not the time to discuss whether to offend Huang Yurong, but to find Chu Zhongshan as soon as possible, seize the treasure from him, and control him to search the whole palace. The time is not very long, only half an hour. Carefully distinguish it, Liu Zixin estimated. Well, let's speed up and catch Chu Zhongshan as soon as possible. After giving orders to the people, Gong Rulin took the lead in leaving the stone chamber and continued to advance due to the south of the palace. Seeing that he finally took over the command power, Gong Rulin immediately took it back. Zhu Yan's face was not very good-looking. However, in the face that both strength and status are far stronger than his palace Rulin, Zhu Yan can only press this from depression to the bottom of his heart. Two senior brothers, calm down and concentrate. The dreamland is coming. As Huang Yurong's cultivation has also broken through the ranks of the top 10 experts in the inner door, the speed has been barely equal to that of Dongfeng Yangping, so the next journey is very fast. Even so, before arriving at the next safe area, it was impossible to avoid the crisis of the palace creating the illusion before the third array of the palace broke out, so he specially reminded him before the illusion became powerful. Younger martial brother Chu, don't worry. I can't fall into a mere fantasy. Huang Yurong's confidence is greatly increased by the rapid progress of cultivation. He feels that he has the ability to face any temptation created by the dreamland. Elder martial brother Huang, don't be careless. The illusion created by the palace is aimed at the weakest place in your heart, which has nothing to do with your strength. Huang Yurong's confident attitude made Chu Zhongshan feel uneasy and couldn't help reminding him. However, Huang Yurong, who should have responded, suddenly quieted down, which made Chu Zhongshan feel very strange. At the same time, Dongfeng Yangping, who should have accelerated, stopped moving at an instant and looked at the front with loving eyes. Turning around, Huang Yurong, who had always been cynical, looked at the front with tears on his face and muttered, "Mom, Mom, Mom." Although I don't know what the illusion created by the palace is, it can be guessed that the illusion created by the palace this time should be aimed at the weakest place in people's heart, and can't be easily touched. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, elder martial brother Huang, wake up. Reaching out to hold Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong, who deviated from the line, Chu Zhongshan shouted loudly. However, even if he mobilized all his spiritual power, he could not awaken the two people trapped in the illusion. Looking at the two people who had deviated from the line, Chu Zhongshan had no choice but to bite his teeth and step on his feet. He took out the spirit knife from the storage bag and knocked the two people out directly with the back of the spirit knife. With a man in hand, Chu Zhongshan showed his high-level body method and martial arts skills, lay Feng's legs, and quickly rushed to the next stone chamber. Fortunately, Dongfeng Yangping had already traveled a lot before falling into the illusion. It was not far from the safe area. Chu Zhongshan safely reached the stone chamber before the third outbreak of the palace array, put Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong on the ground of the stone chamber, reached out and slapped them on the cheek, but found that they couldn't wake them up. Looking at the futon in front of the main hall of the stone chamber, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath and looked at the two people lying on the ground. Finally, he decided to absorb the energy in the stone chamber by himself. Bend your knees and sit on the futon. Chu Zhongshan runs the Taixuan Heart Sutra skill and begins to fully absorb the energy transformed by the futon. With the transformed special energy entering the body, the spiritual power in Danshan immediately began to riot. The violent spiritual power flowed through all directions of the body, along the 7 meridians and 8 veins in the body, and finally gathered together to attack the bottleneck of the realm. In the stone chamber on the 2nd floor of the secret place, with the help of the red jade pendant, he transformed the red liquid in the blood pool, so that his cultivation not only broke through to the peak of the 7th floor of the body training period, but also had a very solid potential and foundation, reaching the level where he could continue to break through. Hope is to further strengthen our foundation, raise the potential to the limit, and prepare for breaking through the gasification period. Ambition is to take advantage of the cultivation at the peak of the 7 levels in the cultivation period to participate in the sect contest, and break into the top 10 external disciples with this realm, and finally win the championship and set a record. Therefore, he will take the initiative to give the special energy in the first 2 stone chambers to Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong. At this moment, 2 people who can absorb the energy in the stone chamber are dizzy and unconscious. If the energy in the stone chamber is not absorbed in time, it will completely disappear in 20 minutes. With the attitude of never wasting, Chu Zhongshan began to absorb the energy in the stone chamber. However, even if he absorbed the special energy after transformation, Chu Zhongshan tried to suppress the realm and never broke through the 8 layers of the body refining period before the sect ratio. Therefore, he began to use consciousness to guide the energy impacting the bottleneck, further nourish the internal organs, and accelerate the transformation of purple blood in his body. Compared with the energy in the stone chamber on the 2nd floor of the blood demon secret place, the energy in the palace is much stronger in both quantity and quality. Otherwise, it is impossible for Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong, who have reached the half-step Qi period, to improve their accomplishments. With the help of the special energy of the stone chamber, his potential has been further improved. The purple blood in his body has been transformed into more than 3 parts, which has reached the level of nearly 4 layers. Moreover, under the moisture of the special energy, all aspects of his body have been greatly improved. The only disadvantage is that the energy transformed in the stone chamber is much less than that in the blood pool in the stone chamber on the 2nd floor of the secret place. In just 9 minutes, the energy in the stone chamber was completely absorbed. He stood up and looked at Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong, who were still unconscious. Chu Zhongshan ignored them. Instead, he stepped out of the stone chamber and began to observe the situation in the palace. Because he just absorbed the energy in the stone chamber with all his strength, he didn't test the power of the 3rd explosion of the palace array. However, considering that both Dongfeng Yangping and Huang Yurong are trapped in a dreamland and can't wake up, it must be better for the more than a dozen experts who entered the palace. And the fact is the same as he guessed. The 3rd fairyland created by the palace is aimed at the weakest and most difficult to prevent weakness of human nature, and fell into the fairyland of weak human nature. The heart-clearing mantra, possessed by Zhu Yan, has no use at all, and more than 12.5 Qi stage masters all fell into the fairyland. After the 3rd array of the palace broke out, more than 12 people trapped in the illusion didn't react. If it weren't for the power of the 3rd explosion of the palace array, it would be less than half of the first one. I'm afraid these more than 12 experts in the half-step Qi period would die under the power of this explosion. Even so, under the power of this round of array explosion, there are only 6 experts left in the more than 12.5 step Qi period. The remaining 6 masters also had injuries of varying severity. Looking at the only 6 people left at the scene, Gong Rulin had lost his spirit just now, and his eyes were full of fear and retreat. If there is an exit to leave the palace at this time, I'm afraid he will leave the palace directly without hesitation, leave the Blood Devil's secret land, and hide on the peak of his master's cultivation. Elder martial brother Gong, younger martial brother Zhu, what should we do next? Zhang Denfeng, who survived the array power, asked with a pale face and a trembling tone. The illusion created by the palace just now was so terrible that he couldn't extricate himself from it. If he hadn't been dressed in a medium-grade defensive spirit weapon, and his body had been specially tempered, I'm afraid the power of the array just now would have buried him here. Even so, his middle-class defense spirit weapon is basically close to collapse, and he can only defend against the attack just now at most. At this moment, like Gong Rulin, he was afraid and retreated. Because he didn't know that the illusion like that just now, and the power exploding in the palace would appear several times, he was afraid that he would die in the palace unknowingly. He has been the most dazzling genius in his family since he accepted the talent test as an adult, and has been respected and loved everywhere. Even if he entered Ligun's sect with many talents, his performance has always been excellent. He has a bright future and a long life of freedom. He is unwilling to die here and in this unknown palace. All of you, don't panic or worry, I think we're safe next. Unlike Gong Rulin and others, although Zhu Yan was also very afraid at this time, he was still able to think clearly under the support of hatred. In fact, when he experienced the illusion and array power for the second time, he was in a sober state and had already made the means of testing in advance. At this time, he experienced the third illusion and array power. He found that the power of illusion was stronger and stronger, but the power to directly kill them was weaker and weaker. Judging from the results of his test just now, even if the fourth illusion in the palace makes people unable to wake up, with the strength of the people themselves, and the body strengthened during the body refining period and qi transforming period, they can fully withstand the gradually weakening strength. Zhu Yan motioned to the people not to panic and told them all what he had just guessed. According to Zhu Yan's guess just now, combined with their own feelings for 3 times, people gradually found this situation. Their originally pale face gradually returned to normal, and their fear gradually subsided. At this moment, their minds became active again, and their enthusiasm for searching the treasures in the palace rose again. Fellow disciples, our most important task at this time is not to search the treasures in the palace, but to track Chu Zhongshan. As long as we can hold him in our hands, all the treasures in the palace are ours. Zhu Yan, who is proficient in human and worldly sophistication, soon found the changed mentality of the people and immediately transferred it to Chu Zhongshan. Younger martial brother Zhu is right. Our first task is to seize Chu Zhongshan and drain all his use value to make up for our loss this time. The rejuvenated Gong Rulin said fiercely. Elder martial brother Liu, I wonder if you can trace the breath of Chu Zhongshan and others at this time. Seeing that everyone's anger turned to Chu Zhongshan, Zhu Yan suddenly felt elated. At this time, what he most wanted to do was to find Chu Zhongshan while everyone was angry. At that time, Dongfeng Yongping, who stopped him, will certainly become the target of the siege. He can take this opportunity to destroy Dongfeng Yongping to solve the great trouble in his heart. After carefully identifying the breath in the air, Liu Zixin soon found the residual breath of Chu Zhongshan and others, nodded to Zhu Yan, and Liu Zixin took the lead in moving in the direction of Chu Zhongshan and others. 2 senior brothers, you finally wake up. After Chu Zhongshan absorbed the energy in the stone room and observed the situation outside the stone room, Dongfeng Yongping and Huang Yurong finally woke up. After touching the back of the head, Huang Yurong said with a bitter smile, Younger martial brother Chu, you are cruel enough. The back of my head still hurts. Although Dongfeng Yongping didn't complain, he also reached out and touched the back of his head. Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongshan explained with a helpless expression, 2 senior brothers, in the face of that sudden situation, I can only do this. Otherwise, you are trapped in a dreamland and can't extricate yourself. You can't resist the power after the outbreak of the array. Younger martial brother Chu, don't get me wrong. I was just joking. Seeing the helpless color on Chu Zhongshan's face, Huang Yurong quickly explained for fear that he might misunderstand his original intention. By the way, Huang Yurong shook his head and indicated that he didn't take it to heart. Then he explained to Dongfeng Yongping when he stood up and looked at the futon on the ground of the stone chamber. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, I'm really sorry. You can't wake up in a short time because you're in a coma, and the energy in the stone room can only exist at a specific time, so in order to avoid the waste of energy, I can only absorb it. Younger martial brother Chu, you don't have to care about my attitude, because according to my original intention, the energy in the last stone room must also be absorbed by you. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's anxious explanation, Dongfeng Yongping smiled calmly and said he didn't care. Two senior brothers, after 3 bursts of array energy, the vast majority of array energy in the palace has been consumed. Therefore, in the next journey, there will be no great danger in terms of safety, except for the fantasy that needs to be prevented from happening from time to time. This place is not far from the real core of the palace, so we need to hurry to the place where we really have the treasure. Dongfeng Yongping was not dissatisfied because he absorbed energy without authorization. Chu Zhongshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 3 stone chambers were guided by him, and finally found, in the first stone chamber, he once promised that the energy of the last stone chamber would be absorbed by Dongfeng Yongping. It is because of this that he worried that Dongfeng Yongping would be dissatisfied. Since there are no opinions from each other, what Chu Zhongshan wants to do now is to hurry to the deepest part of the palace in case of any changes. After all, the array in the palace will not continue to explode power. Without the obstruction of array explosion power, the speed of Gong Rulin and others will increase. If they have a master who is good at tracking, they will find themselves along with their residual breath in the air. In order to collect all the treasures in the palace as soon as possible and avoid disputes with Gong Rulin over the treasures, we must start with all our strength and arrive at the real core of the palace as soon as possible. In fact, in addition to the threat brought by Gong Rulin and others, his other worry is the secret place of Blood Devil. After 3 array bursts, it was less than 3 hours before the Blood Devil's secret place was closed. He was worried that if the time came to close the Blood Devil's secret place, the Blood Devil's secret place itself would still have the ability of automatic expulsion. If you haven't fully collected the treasures in the palace, you will be expelled from the palace and the secret place of blood demons. Won't you regret it all your life? Okay, hurry up and keep going. Reaching out and grasping Chu Zhongshan's arm, Dongfeng Yongping simply greeted Huang Yurong and then continued to move towards the depths of the palace at full speed. In the second stone chamber where Chu Zhongshan had stayed, 6 people, including Gong Rulin, survived after the power of the array broke out for the 3rd time. At this moment, they are in the stone chamber. Elder Martial Brother Zhu, Elder Martial Brother Gong, the residual breath in the stone chamber is the 3 of them in the middle of Chu. Liu Zixin, who is proficient in tracking, took the initiative to check the residual breath in the stone chamber without waiting for Zhu Yan and Gong Rulin's orders. After getting the clue that Liu Zixin affirmed, Gong Rulin began to carefully check all the corners of the stone chamber. He didn't believe that Chu Zhongshan had harvested everything in the stone chamber. Elder Martial Brother Gong, I think we should continue to track down, rather than stay here and delay time. Looking at Gong Rulin's waste of time, Zhu Yan thought again and reminded De Dan. All right. Gong Rulin also knew that he might not find anything, but he was unwilling to give up and was even more reluctant to lose his dignity in front of the public. Because after discovering the stone chamber, Zhu Yan bluntly pointed out that there was nothing in the stone chamber. People should continue to catch up with Chu Zhongshan and others, and Liu Zixin and others also agreed. It was he who forced himself into the stone chamber in spite of the opposition of the people. Zhu Yan's persuasion just now actually gave him a step that can leave the stone chamber immediately. All right, stop the search. Gong Rulin nodded and agreed. At full speed for nearly half an hour, a red palace gradually appeared in the eyes of Chu Zhongshan and others. Less than 100 meters away from the red palace, Huang Yurong said in surprise, "How is it possible that the palace in the valley can appear here?" After Dongfeng Yongping slowed down, his face also showed an incredible expression. Because he clearly remembered that after the palace in the valley was opened by Chu Zhang, he broke in with Chu Zhangtian. How could the palace that had been broken into reappear in front of us? Didn't they enter the palace at first? No, they must have entered the palace, so they doubted that the red palace in front of them was the illusion created by the palace, which made them hallucinate. 2 senior brothers, don't panic. The palace you see now is real. Facing the puzzled eyes of Dongfeng Yongping and Huang Yurong, Chu Zhongshan gave their true answer. Younger Martial Brother Chu, if the palace in front of you is true, then the palace in the valley is false. It's a fantasy made by the secret land of blood demons. With Chu Zhongshan's affirmative reply, Dongfeng Yongping had a bold idea in his mind and said it. If the idea in his mind is true, he even has to doubt whether the Blood Devil's secret place is true and whether he is Oriental Yongping, so he falls into a state of being possessed by evil. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, the palace outside the valley is real. It's not a fantasy created by the Blood Devil secret land. You can rest assured. Although he didn't know what serious consequences Dongfeng Yongping's bold conjecture would cause, he didn't want to waste his time here, so he bluntly pointed out the authenticity of the palace. Then he ignored the eyes of Dongfeng Yongping and Huang Yurong, who couldn't believe it for a long time, and went straight to the palace. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't want to continue to explain what was happening in front of him, Dongfeng Yongping and Huang Yurong looked at each other, temporarily suppressed their doubts at the bottom of their hearts, and followed his legs. However, when he came to the front door of the palace and saw the concave seal on the front door, Dongfeng Yongping couldn't control his inner doubt and asked nervously. After all, when Chu Zhongshan opened the palace, he followed Chu Zhongshan closely and was very impressed by the main gate of the palace. At the beginning, when opening the palace in the valley, there was also a concave seal on the main door of the palace. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, have you ever heard of Zimu Sword? Dongfeng Yongping continued to ask questions, which made Chu Zhongshan feel a little impatient. Chu Zhongshan was shocked when he saw the red color gradually rising from the bottom of Dongfeng Yongping's eyes. Think about it carefully, and then guess the state of Dongfeng Yongping at this time in combination with his own experience some time ago. In order to avoid being possessed by too much suspicion and causing anger, Chu Zhongshan had to explain to him patiently. I've heard that it's a powerful spirit tool. Nodded. Dongfeng Yongping motioned that he had heard of this weapon. The reason why the Sun Mother Sword is powerful is that in addition to the strength of the Mother Sword itself, the most important thing is the strange and changeable Sun Sword hidden in the Mother Sword. The palace in front of us is very similar to the Sun Mother Sword. The palace in the valley is not the periphery of the whole palace, but the palace in front of us is the real core. After explaining the differences between the two palaces, Chu Zhongshan glanced at Dongfeng Yongping's eyes and found that the original red had faded, so he immediately put his heart down. Then, the consciousness reconnected the red jade pendant. The red jade pendant that stayed between the forehead appeared in the hand of Chu Zhongshan once. The red jade pendant was placed in the recess on the flat door. Chu Zhongshan stepped back and waited for the palace to open at once. As like as two peas in the valley, the palace's opening speed is exactly the same. The only difference is that the red jade pendant placed in the recess completely melted into the palace and did not return to his forehead. Looking at the red jade pendant completely integrated into the palace, Chu Zhongshan knew that his means to seize the opportunity than others had disappeared. Next, he would stand on the same competitive platform with the people entering the palace. Whether he could finally make a profit depends entirely on his own strength and luck. When the gate of the palace was fully opened, Chu Zhongshan nodded to Dongfeng Yongping and Huang Yurong standing behind him, and then stepped into the palace. After entering the palace, the first thing that catches the eye of Chu Zhongshan is rows of buildings with different architectural styles, but the whole body is red buildings. Each building is nearly 100 meters apart. The roads connected with each other are paved with red stones emitting blood red, giving people a strange feeling. Turning around, he motioned Dongfeng Yongping and Huang Yurong to avoid the passage of the main door. He took 365 8-grade blood crystals out of the storage bag and placed them in different directions. When 365 8-grade blood crystals were all placed, Chu Zhongshan ordered Dongfeng Yongping and Huang Yurong. Two senior brothers at this time, we really enter the core of the palace, which is the place for the powerful to practice in seclusion at ordinary times, and also the place for the powerful to collect treasures. So let's separate temporarily and look for our own opportunities. Younger Martial Brother Chu, who will guarantee your safety? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's orders, Huang Yurong immediately wanted to start the treasure hunt. After all, the purpose of painstakingly entering the palace is the hidden treasures in the palace. But Dongfeng Yongping stood where he was and didn't move at all. He just looked at Chu Zhongshan, worried about his safety after separation. Seeing that Dongfeng Yongping was not seduced by the treasure immediately in hand, Huang Yurong was first worried about the safety of Chu Zhongshan. Huang Yurong felt a burst of shame. Elder Martial Brother, don't worry about my safety. I have the means to protect myself in a short time. Seeing that Dongfeng Yongping was still worried, Chu Zhongshan was moved and had to reveal some precautions he had made in advance. One refers to the 365 8-grade blood crystals placed at the gate of the palace. Chu Zhongshan roughly explains the function and power. Elder Martial Brother, you must also know that the means possessed by the Blood Devil is to create a fairyland. I just placed 3656 blood crystals. In fact, I arranged a simplified version of the fairyland, which can arouse people's deepest desire. Even if Gong Rulin and others break in and want to break the array in front of us, it will take at least an hour. At the same time, this array is connected with my mind. As long as the array is touched, I can be there. However, seeing that Chu Zhongshan simply places hundreds of blood crystals, it can form a set of array to trap Gong Rulin and others. Dongfeng Yangping is relieved of his own safety. At the same time, he pays more attention to Chu Zhongshan and is more fortunate in his heart. In the Eternal Continent, among all the cultivation systems in the southern region, the array mage is the most difficult to cultivate successfully. The number of array mages is even less than that of ordinary and weapon refiners. If one of 10,000 people can become an alchemist, and one of 100,000 people can become an instrument smelter, it is difficult to have a matrix mage among 1 million people. Because to become a matrix mage, you need not only high cultivation talent, superhuman first-class understanding and special physique, but also certain talent. Therefore, in the Eternal Continent and in the southern region, the status of array mages is much higher than that of alchemists and tool refiners. If Chu Zhang is a naive array mage who is proficient in array, although he is only the top cultivation of the 7th floor in the body training period, he enjoys treatment and reputation, which is inferior to the top master in the Kihai period. Even the 8th grade weapon refiner of the 8th grade pill master can't be compared with him. Two senior brothers, time is precious and treasure hunting is important. Let's separate and look for our own opportunities. Seeing Dongfeng Yangping staring at the blood crystal array at the gate of the palace, Chu Zhongshan briefly fell into deep thought. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to delay anymore, so he said goodbye directly. Then he turned and ran directly to an ancient building on the east side of the palace.